Let's see what we got here. Getting ready. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of your screen in bright red letters, unfortunately, you are watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. So hopefully we see you here. All you got to do is come to this channel anytime during market hours, and you can watch us trade live for 7 hours all day. All we ask is that you're positive and respectful. We have a lot of rules there in the description, so hopefully you read those and follow those, and hopefully you are blessed and are ready to go. The markets are crazy, especially today. So we are following one of the worst days in history. Market dropped 3,000 points today, and then today was kind of a fiasco. You had a future halt limit up, and then it came down, and then it came back up, and now we're sitting at a very, very precarious spot right here. So I hope you guys are ready. I mean, I hope you guys are ready. So good morning, baby. So make sure you guys drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed, and second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. That is where we post all a recap of everything on the channel. I think that's it. I mean, someone run up those likes, baby. Good morning. Good morning, Chattadonians. Good morning. Ooh, excuse me. Good morning from Hawaii. Oh, it's real early there. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling? Today's a crazy day. Today is going to be a crazy day. 2020 election. Let's go, baby. Maryland gang, day 3 with sore throat. Uh-oh. Don't get that Wuhan cough. Check regen. How is regen? How we looking? Y'all hear about Tom Brady? Oh, regen up 10%. How's Myrna? Myrna up another 11%. Let's check Gil. VA gang. Morning, call. Good morning. Close all the hot bars at Whole Foods. Hot bars are good. Good, baby. Hopefully y'all do good. Y'all do good with your LA. Day 2. That's not good. That's not good. I think I have Wuhan. I think everyone's going to start. That's why I'm saying this. Why this next 2 weeks is about to get crazy. I think I have Wuhan now too, man. What the hell? I think we all got Wuhan. I think it was from Dylan. I think we're underestimating the power of transmission through the 11 at 11. I think that 11 at 11 got a few, we had a few people do that. I think that was it, man. I think Dylan got us sick. I think you had it going through from him talking to us on the 11 at 11, and then it came through from the YouTube. That's it, man. I don't know if I have it. Oh, you got me worried. I'm like, maybe my normal morning. You hear that? Oh, if I was the president, you'd be like, he's sick. You hear it? His voice. It sounds different. I'm aghast. I just need some of this beautiful water. All right. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, Lucky Soldier. Good morning, baby. Good morning. What happened to Brady? He left. He left the Patriots. Isn't that crazy too, man? Found the like button. Good. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. There you go. You guys are already here. Man, it's already 1,000 of you. You guys ready to go this morning. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, today's going to be crazy. We have a lot of things to look for. I have a lot of new information I want to be watching. We're going to get some level of data dump today. So there's going to be a few important data releases. I'm going to play one of them. I have a specific play. So y'all better make sure you run up the likes so we could, get this popping. You say Tom Brady left the Patriots? Yeah, that's it, man. That's real life. You wasn't able to watch the watch list? I would watch the watch list. People going nuts again over regen. We'll see, but today's going to be wild. We already hit futures limit up. then we came back down, and then we're back up. Today's going to be crazy. We need to watch for the European close to watch the bond markets. That's the next thing. There's a few banks I want to look at. Boeing. It looks like Boeing could be the company who had the problem with because Boeing is they got Brady Hanks, bro. No, not Brady. They got Brady Hanks. Wait, Tom Brady? Oh, wait, that's his real name. Never mind. Sign up for Scrimler. Let's go, baby. Hopefully you watch the video. Hopefully you don't use them to your disadvantage. So let's go, baby. God is good. Stay in the game. How does one play the VIX? You can play UVXY, amongst other things. Thoughts on gold. We have the GLDs. I don't know if those are up or down. Is it still down? Come on. How you going to still be down? Gold? Man, they playing us. $100 million program for small businesses. Let's see, you just sign over all your data. You like the fireside chat? Appreciate that. Let's go, man. Let's go. All right. So let's get to the watch list. So you guys know, second link in the watch list. Second link is the nightly watch list and main channel. Ooh. Oh, there you go. Like the video. Run them up. I have a specific play for today. And I have to make it within 30 minutes of the market open. So, welcome to the call. It's the 2020 election. Clorox earnings. They could be good, actually. Let's see. As people have been posting the watch list, I think we've been seeing that a little bit. Bro, I feel a little nauseous this morning. I don't know what just happened. I think the Wuhan's kicking in the morning. This is a very Wuhan morning, I'm feeling like. Disney strong like bull. Let's see. We see what's happened. All right, let's go. Let's get this bread notification, gang. Might buy some Tesla stock. It's dropping. Apple 235 weeklies. Watchlist, SPY, TLT, UVXY. Square could be good. We haven't looked at that. Tesla, IWMF. Watching the pig short. Let's get into the plays. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Feel bad for germs. On the brink of extinction. Buy more SPY puts, more TLTs. Walmart put, UVXY. I like the Walmart still. Picked up a lot of AAL calls. Let's go, baby. A wild watch list is a P. Best believe I clicked that bugger. Watching global markets and currency. Yes, that is going to be good. You can wait for TLT if you like. You could see. Yeah, I would wait till your European close. But we need to see that. That's just going to give us more information. Watch them. I like the whole aspect. Global currencies. I think that's going to be important. And there's going to be, again, we're going to be moving a little bit slower here, but also really, really fast. Again, we've been coming off of some pretty historic days, so it's going to throw a lot for us. We will have to see what happens. Yes, they spiral gap down or open green. Honest, this is nerve-wracking. Don't let it rack the nerves, baby. White House proposing a roughly $850 billion emergency. $850 billion? That's a lot of billions. Dang, that's like a whole Microsoft at this point. That's crazy. So far, the Money Spy weekly naked puts on the day of expiration, just the kind of risk Josh wouldn't want you to take. It's actually, as long as if you do a credit spread, I don't know about naked puts, but credit spread for sure. Not that bad of a idea. God bless those who are merciful, for there will be shown mercy. And man, let's go, baby. Balance the books. Make sure you take profit, manage your risk, stay in line, or get a piece of the pie. If you try and cut, you'll get sent to the back. Tell them biggest blessings happen in the worst darkness. You just gotta believe, baby. Oh man, you guys getting some nice motivation on these watch lists, man. You better be reading the comments. 30% off buy today. The stocks have been cheap today. Stocks have been cheap the last few days. I actually want to see how much cash are we working with. Oh, we still got $1,000 in here? Get out of here. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Well, let's see how much we got in this account. We got 160 cash there. And then we got 840. Okay, we could still get some shares, man. We could still get some shares. I think I still have to buy. Whew. I'm unable to close anything. The market is closed right now. We might have to see. Oh, everyone looking at UAL calls. We're at $90. Even the 2020 didn't do it, debating on whether or not. Actually, it's not a bad look. It depends on how the bailout would be with some of those companies. Just be careful of the implied volatility in the pricing, even on calls. That's what you got to watch out for. Thank you for these videos. Beside Bloomberg, much love, baby. I got you. Another great day. Let's go, baby. Welcome. We come together for humanity and beat this. Amen. I believe we're following Japan into the abyss. They started the journey. Yeah, a lot of people, we could be doing the Japanification of the economy. That is a very, very valid point. That's what a lot of people are worried about. So that's a good observation. Made the rookie mistake of buying and put on TLT, guys. Well, I'd hold that. You get a little bit of move, even off the puts. We have the Colt Baby intro song. I always say stock market going crazy. It is going crazy all the time, baby. What you mean? 22 minutes, those new generated today. Oh, yes, you should watch that in the watch list at 22 minutes. See? People they point out some of the tips for you. Thoughts on JNUG. I like GLD. Again, as long as we're waiting for gold to make that pop off. I'm going to keep dropping. Oh, man. SPY puts, GLD calls, CLX calls. I'm feeling about a specific share. Anyone feel the care, hit me up. That's a weird comment. Did he get hidden? How come he's still there? That's weird. I was able to snipe the 327, dead cat bounce, watch list, SYK puts. Stryker's a medical company. They could be good. WM long-term play. Trash is recession-proof. Looking to start half a position, adding later. EMB puts, another round of puts for rallies. China companies are outperforming U.S. companies right now, and the coronavirus is largely contained in China. Looking at Tencent, Baba, and JD. This is a very good watch list. I like that. I like the Stryker, and I like the WM. The Chinese companies, they're finally giving up, so we have to see. But if they do hold up, that could be good. Might go after some JNUG, June 80 calls, 60 calls. So my Walmart want to profit. My finger on the sell for SPY. There you go, baby. Take that money. I think XI's going to take a big hit. Have a $30 put. Ready for you to hit 100K. Let's go, baby. USO, SPY, TLT, CIH, SPX. Be positive, respectful. God bless you all. Stay safe. Amen. Hey, Josh, has media ever tried to interview you? No. Tesla puts. Let's get it. First online class. Except Camilla. You understand how big Italy is. Adding XOP calls through June. Made to live through historic times. Looking at Amazon, Tesla, Watchlist, KHC, AMD, NVIDIA, HD. 102 is always look on the bright side of life. 3M. I forgot about 3M. Foot Locker was holding up a little bit better yesterday. Boeing is the one. Boeing is requesting a short-term bailout pretty much. They were asking for a short-term loan because of the supply chain. Caterpillar could be a good one as well. Lord Jesus, we stop this virus in its tracks. May many come to know your love and kindness through this trial. Give Josh wisdom as you to bless others during this difficult time. Amen, baby. Keep making money, though. Watch Nugget and just getting into this CAH contract. Someone could explain that. Let's go. Excited for the world has to offer. Make sure to be aware. If you're sick, stay away from our elders. Amen. Apple, March 20th, put 175 down, starting at 76. That could be decent. I mean, some of the apples are going to be great. I just think they're a little bit more expensive. IWM, Bank of America, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Walmart, I think all solid. Coca-Cola, McDonald's will move bigger. Walmart, we have to see if it does. If it actually holds up. And then Bank of America, IWM. I want to see what the banks are at, actually. Oh, that's awful. Dude, that means the banks are still down like 15% from yesterday. Oh, my gosh. I guess it's still near the low, but that's wild. That is wild. Yes, make sure you like the video. I have a play I need to make right in the morning. I woke up. Last night I thought about it. I woke up thinking about it. So I gotta make sure. So, I mean, drop your thumbs up, man. That's it. Drop the thumbs. Let's go. Let's go. Game time. Got its greatest AAL play, GLD, IWM 1-year contracts, TLT shorter term. Anyone else break it even? I'm up 10%. Maybe I play. Give it some time. Give it some time. That's a lot. I mean, especially anybody in here. I mean, I think that's very valid. You know, if you're just starting out, I mean, don't get FOMO. Don't take you. You're going to be taking different risks. You don't have the same buffer that a lot of people have got over this last 2 to 4 weeks. So calm down. But I mean, your time is definitely coming here. But some of you guys are getting in at a weird time if you think about it, or you're coming in. So don't let the FOMO get to you. Don't let it. I mean, there's a lot of FOMO. I mean, all across the board. I mean, I even want to buy some of my stocks. I want to buy more stocks because I'm even getting FOMO with how cheap they are, even though I'm like, damn, there's so much stuff going on. This could be it. So you'll see. It's a very, very strange time. I mean, don't get emotional about it. Emotions are the only thing that's going to knock you out of this, realistically. Just getting you to force to move before you do anything. Wiping down those cans, of course, baby. Of course, we gotta keep it clean. I already like so on stream. Tell me I don't feel them on the ratio. Let's see, man. Let's see. Drop those thumbs up, baby. What's the Adobe play? I think it's like a 145 put. Actually, how is Adobe? That play is pretty much still the same price as when we got it. And Adobe's still post earning. Now today's gonna be ugly. I think so because again we were up 5-6%. There's a company still up right now 5-6%. But you're getting some stuff that moved down 15% yesterday. They're only up 2-3% here at open. It's not good, and that's, I mean, if anything, hopefully you guys are seeing, man. I'm throwing out numbers like, what's it called? You know, it's there's a lot of the moves are a lot bigger. We're talking 4 or 5%, like it's nothing. When these, 3-4 weeks ago, these used to be crazy big days. So. I mean, these are big moves. I mean, so keep that in mind and be smart about that. But just pay attention to how this is moving. But volatility is not going to go anywhere. DGX, Walmart, TLT, SPY, VIX, keep eye on BA, Raytheon, NOC. Got that SPY YOLO all coming in. Dow up 800 pre-market. This is we're trapped inside. Doesn't mean you should skip the push-up. Saying, man, what a day. TLT hitting tomorrow. Actually, where is TLT? I haven't even looked at the bond rates, actually. Oh, TLT came down. Oh, my goodness. Would you look at that? Did not expect that at all. This is the cult baby intro song, a banger, the recession anthem. I'm Chinese, so everything's not true or something like that. Spam and positivity, watching XAR, Disney, HYG. HYGs are surprisingly up a lot. Waiting for a bounce for tomorrow. Puts on sale. CMG put Tesla 490. I forgot CMG dropped a lot. CMG could be good. Why do you like this cult? Plays Uncle Answers on 100. Hold on to UVXY. Ayo, Walmart get their employment shares of the company. Nice. Every retail and institutional investor, check out the morning watch list. Maybe something to consider. Well, Walmart has a very pivotal role moving forward here. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Babinski. Close the floor. Bama bar down here. Seems fishy to me. Was up 45% on my splits. Look like I might lost a break even in the morning. Depends when they expire. Coronavirus spreading rapidly at Best Buy, Essential Company. Dow futures are up 3%. Good evening, new to this channel. Question on the Walmart puts: are they naked? Those are naked puts, just the uncovered. We did not sell them, so it would be either naked puts or cash secured. Those are just normal ones. Facebook and GM puts, looking at adding JNUG long positions, SPXL long-term shares. In addition to covered calls, TMF long-term to complement my 619 TLTs. Thinking about shorting oil under 27 to avoid paying the premium by throwing in some shares using a higher ratio of credit spreads to naked spreads, so that's a net zero or small credit. Nice. I see that. Russian. Oh, wow. Russia. We finally hear a case from Russia. We haven't heard that in a while. Crowded trade bone is in the works. Who went under? Yep, they are. I think the Tower World leaders are stupid enough like idiots. What? Huh? I have a lockdown. You just want them to test drugs on people? You crazy. Tesla put 300, 327. At least I can hang out. Chad, watch it playing TLT weekly. Be careful with those. At least you're closer to the money in June 200s. Hedged with 155 shares of TMV. A lot of guys have been using that TMV. IBM calls for Gush. About 213 shares of Cron. No, be careful. Do the same thing with SDC and GLAP. Acquired LAC and VTIQ. See you in the AM. Let's go. What's your opinion on TLT for a 1-year term? I think pretty high, pretty far. You don't really know where it's going to be in a few weeks. Say it's on lockdown. All right, let me see. You got to go through some of these more. Man, there's a lot of y'all on the watch list, baby. So I'm talking about. So this is second link. I was going through plays. I have a few plays I want to look at. Yes, BA is going bankrupt there, so we'll see. So let me go to the bathroom real quick. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Smash the like. I mean, I have that play. I have a play I need to make right at open. So, I'm going to have like 10 minutes to make it. So if it's not there, it's not. You guys aren't going to be there. I mean, y'all saw y'all play around. I mean, we got to make moves. So I just need you in the game, okay? Today is going to be crazy, dude. Especially right now. I mean, I don't think you guys are realizing. Like, look how wild this day is. I mean, it looks a little crazier on the 2-day, but the fact that we halted up limit, came down, came back up, and now we're coming back down. This is going to be wild. So I really hope you guys are ready. If you like the video, we in this together, baby. Let's get it. It's game time. All right, let me go pee real quick. I'll be RB. All right. Bro, I'm feeling under the Wuhan, man. I'm telling you, I feel Wuhan'd out right now. Yeah, it's raining near me. I usually get tired when it's raining, but like I feel nauseous this morning. I woke up early, released some demons. Now I'm like, oh. Man. Everybody doing here, just like the video. Amen. I appreciate you. I'm good, man. I'm always good. I think the key to Wuhan is mindset. That's what I learned last time. I think I already got it. I just said I refuse to be sick, and then boom, I ain't sick no more. It's crazy. Nausea's not a symptom. That's what they tell you. That's what they tell. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, sinus drain. I think we'll be good, baby. I think we'll be good. Just stay blessed. Keep it positive. Keep it respectful. I hope you guys are ready. What's the play I'm making at open? You're going to have to see. What I'll tell you is there's a lot of data coming out today and even coming in through the rest of this week. Okay? Dr. Guy at UCSD. Cutting zero when markets impaired was wrong. Tell them Fed Mester. I don't know if we're going to have the Fed meeting. It's supposed to be tomorrow, so we will see. Thoughts on long-term snap? I mean, it's a very attractive price right now. Letting all forward workers on a 10-week leave. How will this affect the stock? There's been a lot of things. They're doing like 90 days, like no payments on forwards now. No Fed meeting. So see, look at that. Source that information, baby. Shout out to Colt. But let's get ready, man. Let's get ready. Let us not forget, I appreciate you guys being here, ready to go in the morning. That's what I'm talking about. If you missed it, today's going to be a crazy day. We're still going to see a lot of volatility. I mean, it could be a cuck and not do anything. However, the fact that you're getting a limit haul up, the drop, and then the pop again and coming back down, I mean, you're going to see a lot of stuff here. Today is going to be a wild day, so I hope you guys are ready. But in the midst of everything, make sure you guys do not forget everything going on. Please be smart. Please stay inside unless you absolutely have to. I don't care if you're young. I don't care if you're old. Just be smart. This is, I said it yesterday. I think the next 14 days are going to get wild. So just keep your head in the game. Be smart. And don't forget the people, man. The people who make this country great, man. Shout out our veterans, all the vets, all the people in the military willing to serve, being there in the middle of all this. I mean, I can only imagine what they're doing right now. Special shout out to all of our servicemen, our police officers, our nurses, our doctors, and medical staff. Man, you live in a great country. There's a lot of people out here sacrificing, making it great. So, I mean, it's beautiful to see when everybody comes together, man. I love it. And you know, it's a very bittersweet moment, but we got a lot of cool people in here. We got a lot of people who've supported the country. So please, please, please. Yes. Oh, our teachers too. We can't forget the teachers. Amen. But all the, you guys have served. Thank you so much. If you haven't served, no worries, but it's your job to make sure the people who have served and sacrificed know they're appreciated, be there for your community, be there for people. So thank you guys. I love you. We live in the greatest country in the world. We have opportunity every day. So let's take advantage of it, baby. Let's get in the game, utilize your freedom, utilize what you got, be an outstanding member of your community, baby. That's some real cult shit right there. So let's say the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the Jets! Let's go, baby. It's game time. It's game time. You got 2 minutes here. Oh, yeah, look at the Jets. Y'all like the Jets. Y'all ready to go, huh? Let's go, baby. It's game time. All right, man. God bless all of you. I wish peace and blessings upon you. I command it. So now all you got to do is just receive it, baby. Just accept it, baby. That's it. You got something coming your way. Be smart. Be smart. Be ready, man. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do, man. That's it, baby. This guy hella weird. Of course I'm hella weird, man. You think I got in the stacks being normal? You think we came up with these TLT plays being normal? Nah, baby. It's okay to be weird. You're going to be at home for a while, man. Be okay being weird. That's okay, baby. God is good, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So run it up, baby. You got 15 seconds. Make sure you drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. We're going to make, don't tell me, 866. Nah, y'all doing it. Don't tell me. Nah, y'all running that out. There you go, 2.5. Y'all need 500 more, though. 500 more. Uh-oh, this is awkward. All right, ding, 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 ding. We are here. The market is up. We didn't get halted. We didn't get halted at the first tick. It's a very, very, it's a very impressive feat. All right. SPXs are tripping out a little bit. Oh, come on. Okay. I mean, not getting our price. I'm not getting prices loading here. I'm waiting for that. 3M halted. Ooh. I mean, I have this play, but actually, I'm kind of not liking the option chain. We'll have to see. So, again, watch out for today. Watch out how everything's been volatile. We need to watch TLT coming into the close. Look at the low ticker. There's a lot of laggers and leaders here. So, there's a lot of companies that move 4 or 5% from the overall broader market. Keeping the BAC strangle, yeah. I mean, it's trash. I think it's already cashed out, right? You're down 50% both sides. Our USO play is up. That Myrna is up a lot, too. The bookings are decent. Let's see. I'm trying to snake a chain right now. Hey, L doing great. Holy bars, Tesla. How is that Tesla actually looking? I'll have to take a look at that. Oh, dude, that Tesla's killing it. Bro, that Tesla's up a lot. I mean, I guess we spent a lot. Damn, this week is March 20th. Shit. So hold on here. What time is it? 6:34. Of course, finally I got filled. All right. Damn it. So it's expensive. I mean, if you guys, we'll see. If there's another play to make on this, I'll take another one. Oh, shit. You guys like the video? Do we got a like ratio? How's the like ratio working? Oh, I need to go after my second play, too. Damn it. Okay, y'all, did y'all run it up on there, or what were we looking like? UAL halted. I haven't seen the like ratio. I mean, no, the like is that really real? Hold on, we gotta see. There's another play. Really so again, I called the second play on the watch list. I think it's good enough. I think y'all showing some love on there. It's okay. So this play is do not trade this. I'm not putting this out. Oh shit, it's already dropping. Yeah, it's so do not trade this. It's very, very risky. I'm playing the housing data. So the play is actually Redfin. So right now you're going to have in 30 minutes, you're going to have the housing data. And yesterday Redfin came out with a report and they pretty much said that they're going to, that housing data is not looking too good. So I grabbed, do not trade this. I grabbed 3 of the April 17th, $13 puts. I grabbed 3 of them at $2. I couldn't get anything else. I tried even to get the $8 puts on April for 7 cents and 70 cents, and I couldn't get filled. But this one, again, Redfin's not priced too high. You could go after Zillow as well too, but I was playing a little bit of that. I want to play this real estate data. Simple as that. So we'll see. I mean, it's a toss-up. That's why we got a little bit of time. I paid $2 for it. I paid $200 a contract, so it's very expensive. Somebody got filled on the $8 ones for $1. So look at, see now there's activity on the chain. The prices are, so now the $8 ones for April aren't bad, or the $10 ones at one. So someone just got the $10 ones at 130. Yeah, that's crazy. I was trying to snake that whole chain. I couldn't get filled on anything. Man, so yeah, if you could get some of the out of the monies, those are a little better. You could also get a lot of time too. Check out the May contracts. You got May $9 contracts going for 140. So the key would be to get something cheap, but again, this I could miss pretty bad on this. If the real estate data is kind of already priced in, Redfin's dropped a lot, then we won't really be able to get any meat on the bone. So we'll see. We will see. Shopify. So we're still, how much are we up right now? We're only up 1%. Fill that 108. Nice. Tesla dump. Watch HD, McDonald's. Watch any of the values, dude. Whew. What do we have? I have like 130 put on Tesla. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Redfin, isn't that funny? Redfin, remember we just flipped that at $30 a share? Fuck, how much did I spend? I spent $600 on those Redfins. This might have to be my last trade then. All right, grab something else. Tesla's still dropping. Watch this SPY. Watch the percentage. Bro, that Tesla play is crazy. Yeah, we still have that Ulta. I want to see the Adobes. So it's still pretty early. It's only been 10 minutes, so I'm kind of disappointed that I got this play, but this one was on the watch list. I may average on this one, but probably not. I mean, I've already spent a decent amount with the Redfin, so I might have to limit what it is. I got to get the plays in Coltonese. I think I might need to. So I grabbed another play right now. It was on the watch list. I discussed this. It's Shopify. I would not get less than May. And I didn't go longer than, I mean, it's still within this year, but pretty much I covered earnings on Shopify, and I bought 2 contracts, and I spent $380 for 2 of the contracts on Shopify. So honestly, just get past May. I mean, don't trade any of this, actually. This isn't a recommendation. Option trade is still risky. So, yes, it's a put. I grabbed a put on there with Shopify. But I made sure I got past May. I wanted to make sure this is playing the thesis from the watch list yesterday, making sure we have time for earnings. So this one I discussed it on the watch list and what I wanted to do with it. Yeah, so Shopify puts, and I spent $380 each. Those are spendy, yes, very very expensive, but it covers. Or I mean, that's why I was like, even the Redfins were kind of expensive, but I at least like the fact Shopify is a leader on the year, and not only is it a leader on the year, it's it covers earnings. So they've been up a lot, and it has those earnings. There you go. There's a Redfins. Man, if we get in the money on that Redfin and then the data comes out, that'll be great. UAL, Abivai, Shopify, all on the low ticker. Boeing at 120? No way. Oh, my God. Yo, Boeing's selling off big. Damn, didn't we sell? I sold out of those 115s yesterday. Holy. Bro, those things, damn. I sold at the 115s yesterday at what, like 455? Yeah. Oh, man, those are crazy. Should have held those. This pump was bad. Well, that's why I'm saying this we're going to get a lot of volatility. What we saw this morning was pretty crazy. You saw the limit up, then the limit down, everything. It's nuts. Yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda. It won't change anything now. Yeah, the IWMs are crazy. Bro, those Ultas are up from earnings. The Ultas are up 152%. That Myrna's up. So what are the plays? Where's the Redfin? Redfin is up. Yeah, the Redfin's gaining steam. And then the Shopify. The Shopify's a longer term play. That one's setting up for the earnings. So keep that in mind. Snap $8 FK. Yeah, look at the low ticker. We're now negative. So we've already just given up that 1%. We were up 5% pre-market. So that's what today's already a wild day, and the fact that we sold off this early. Remember, yesterday was the worst day in history. I mean, as far as point numbers. So let's see what happens here. I can't believe Boeing is that low. How's Walmart, HD? Yeah, Walmart's still up 5% again. Remember, we saw those back and forth days. I want to see the prices of the Walmarts because that could just be one day delayed, if anything. Yeah, some of the Walmarts are still up. The video below 200, that's crazy. Sub with TLT. Well, TLT is going to move funny. This is my theory from yesterday. I posted this on the watch list because we saw it. Wait till 9:30. Wait till European close. That'll tell us something. What did I get the CAH at? I got them pretty cheap. The CAH is actually up right now. You see, that was the problem. I said that CAH got beaten down so much. It's going to be a little harder to play. Oh, whoa. I got those CAHs at 64 cents. So those are still holding premium. So here's the first bounce today. I mean, today kind of looks like a normal day in the weirdest way possible. Redfin 1277. Yeah, the real estate data is coming out. So again, Redfin itself, why I made that Redfin play, because literally yesterday Redfin gave an update and they said they said surprisingly housing demand has stayed the same. However, they said they're expecting a decline based on the numbers that come out today. So the housing numbers come out in 15 minutes. That's why I made that play. Damn, that's crazy actually. That they already dropped 8%. Bro, we just snagged 8% since open. Whew. I'll take this. It's very good. Twitter ripping. Again, this will be a good day for the cat dog. Watch out for the push and pull. Yeah, Ult is going down. We still are in that play. VMware down 5%. Yeah, pay good call outs. Call out any of these companies, bro. Boeing at 119, 116. Holy, no way. Bro, Boeing's going to fail. That's crazy, you guys. Bro, this is a fallen angel. Oh, I'm mad I sold out of that play yesterday, but I'm saying that because I need to figure out how we're going to try to finesse this. We're going to need a bounce if we want to get into that. Oh, my gosh. Josh is an angel. That's funny. I think Boeing is with the Fed. Probably. They requested a government package yesterday. Boeing did. They said they need a short-term loan. That's wild. JNEG up 11. Look at the swings in the Dow. Yeah, Dow looks just like the SPY. Win is getting clapped. Bro, Win's down like 50% in the last week. Ulta Premium soaring. Yeah, Ulta's down 8%. I mean, what do we have on those plays? Yeah, Ulta. See, again, there's a big divergence here. You're getting a lot of laggers and leaders here. Yeah, those Ultas are up 250% now. What do we? Oh, we have the 130 puts. Oh, for this week. So those are actually a little risky. Actually, I might want to kind of sell out some of those. I forgot, bro. The Ulta puts could be very, very good. Ulta's a big mover, so if it does sell off here, if it bounces, though, we're going to be screwed on those being weeklies. Tesla before 420. No way. Tesla got clapped. That play's still working for us. Bro, if that Ulta sells off, the Ulta could be a silent hitter right there. That would be great. Watch Boeing, though. This is crazy. Boeing is dragging. That's probably what's dragging down this whole bounce. You have another 8% on Boeing. Facebook 52-week lows now. Holy shit. Yeah, Facebook's down 2%. Bro, that Tesla put is now up 500%. That plays $200 into 1,000. That's crazy. Remember I bought that play and I thought it was trash? I'm checking those Facebook. So those Facebook 140 puts, that's for this week, I think. Yeah, those are for this week. I have 3 of those. Remember, those are up 7. Oh my gosh, those are up 7,000%. Premiums are really juicing up right now. The volatility is coming back here. Okay, I sold one out of 3. I've already made this play free multiple times. I sold 1 out of 3 remaining on the Facebook 140s at 650. Coming back down here, so the Dow's down 0.5%. SPY and Nasdaq are still up. So this is telling you something, even with what's going on with Boeing and everything else. Bro, that Ulta just skyrocketed. Is that just the spreads? I think it might be. What do we pay for those Ultas? Those Ultas for 5, it's like 60 cents each. Damn, those Ultas are right there. If we get one more sell off on Ulta, I want to see. I might even just sell off one of them. Remember, we already took half. Roku's on the high. Well, we're coming down here. 6:53, 7 more minutes. We're going to get, again, more data, more real estate stuff. I sold off one of the Ultas. So those Ultas, remember we played that for earnings. I had 5 left that I held into earnings. I bought them at 60 cents. I just sold one of them out at $500, holding the remaining 4. Those still have a 30% probability of profit. Remember, if they expire this week, even though the week's still early, it's just a little different. Wow, Dow's about to fall below 20,000. Shopify earnings? I do not know, actually. The low, the market wants to bounce here, I feel like. I think it could be because Boeing's bouncing, but the low ticker's picking up now. Microsoft, J&J on the low. Yeah, all the SQQs and everything on the high. Yeah, FedEx earnings today. We still have that one play. I'm just worried about this straight. It just seems like some stuff just drops straight down today. The FedEx, we did a debit spread. I think that FedEx is up 160. So it's up 100%. HD on that HD on the low. Yeah, low ticker's popping off. Watch EVXI. We're probably going to come down low here. We're down 200 points now. But you guys see how some stuff, like look at Ulta, some stuff's already just down so much. Let's see how this plays out. Damn, that Facebook put just jumped. Come on. Still got those Ultas. Still got the Adobes. You might be at max profit for the HD. Am I? I don't think so. We might be at there, but like the HD, I mean, what is it? There's 1,100 profit. Oh, I guess so. It's like 1,500 difference. Let me see, bro. Those HDs were killer. All right, yeah, I closed out of the HDs. I got like 70% of the max gain. Good call out. Yeah, that's crazy. We're down. We're Dow's at 20,000 right now. The housing data should come out here in a minute. Uh, 20 seconds. Get ready. That can make the market move. You can't get max gain all the time. So like I'm closing, like I just closed my Intel Ghetto Spread at 90 cents, but that's only 50% of the max gain. So sometimes you have to be willing to take less money. Otherwise, you could take the risk and hold it, because now with the premiums high, if you just wait and hold it, what's going to happen is you'll be able to get some of the other plays. You'll be able to pretty much profit on the difference. So we're coming down. Housing 72 versus 70. So it wasn't that bad of data. Wow. So never mind. So you guys, that's what I said. I could have been wrong on that, but SPY's coming down, but that housing data wasn't that bad. Housing index, actual 72 versus 74. Estimate was 73. So the new job opening, 6.93 versus 6.4. I mean, that's weird. Inventories down 0.1. Estimate was there. So everything met estimates. So there's 3 different data sets that just came out. Amazon suspending all things except for. How's that going to play out? Watch Amazon. Amazon was up 5%, so now they gave that up. That's weird. Watch the Redfins too, because that data, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting. That's for reseller shipping. Oh, okay. Yeah, TLT's popping off now too, actually. Ship. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, look, TLT's now making a move, and it's actually matching up with the SPY pretty early. BA new lows. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, so I closed out of the Starbucks May Ghetto Spread. So I've closed the HD, Intel, and Starbucks Ghetto Spread. I'm doing all of that because, again, I'm trying to leave me some space here. It's just really hard. I'm worried about some of the Ghetto Spreads here. I mean, I'm holding the one still on IWM and TLT, but they're offering, they're making it a little bit more difficult here. I think all we have left is the Netflix Ghetto Spread, and then everything else is just individual. Oh, man, that Zoom contract is up too. I'm still in the Walmarts all the way, yeah. Okay. I'm managing GLD. Is it popping? That's actually great. Oh, yeah. So, again, let's see what happens here because this is still, it's pretty early for us to even break out with that. So, I want to see what happens with that. That's very interesting. Okay. CLX on the high. Baba's on the low now. Twitter's on the low. Okay, so you got that as the alarm clock, baby. Let's go. CLX on the high. Wonder what that's doing to the contract prices. The contracts are still up on CLX, but they've came down a little bit more, especially the further out the money Aprils. Redfin bounced up a little bit off that. Let's see if Ulti bounced up. Let's see this move at VWAP. I'd want to see a big move up, but that's the thing. If it doesn't, if it just kind of stair steps down and looks just very technically down, that won't be good. But watch TLT now. Now that we got TLT moving, things are getting a little interesting here. It's actually making it very, very interesting. Yeah, TLTs are still the same price as yesterday, so keep that in mind. I mean, can't get too excited just yet. How's oil doing? I don't know. I think below 30. Yeah, oil's at 28. Oil's popping up now, but it's pretty low. The yuan weakened a lot today. Yeah, gold is having a nice day, and then the yen is kind of just chilling out there. The volume on the day, I do not know. Volume's 44 million here, 30 minutes, so pretty high. When am I getting in on TLT? When the time is right, baby. Just time and let it come to you. I mean, you plant the seed, you wait. You never know when it's going to sprout, but just be ready to respond. Yeah, the GLDs are going up. Our old Myrna contracts are up as well. The IWMs lost some premium. The Babas are still holding up. That's good, though. I got to take some profits here, though. I'm glad I took some profits there, both Ulti, some of the older Facebooks, and some of those ghetto spreads. So got to snag some profit there, still holding some of the main positions we have anyways. J&J's came down. The UNH's came down a little bit, even the Walmart's too now. Oh, yeah, the Thermo Fishers came back up. Damn, those Thermo Fishers came back up a lot. Oh, there you finally. So remember, we have that Thermo Fisher for this week. When does that what's the strike price? We have the 340 calls. Oh, what? Why do those even have value like that? Today's Tuesday? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. I sold out of all. I sold out of four. The remaining four Thermo Fishers I was holding, I sold out of those for $1 each. Because again, that's March 20th, and they're $30 out the money. I don't know. They could go up another 7%, but that's a pretty big move back up there. And that's crazy. SPX puts are still holding up. We're down 0.5%. BA 112. Oh my gosh. Damn, I can't believe that. That 115 would have hit. Whew. That's crazy. Every time I sell out Boeing every time a little bit early. Yeah, where the likes at? At least we got to take a lot of profit today. We even grabbed some yesterday, so we're good. Am I keeping Redfin? Yeah, for a little bit. I mean, might as well give it some time. We could play the broader market. But I was surprised. I thought the housing data was going to be a lot worse, but it wasn't that bad. Walmart's picking up, but then the Walmart puts we got yesterday are still holding up. But then our calls are coming up too. So SPY's coming above VWAP there, so this could kind of level things out here. I mean, we'll see. I mean, if we don't get a big move up or big move down, if we cuck today, I'd be very surprised, but that would be kind of nice. If we actually didn't do anything, it would be pretty good. All right, does everyone like the video? Do you guys know we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open? Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so let me go pee. I'll be right back. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We love you still. Yeah, I'm holding that PG. Give me a second to go pee. beautiful day to join a cult. A beautiful day to join a cult. Boeing is dying and it's sad. Bro, that's crazy. Yeah, oil, I mean, Shanghai's doing a little better than oil. That's weird. Yen's coming down, or the yuan. That's crazy. Some puts are still holding up. Let's see. So right off, it's right at VWAP. I mean, this is looking pretty crazy. Yeah, Boeing. I'm shocked. I mean, I can't believe I sold that put yesterday. It's because the March 20th, anything on the weeklies, they sketch me out because of all these big moves. But man, that's a crazy. That's why I'm trying to figure out how we could try to get back into it, but it's going to be a little more difficult. All right, at least we still have that Walmart from Friday working. $500 billion at 130. So that should boost TLT if anything. J&J. Caterpillar's on the low. What's J&J doing? J&J's popping. Oh yeah, J&J was down earlier. That's a big move. It's still falling behind like Walmart. Walmart's doing, I mean, those, remember we got that call on Friday. We bought those at 40 cents. Those are at 170 now. You had a dream. I told you to get $20 puts on Caterpillar. Well, listen to your heart. And it ran down. 500 billion. Let's see if how the market even responds to that now. The spreads aren't wide on the calls, surprisingly, on the weeklies, but on the other ones, they're a little bit wide. The CAH puts, they went down a little bit. I mean, if you want to grab any puts, I mean, wait until it comes up a little bit more. See how this plays out. I have the old Amazon put I'm still holding. Dude, Boeing 108. Oh, my gosh. Dude, this is crazy. This is having a huge effect on the Dow. That's nuts. That's why you're gonna get a little push and pull here. Yeah, but some stuff is just really holding down right now. That's crazy. Could they fail? I don't know. I mean, I think they may need money, but I don't know if they'll be let. They're kind of too big to fail. I mean, again, what Boeing provides for just the country in terms of GDP and all that, it's pretty wild. Yeah, the Walmart, I mean, that Walmart is, I mean, I'm holding that one as my carry play to the upside. But those will get very, they just got volatile. They just widened the spread 50 cents off that move. So watch, I mean, we're coming above the VWAP. We had the news there of the Fed and that repo. But we need to see how the market responds to that. That I was assuming, I mean, because if we play around this VWAP move, this isn't good. Because, again, Boeing's down 18%. Everything else is moving. You don't want to, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen here. But anything around VWAP, it's not good. So if it doesn't break strong above the VWAP, again, I like the VWAP. I don't really like technicals, but in extreme volatility, the VWAP is very, very great. Because this is where the bigger funds and the bigger, if they want to make any move, they're going to do it around VWAP. This is how you make sure you do not upset natural pricing. So I have a video on the VWAP if you guys want to look into that. But that's what I'm watching for here. So we're at an interesting spot. And again, you're seeing a very, very big push and pull with what's going up, what's going down. What comes up must come down, but we ain't coming down. I got the same old thing. I paid 64 cents, I believe, for the CAH place. We covered it on the watch list. Myrna tested. Is the White House live? Oh, yeah. Murray is looking good. Murphy. Hey. BA 103. Dog, why did I sell that? We would have made like 5 G's off those puts. Bowen just teasing me. CLX almost at 200. Damn, that's a holy shit. See, that's crazy. I think our puts are still holding up value. Bro, that's a crazy move on CLX. Yeah, we're still up 130% on the 130s and up 70 on the other ones. That's wild. We were just up 400 or 500% on those. Am I still holding? I don't think I ever bought Kroger. Yeah, I never bought Kroger. So watch TLT right here too. Boeing 101. Oh my god. We have to watch this, huh? Bro, that's crazy. The strangles are worried. I cut out of those. I still cut out of the strangle with a profit yesterday. That's why I was chill on it. But yeah, you guys see how when a big move happens, those help a lot. White House bully and of course, oh man, that's not good. There's TLT. I kind of want to buy some shares. But that's why I'm just like, man. Because I forgot we only spent half of the monthly budget, but I mean, today. I just know the volatility is going to be here. That's why I'm afraid of. It's too early, but at the same time, I want some. Does that make sense? Flip the coin. Let's flip the coin, baby. Amen. Heads, we go ahead and get shares. Tails, we fall back. Oh, that was a shitty flip. Tails says fall back. So no shares. Says fall back. All right. Fair enough. I was cool with either way. That's what I'm telling. There you go. So there's our TLT going up a little bit. You want to make a wager? I don't know how the Redfins are doing. The Redfins are up 32%. The Shopify's are up a little bit. At least Shopify's holding. I like the Shopify just because it's earnings as well too. Pro. Amazon is moving 4% like it's nothing. That's crazy actually. Now that I think it's came down. That's wild. The $70. It's moving $70. It's up and down like crazy. That's what I'm saying. A lot of the moves here are big. Aramac, what's their ticker? AR. RMK. Whoa, bro. I know some of you guys I didn't think they would drop that low. Holy shit. That's crazy. So these are the stadiums and all. That's wild. Oh, bro, they're like halted. Bro, that's a liquidation. Yeah, Bowen's probably shitting in the bed right now. I can only imagine. I like TLT moving up. Gotta love autocorrect. Why TLT losing value? It's going to be kind of like Geo. No, TLT is going up. They're actually, no, it says they're up. They're up at 340 in the morning. Now they're just above it, but they're barely down today compared to yesterday because it's still making up the move. But when TLT starts moving slower, the slower the pace, that's going to change expectations and pricing in. The Microsoft and Apple, those are already dead. We're just going to let them sit there. This TLT still not worth buying. I mean, I'd wait. It's still expensive. CLX is very weird. CZR halted for the 5th time. Bro, damn it, dude. It's down 30%. Win is down 7. I think it's all these other, man, even Win. I remember at what, 80, 89, somebody sold like 10,000 of the 90 contracts, the calls. That was crazy. That would have been a great pickup. Face reveal at 65 subs. There's a face reveal on the real estate channel. You guys should check that out. Did I hold those spies? No, I got rid of those. I got like 10,000 of the like 50,000 max gain, and then like 15,000 on the IWM instead of 8,000 on the IWM as well instead of 15,000. Bro, we have those. Bro, those Walmart calls that we got on Friday, those are up 40 cents to 280 now. So that's at least hit me up on there. You like the fireside chats? All right, we'll come in. I mean, it's interesting timing. I kind of want to get Boeing, or excuse me. Not Boeing. I kind of want to play Win. Even though, because with all these halts, like Airmac and some of these companies getting clapped, those could be good ones. Dude, Walmart is crazy. Yo, that's wild, you guys. That Walmart is insane. It's almost up 1,000% now. Intel's popping too. So my option chain on Win isn't loading. Bradley Frizzle, the peach, baby. Talk about that consistency, man. Bradley, you should teach these kids something, man. You should have a course about peaches. Say, hey, how to be consistent. The story of the peach. That could be like a children's book. The story of the consistent peach. Damn, I'm going to make my first children's book. Damn, the peach in his persistence. The persistent peach. Oh my gosh, tell me that's not. Man, come on. Give me a book deal right now. Oh man, y'all thought I could just trade stocks, huh? Oh no. I got ideas for days, baby. The persistent peach. Oh man, the peach made his way. He met his friend Chad along the way. Oh man, I'll make it into it'll be a sing-along too. And it'll be like 1,025 hours, 800 peaches. Hello, Peach, are you not persistent today? My persistence is missing. I don't know when I'll see. Come on, man. Where's my deal? Give me my deal, man. Y'all don't feel me, man. Y'all don't feel me. Telling y'all, man, y'all witnessing artwork, man. It's artwork. Hello, Mr. Peach. Hello. Come on. Regulators considering more changes to free up bank liquidity. That just dropped. That was through CNBC. New York governor says virus expected to peak in 45 days. Says no city can quarantine without state approval. So you guys got the Mick Mulvaney news. So spies coming down there. This could be Como speaking right now. XOM ripping. They got cut. Boeing got cut yesterday. And that Walmart call 1,000%. Came down right now. The Walmarts came down off that. CVX is on the low. That's weird. So you're getting moves between the refiners and the different types of companies. Oil's still below 30. Gold is ripping up. The yen is actually going up. The yuan is strengthening too. Some pretty weird moves right here. Be positive and respectful. You get clapped. Tell him, baby. Yeah, I kind of want to watch Como. I just hope he doesn't make any creepy comments like last time. New York. Bro, he sounds just like Christopher Walken, too. It trips me out.
Not normal operating conditions. We're examining the entire hospital system. What is the maximum capacity per hospital? If Department of Health waives their spatial rules, how many people can you get into hospitals? There is a meeting today with all the hospital administrators that I've asked Michael Dowling and Ken Rasky to run. Michael Dowling is a former Deputy Secretary for Health and Human Services, former Health Commissioner. Michael Dowling worked for my father as a health commissioner. I've known him 30 years. He's extraordinary. Ken Rasky, the same, represents all the hospitals. Sitting down with the hospitals saying, change your headset. This is not about how you normally do business. Frankly, forget the economics. What's the maximum number of people we can get into your hospital? And what do you need to do that? And what equipment do you need to do that? And what staff do you need to do that? We're going back to retired staff, and we're asking them to contact us at this website, health.ny.gov/assistance, to get former nurses, former doctors to sign up to be on call. We're also going to medical schools, nursing schools, to try to get additional medical personnel. And then we're talking about temporary construction of medical facilities. Obviously, when you're talking about 45 days, you have a limited capacity of what you can actually get done. But I'm working with governments and organizations all across the state right now. How do we set up temporary hospital facilities? Even if they're not intensive care units, you can take people who are in the hospital beds, move them into a temporary medical care facility, and then backfill the bed. We're also working with FEMA, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the National Guard and the building trades unions to help us on this issue. The numbers, total people tested to date, we're up to 10,000 people, which is obviously exponentially higher than it was, and it's continuing to grow. Positive cases up to 1,300, new positive 432. Number of counties with cases continues to grow. Clinton County, Rensselaer County have been added to that. Our cases are, again, #1 in the nation. Our number of deaths now up to 12. 264 out of the cases are hospitalized. That's a hospitalization rate of 19%. That's higher than the normative hospitalization rate, which is at about 15%, but the 19% is higher. Again, keep this all in focus with what we know, the facts we know of what this disease does and what the impact is, which is the Johns Hopkins study, which has tracked every case since China. A couple of other points, and then we'll take your questions. We'll open today in Nassau County a drive-through testing office. We opened one in New Rochelle. It worked very well. We'll open Nassau today. We're going to open a Suffolk drive-through testing office, and we're going to open a Staten Island drive-through testing office. We're going to send up the paid family leave bill to the legislature today. I believe we have a three-way agreement on that. It will also have a provision to cover all people who are quarantined, and we will be doing that also. We'll also be opening a Rockland drive-through testing facility. Two other points. One, this is an extraordinary time in this nation's history.
So we're still barely above VWAP. Watch out for this.
It will go down in the history books as one of those moments of true crisis and confusion and chaos. I lived through 9/11. I remember the fear and the panic that existed in 9/11, where a single moment, your whole concept of life and society can be shaken.
This sounds like Christopher Walken giving a monologue.
Perform at its best. You need to see people at their best. Everybody's afraid, everybody's nervous. How you respond, how you act. This is a character test for all of us individually. It's a character test for us collectively as a society. What did you do at that moment.
This
when
feels
all
too much like a
around
movie,
you
man. This
lost
is
their
wild.
head.
So watch how the market
Right,
responds.
Rudyard
Again, New
Kipling.
York is important. They're
That
pretty
is
much
this
the front
moment.
runner of all this.
What does government do in this moment? It steps up, it performs, it does what it's supposed to do. It does it better than it's ever done it before. What does government not do? It does not engage in politics or partisanship. Even if you are in the midst of an election season, even if you are at a moment in time in history where you have hyper-partisanship, which we now have, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, it is essential that the federal government works with this state and that this state works with the federal government. We cannot do this on our own. I built airports, I built bridges. We have made this government do things that it's never done before. This government has done somersaults. It's performed better than ever before. I am telling
the money
you,
do a backflip.
this government cannot meet this crisis without the resources and capacity of the federal government. I spoke to the president this morning again. He is ready, willing, and able to help. I've been speaking with members of his staff late last night, early this morning. We need their help, especially on the hospital capacity issue. We need FEMA. FEMA has tremendous resources. When I was at HUD, I worked with FEMA. I know what they can do. I know what the Army Corps of Engineers can do. They have a capacity that we simply do not have. I said to the president, who is a New Yorker, who I've known for many, many years, I put my hand out in partnership. I want to work together 100%. I need your help. I want your help. And New Yorkers will do everything they can to be good partners with the federal government. I think the president.
So when you see big
100%
candles on
sincere
TLT,
in
watch for
saying
moves
that
in
he
the
wanted
overall
to
market.
work together,
TLT's not supposed to
in
move big, so
partnership, in
any
a
big
spirit of
move up or
cooperation.
down
I
is
can
telling
tell
you
The
something.
actions he has taken evidence that. His team has been on it. I know a team when they're on it, and I know a team when they're not on it. His team is on it. They've been responsive late at night, early in the morning, and they've thus far been doing everything that they can do, and I want to say thank you, and I want to say that I appreciate it, and they will have nothing but cooperation and partnership from the state of New York. And we're not Democrats and we're not Republicans. We are Americans at the end of the day.
Woo!
That's who we are.
Amen, baby.
And
Tell
that's
him.
who we are when we are at our best.
Tell him, baby.
So this hypersensitivity about politics and reading every comment and wanting to pit one against the other,
We ain't about that life.
there's no time.
No
for
time,
this.
baby. No time.
The president is doing the right thing.
Yeah, the president,
in
tell him, baby. I don't care who
offering
he
to
is.
step
I don't
up
care
with
if he
New York.
orange, white, blue, ain't
And I
nothing.
appreciate
America,
it.
baby. Woo!
And New York will do the right thing in return.
They're going to do the right thing. Shout out to
Also, on a
Vex.
personal level,
Let's keep it personal.
this is, we use the word disruption. Such a
Like it's
clinical,
loud.
antiseptic word.
Like it's
a period
hand
of
sanitizer.
disruption.
Destruction.
Life is turned upside down.
Oh, you can't even, you
It's
don't
just
even know where
turned
you're looking.
upside down. Remember those snow globes
Y'all,
when you were a
let's
kid
take a
and
look back.
You shook the globe and the snow went all over. And
Looking
the
like a
whole
Christmas movie.
Picture changed.
The whole
As
picture.
soon as you picked up and shook that snow globe.
What happened? What happened to the
Somebody
globe?
picked up our country and just shook it.
That's like picture Jesus
And
with the
turned
snow
it
globe.
upside down, and it's all chaotic, and things are flying all over, and
Everywhere.
there's new information, and there's mixed information, and people don't know what to do. And
I don't even
businesses
know.
are closing, and the rules change every minute. And can I go out? Can I not
Whoa,
go
whoa,
out?
whoa.
How do I get the virus? How do I not
Philippines
get the
shuts
virus?
off all shut markets.
And now I'm at home, and I'm
Good luck
stuck
for
at
India.
home,
What's up,
and the
baby?
kids
I
are at
see you,
home.
man.
And then there's a whole component to this. Don't touch anyone. Don't hug. Don't kiss. We're human beings. That interaction is so important to us. That emotional affirmation is so important to us. And now you have all these weighty decisions. Should I go out? Should I not go out? Is this safe for my kids? Is this not safe for my kids? I'm stuck in my house. I've used my experience just as a metaphor.
See, we're up 0.5%. See what the market does here. TLT moving.
Having the kids in the house. Sounds great, having the kids in the house. Yay, the kids are in the house. I remember when my kids were young, I was divorced. My kids were 3 girls, 6 and 7 and 8 years old. 6 and 7 and 8 years old in a small apartment in Manhattan. That's a lot of fun, and then that gets old very fast, right?
We're popping up, not up to the high of open yet.
Sets in for the kids, but set in for me. What I would do then is I would go to my mother and father's apartment, which was also in Manhattan, because it was to get out of my apartment. And I would go to my mother and father's apartment. They had a little apartment in Manhattan. And my mother was magic with the girls, and she would play with them, and she could play with them all day, my mother. My mother's pure sugar. She's just pure love, my mother.
Pure sugar.
But I'd be there for a couple of hours, and I'd be sitting there with my father. We'd sit on the couch, and we'd watch a ball game. And after a couple of hours, now the kids are running around, and the kids are picking up this, and they're picking up this, and they're picking up his picture frame, and my father said, put that down, don't touch that, don't touch this. After a couple of hours, my father would say, I think you have to go to work now, pal. And I would say, no, Dad, I don't have to go to work. No, I think you have to go to work now, pal. You know, having all the kids in that tight environment, that's very stressful.
I don't know. I kind of like this story.
That's why yesterday we said
Let's just
all
listen.
the fees
I like it.
on all the
I'm vibing
parks
with
are
it.
waived. Get out of the house. Go to a state park. We have beautiful state parks. By the way, traffic is down. Put the kids in a car. Go to a state park. Go to a county park. Go to City Park. Shirley Chisholm Park in Brooklyn is beautiful. It's open. It's air. The weather's getting better. Spend the time with the kids. There's also tension among families. I mentioned my mother, who is numerically a senior citizen, although not in her reality. I wanted her to stay home. I want her to be isolated. She's my mom. I want her protected. One of my siblings said, I want to take Mom to my house, and we're going to have a party at my house, and I want her to see the kids, etc. I said, that's a mistake. You shouldn't do that. You should let Mom stay home. I'm more protective. The sibling was saying, I want to take Mom. She wants to get out of the apartment, expose her to the kids. I said, you don't know. All you need is one kid. All day long, all I hear about is somebody coming up to me and saying, I didn't know, but my daughter was with this person, blah, blah, blah. So I can even see the tensions in the families. And that's real too, and people should expect that. And lastly, there is something to this lack of ability to connect. Don't hug, don't kiss, stay 6 feet away.
Wait till 9:30. This has to do with Europe or something.
Beings. And it is important for us, especially at times of fear, times of stress, to feel connected to someone, to feel comforted.
You got 1 point till highs
By someone. I mentioned my daughter. I haven't seen my daughter in over 2 weeks. It breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. And then this concept of maybe I can't get next to her because of this virus. There's a distance between me and my daughter.
Yo, TLT's really selling off. That's wild.
It
That could be because there's Fed news just came out and then something with Europe. So let's just give it a little bit.
And I had her on the phone this morning, and I said it to her. I just said it to her. I said, I can't tell you how hard this is for me, not to be able to be with you. Not
So
to be
notice,
able
TLT
to
dropping.
hold you in
Look at
my
what GLD's
arms,
doing.
Not to be able to kiss you all over your face, which she hates anyway. But and that plays out 1,000 different ways. You put all this together, it's a hard time. It is a hard time on every level. It is a frightening time on every level. At the same time, it is this much time. It is this much time. Is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? Is it 9 months? I don't know, but it's this much time.
It's this much right here.
We will get through this much time. Understand what we're dealing with, understand the pressures that we're feeling, but we will get through this much time. Be a little bit more sensitive, understand the stress, understand the fear, be a little bit more loving, a little bit more compassionate, a little bit more comforting, a little bit more cooperative, and we will get through this time. We will lose people, yes, like we lose people every year with the flu. We're going to be challenged and tested. There's going to be periods of chaos, yes. We've been through that before also. But this is all we're talking about. And we will learn from it, and we will be better prepared the next time, because this is not the last time, my friends. This has been a growing rate of these emergencies and health situations and storms. But we're going to get through it, and we're going to get through it together. But understand the pressures that everyone is feeling. And let's be considerate of those feelings that are now collective and societal. That's my 2 cents. Any questions?
Governor, just a question of, speaking in 45 days, I was looking at my calendar, that's right around the presidential primary, April 28th. Are there thoughts to postponing the primary at this point?
I have virtually no political thoughts at this time. And no thought about postponing an election. Yeah, I've not considered it, I haven't thought about it, I haven't had a discussion with anyone about it.
On the issue of mandatory quarantine, San Francisco Bay Area, 6 counties there have basically shut down. Some city officials in New York City have called for a similar action of sheltering in place in the city. Explain to us what your thinking on that is, why you're resistant to that, and whether that could change.
I am resistant to nothing. Whatever we do, we will do statewide.
Resistant to nothing, baby.
Ideally, whatever we do, we will do regionally with the other states.
Yeah, McDonald's is getting clapped. I just sold out of the Walmarts. Watch McDonald's. That's weird right now. I sold out of 4 of the 5 Walmarts. The 118 calls this week. I sold them at 268 or 263. Watch Walmart or McDonald's.
Fine, I'm going to go stay with my brother in Westchester. That's what I say. You say all of New York, you must shelter in place. I say, fine, I'll go stay with my cousin in New Jersey. That makes the situation worse, not better. So to the extent you can, come up with a policy, enforce it uniformly. What is the policy? Just yesterday, we took very, very dramatic steps, the bar, restaurant, schools. The curve is not flattening to a level that we can sustain, which would suggest that you're going to need to take more efforts to slow the curve. That's what we're exploring now. It is likely that we will take more efforts to reduce the spread by reducing the density. What are they? That's what we're considering. But there's a number of ways to do it. The quarantine suggests you are limiting somebody's movement to a geographic area. Unless you were to quarantine, all you would do is move people out of one place to another, right? Because there are people who just will panic at the thought of being quarantined. We're going to impose a quarantine in Albany City starting tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Whoa,
You know what that means? Everybody gets out of Albany City and
wait.
gets to another location. So, and there are many, many steps before that, before you go to limiting an
Hypothetical.
individual's
I thought he was
mobility.
dropping something. I was like, whoa, what?
It's places of density.
He's giving
and
it the
places
story,
that
an
create
example.
density, like businesses, right? That's where you would go. You would reduce business operations beyond essential business operations. That would be the initial calibration, but we're not there yet either. But these are all the things we're talking about.
You've spoken many times about the importance of childcare, particularly for essential workers. There are a lot of parents out there who are concerned about their daycare centers and wondering if those will close at some point. What would you say to them, and is that something the state's looking at?
I would ask Mr. Malatras, because that is a technical, smart, hard question.
Right now, most daycare centers remain open. They are to help limit density in specific rooms as required. And the governor, knowing especially first responders and our healthcare workers remain essential, we have the 4 downstate plans for school closures that take care of many of the daycare issues, which we'll be approving on a rolling basis. They came in last night. And then the governor recently directed the healthcare associations, Greater New York and Haney's, to develop a plan for drop-in daycare at some of the hospital locations to address some of these emerging issues. OCFS will be waiving many of the requirements or fastly expediting those issues to stand up a lot of these immediately. So limit density in many of those areas in daycare facilities to smaller groups, 10 or fewer, so they're bringing in more staff. And in other cases, we're standing up daycare or expanding daycare in areas where we have less need. For instance, many of the SUNY and CUNY campuses have not-for-profit daycare centers, given many students are not coming back, and those faculty members are non-essential employees basically working from home and doing distance. We are working with those daycare providers to provide daycare services for our first responders, healthcare workers, and others to meet some of those needs as well with less density. So we're limiting the density across the board.
Do you anticipate that some of these private daycare operators will shut down at some point? Government, anything?
We're working right now on the educational side with the Department of Health, Office of Children and Family Services to do it on a case-by-case basis. It depends on the size of the daycare, depends on if there's any positive cases. All of those things come into play. So when we've been working on the school closure plan, we've been working hand in glove to make sure we have more availability across the state, open up more opportunities by limiting the number of children in specific rooms, specific locations to meet those needs for parents all across the state.
Also, John, you have to remember when you're setting these policies, these things are all interconnected, right? Close the schools. Okay. How do the essential workers go to work the next day? Who's going to watch the kids? Oops, I didn't think about that. Close the daycare centers. Okay, then how do the people go to work who were leaving their children in daycare? Leave the businesses open,
Oil's coming down.
but close the daycare. Well, then how do you leave the business open if you close the daycare? So it all goes like this, right? That's why there is no such thing as a piecemeal, isolated strategy that works. It has to be comprehensive, and it has to be statewide. And the rumors of these things are not productive either. That's why I said to Jesse, quarantine in place. No place. First of all, no state, no locality in this state can take an action without state approval, right? If Albany City said quarantine in place, I wouldn't allow it. So whatever we do is going to be statewide, thought through, comprehensive. Nobody's going to be quarantined, you know. If there are any additional actions, the likely additional actions would be on the business side first, right? Because before you do anything with daycare or anything else, you have to be home, right? So what businesses need to be operational now that are putting people in an office setting? If the first step would be reduction on the number of businesses. That then leaves parents home, that then allows children to be home, but that would be the normal calibration.
Public libraries closed, I know that's been kind of up to the local systems at this point, but that's also a place where...
That's also one of the things we're thinking about, and we'll have a decision on that.
Has there been an estimate of how many ventilators the state currently has, how many of those are available, and what the projections for
Whoa.
use of the people that are?
We do know we have around 4,000 ventilators, but part of the team that the governor put forth with Michael Dowling and Ken Rasky, we're going to sit down and discuss that going forward today.
4,000 ventilators that are
Across the state. Well, there are more available than that, but that's the numbers that we have right now. We have a stockpile, there are ventilators there, but we're looking about getting more ventilators.
Thank you,
We
thank
have
you.
hundreds and hundreds in the stockpile as well.
Yeah, but Josefa, your question is right. You are in the thousands. You're under 10,000, and you're right. The need could be much, much higher. And the complicating factor is you can't find a ventilator for sale. We're looking desperately, but China just bought all the ventilators, and then South Korea bought all the ventilators, and then Italy bought all the ventilators, and now Germany is buying all the ventilators, and now California is buying all the ventilators. So the main repository
crazy
for
to think about.
ventilators is federal government.
So can the state, given your executive oversight, ask a company like Welsh Allen or any other medical supply company in New York to cease production on other things?
No, I can't say to a private company, you can only sell us your goods. I cannot say that legally. I can ask them gratuitously and graciously, but you know, they're business people, and this is now one of the hot products, right? We saw the price gouging on hand sanitizer and those things. A ventilator can be $20,000, $30,000 without the premium.
Governor Dr. Zucker, can you talk a little bit more about how you came up with the 45-day estimate, what, experts you talked to, how you got to those numbers?
You want to try that?
Sure. So there are individuals who actually do modeling to look at this. There are public health experts, scientists, epidemiologists who study this, and we had two groups look at this, and they came up with a similar answer on that. And we're going to sit down and look at that a little bit closer because this was in the course of the past week that we've asked them to give us some of those numbers. We also looked at what has happened, as the governor mentioned, in China and in Italy and South Korea, and that helps us guide the assessment that they make as well.
It is always a function of the growth curve, right? When you
Those
go to the
GLDs are now
statisticians,
within
they
2
put up
standard deviations.
China,
They used
South
to be
Korea,
3.5
Italy, European
or
countries.
3.
You look at the growth curve, and it's a curve. And the curve hits an apex. And the question is when and how high is the apex? And that depends on what you did. How many tests did you take? How many people did you get in isolation? How much did you reduce density? Right now, the curve and the apex is at a point that is unsustainable for our healthcare system.
There it is.
Hence, more efforts to reduce
Yeah, my
the
Tasty's
curve,
not
reduce
loading
the
up
spread,
everything.
more efforts to dramatically increase the capacity of the healthcare system.
Ventilators, Westchester County continues to be the hotspot for the state. Is there any ability to send more ventilators to Westchester? Is there going to be enough there? If there's not enough anywhere?
We will distribute the equipment according to the need. So if the need is in Westchester County, that's where we'll move. If the need is in New York City, that's where we'll move. The problem is on the numbers right now. You don't have enough equipment, or forget equipment, you don't have enough hospital beds to meet the need statewide.
On the number of hospital beds, you said 53,000, but you're going to need 55,000 to 110,000?
Yes.
Why such a large range, and how are you going to come up with all those beds?
That's
Right now, is it 53?
That's
or
what
is it
we have been
in that
talking
ballpark?
about for three,
That's what we just
that's
talked
been
about.
the issue for 3 weeks. Here are the numbers. We have 53,000 beds, 3,000 ICU beds. Right now, we're at a hospitalization rate of 15 to 19%. Today, we're at a hospitalization of 20%. So you take our 10,000 cases, how many cases today?
1,100 positive, 1,700 positive.
1,700 positive. You take out 1,700 positive, they're running at a rate of 20% hospitalization today. We have 19 million people
Sorry, that's not today, that's
overall. The expected peak is somewhere between 55 and 110. The low range, 55 is a problem because we have people now in all those 53,000 or 80% of the 53,000 hospital beds. It's not like they're vacant. 110,000 is a problem because it's double your capacity if every bed was empty. And the real problem is the ICU beds, because that's what people are going to need, because they're going to come in acutely ill, and they're going to need to be intubated, and you can't do that without an ICU bed, and you can't do that without a ventilator. And that gets back to Josefa's questions, because the ventilators are scarce already.
Floors in hospitals that could handle ICU patients that you guys could be looking at.
Yes.
Are you doing that?
The meeting today that I mentioned with, that Mike Dowling and Ken Rasky are doing, Dr. Zucker and I are going to appear by video, is saying to the hospital administrators, forget the Department of Health regulations, what's the maximum number of people you can get in your facility?
What about nurses and doctors? Will they have to be specifically trained then to handle those patients? Can they handle that?
Well, first, we need more nurses and doctors, and as I said, we're going back to the retired nurses and doctors. We're going to medical schools. We're going to nursing schools.
No, I'm still
to
I'm
increase
gonna write
that
out the
supply.
GLDs.
DOH has
Treat it.
waived
It's again.
certain
We're still holding the
certifications
TLT, so it's a little
for
hedge, as you
nurses
can
and
see.
doctors,
I'm
so
holding
we
the
have,
GLD still.
available
You have
personnel.
100% profit though, so you can take
Considering
them.
you're saying this is going to peak in 45 days.
Oh, no, they're up
should parents,
150%.
Businesses, et cetera, expect that school closures, et cetera, continue beyond this 2 to 5 week period? Should businesses start to anticipate that they will be closed for 45 days?
Jesse, these are projections. I deal with projections because that's what the science and the data says. But there's always a little grain of salt in there that anything could happen. But these are the projections now. We're doing schools 2 weeks at a time. And that was, some school districts wanted to do 1 week, some school districts wanted to do 4 weeks. I spoke with them, I said, look, we need a uniform period of time because the New York Times is operating a business. It can't be that some employees have a child in this school and they can't come to work, but in another school district they can. So uniformity is important. We're doing it in 2 week intervals.
Apple's on the high.
45 days, if you want to say, well, is it a safe assumption to say we're going to have a number of 2 week intervals? That's probably a safe assumption unless it changes.
Could you please comment directly to your request for the Army Corps of Engineers when you talked to them today?
We spoke about the entirety of the federal response. I told him what I was looking for. He said that he wanted to be as cooperative as possible. I have been speaking with members of his team, again, late last night, early this morning. I believe him when he said he will be as cooperative as possible. I believe him when he said he's aware of our situation and the numbers. You know, he's president of the United States. You have some states that are in a much different situation than we are, right? I'm governor of New York. I have some counties that have like 1 case, where they think this is all much ado about nothing. And then I have Westchester in New York City. He's in the same situation. So I know he knows our situation in New York, and I believe him when he says he is fully committed to doing everything he can.
He's not committal on this specific request.
He said, I'll work with you. What do you need? I said, I need the Army Corps of Engineers and I need FEMA. And he said, okay.
Governor, could you
please
consider a
comment on-
one-month hiatus or perhaps longer on sales tax for businesses?
Right now, our revenue projection is so bad. I haven't gotten the controller's report yet, but I believe the controller's report, the budget director was briefed, and I believe he said our revenue estimate was already $4 to $7 billion higher than what he would estimate. Remember, we did our revenue estimate before any of this. So he's saying we're $4 to $7 billion high on the revenue estimate, which means our budget, as we prepared it, is possibly overly optimistic. I'd love to say to everybody in the state, I know you're having a tough time, nobody pay any tax. I would love to do that. I've cut taxes. I cut taxes every year. But we're not in a fiscal position to do that. Rob, if you might comment on what you think.
Yeah, I mean, our revenue estimates were based on economics that were in late February. So all of those projections are now off. We've asked the controller, those numbers are, his estimates were actually based on his forecast prior to yesterday's sell-off. So we have to look at just liquidity, how much money we're getting in, right? We were also tied to the federal PIT date. So there's talk about that April 15th date being moved. You're talking about state sales tax. Our dates travel with them. So it really goes back to essentially the federal government will have to step in here to deal with this because we will have our own liquidity issues if we don't get some relief.
So Rob, based on that, how can you do a budget anytime soon when there's so many unanswered questions?
You'll have to do a budget that has flexibility in the budget to be able to make changes as you go, right? As we don't know how long this is going to last, as the governor has stated. Well, so we need a budget that's in place that gives us the flexibility to hold payments back, modulate things, move payments ahead of time for healthcare. So that's really the budget that you're going to need. One that has flexibility for us to be able to make changes and calibrate as we go throughout the year.
Karen, just to stay with that for a second, Karen, how do you do a budget? As Rob said, you pick a point where you believe the rest of the revenues will be. How do you pick that point? Well, we picked the point a few months ago. The Assembly picked the point, the Senate picked the point. The controller now says that point is too high, but you pick a point. That's a big decision. You do a budget based on that point. And then you say, caveat, if the revenues are below that, we have to have a built-in
Whoever keeps typing about Redfin, if you don't like it, sell out of it. It's very simple. Stop telling people what to do.
Right? You know what I'm saying? So you pick a point, and then you have a built-in adjustment mechanism that if the revenues continue to slow, which I believe they will, that you have a self-adjustment mechanism in the budget. So you don't have to come back every 24 hours to readjust the budget when the revenues shift. I'll take one more.
Governor, could you please comment on if the curve does not flatten and if these cases continue to rise, would you consider domestic travel bans between states? Is that something that you would put on the table if the curve does not flatten?
Look, we have the highest number of cases in the country. I don't think a lot of people would be coming this way. So I don't think that's going to be relevant. Look, it's a difficult situation. but we're going to get through it. And again, the people who we are worried about, it's my mother, senior citizens, compromised immune system, underlying illness, and making sure we have the hospital beds for them. That's what this is all about. And we have to keep that in focus. The reason it's so important is it's my mother, it's your mother, it's your sister, it's your cousin, it's your father. These are the people who raised us. These are the people who built this society. And we honor them with every cell in our body. And we're going to do everything we can do to make sure they're here with us this Christmas and this Hanukkah and this Kwanzaa and next Christmas and next Hanukkah and next Kwanzaa. So we're going to break our rear end to make sure our healthcare system is there for them, whatever we have to do. Last point is this. Keep it all in focus. Keep it all in focus. There was a gentleman who used to be here, who used to come through that back door, wheel himself through this room, get behind the desk, dealt with every hardship, raised himself up from a wheelchair every time he had to speak. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He said most things better than anyone has said them since. And he said, paraphrased, things are going to get worse and worse before they get better and better. And the American people deserve to hear it straight from the shoulder. Tell the people the truth. Tell them the facts. And the facts are comforting. And that's my job and what I've been trying to do. These are the facts. This is the truth. I tell you the truth when it's pretty and when it's not pretty. But knowing the truth, I think, is reassuring. And as I know the truth, I tell the people of the state the truth. And that's the first step. And then we do what we have to do. And we will. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, God bless you. All right, man. All right, that's how you end it right there. You don't even see that ending coming. You're like, all right, thank you, God bless you. At least you ended it with a God bless you, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So, very interesting moves here so far. He said some stuff about New York. Oh, yeah, make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch. That's the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Court. Whoa, what's that, bro? Whoa, ASAP, Rumble, a 5-piece. And shout out to Lakshay with everything going on in the Philippines. And shout out to India, man. I see you, but what is this, a five-piece, baby? No, it is this. Thanks for being honest, wise, and sharing your knowledge. A true market person is what they give, not what they receive. I appreciate you, baby. That's wow. 5, man. Okay, baby. A 5-piece. Wow. All right. Yes, baby. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. I appreciate all of you. That's really, really dope. And even then, hopefully you've been doing good, man. Keep the money, too. Be smart. Really, really appreciate that. Look, I'm telling you, we got the best community in here. I got some of the best people in here. So thank you, guys. Today's important right now. So there's a few things that just happened. What he was talking about, one, it has to do with New York, and that's important. The next part that's interesting here is TLT. TLT is making big moves. What we have to watch for is the next hour. So then the Fed came out with more data. They're issuing commercial paper lending facility to pretty much buy commercial loans. That's, I think Eagle Eye said it. It's another bullet. That's one thing. The next thing is just the size of how TLT is moving. So get ready for the after hours. But now, do you guys see why we bought GLD? Do you guys see the difference here now with as the market's going up, TLT or GLD went with it, TLT for a little bit, but now do you see how they flip-flopped? So now even as TLT started dropping, we went up on the GLD. So we'll see. Today's going to be a long day. I mean, we're up 2.5 points on the Dow, 500 points. Pretty big, especially considering, if Boeing wasn't down 18%, we would probably be up 1,000 points right now. So that has definitely a factor of this right now. But this is what we're watching for. The New York thing, it wasn't there. We're probably going to get news. You're going to get more updates. We'll see what Trump says. I think Trump is going to go live here, but you're probably going to get more actionable action coming tomorrow or Thursday. Today's Tuesday, yeah. So Wednesday or Thursday. We'll see. All the medical companies are ripping. Our murdas are going up. IWMs went down a lot. A lot of other plays lost it, but the golds are up 130%. Not too bad. That Ulta is still holding up. Some of the profits I took today, we could have got a lot more in some other plays. I'm mad. I wish I sold the rest of those Facebooks, but got rid of one of them. Don't fight the Fed. Don't fight the Fed. We'll see. Again, we got the emergency cut yesterday. Or 2 days ago. So now we're actually seeing they're going to have the repos here today. So I really want to watch TLT. I think TLT coming into 9:30 here. So we still got another hour. I like Disney puts. I think they're a little expensive. I wouldn't be opposed to setting up a play on Disney, but I want to wait even as you look across HD. The premiums are really, really high right now. And someone even said talk about theta and time decay. You're going to start seeing that, but only when this volatility really stops. So the fact that it's still moving up these big of moves, the prices are going up, but that's what's happening is that the prices are still stabilizing. I mean, you're still getting it to hold. So we're in an interesting scenario right here. That's why we have to wait a little bit. I wouldn't be opposed to selling premium. If you can find if you see any good credit to collateral ratios, I'm down with it. I'm looking at both puts and calls. I was looking for some calls here today as well too, but it was hard to find, so I just took profits on some stuff on the puts. You guys see, that's how you could balance it out, because some of the calls, even then, Boeing, Tyler just said it, Boeing calls just went up, even though they're down 18%. Like you're getting a weird move here with premium. Don't forget what we saw a few days ago. That situation still exists. So you're still getting big moves. Big moves, but more so high premium. Talk me out of FOMO buying TLT. I don't have to. I mean, I didn't buy it. The premiums are high. The numbers are there. If your risk tolerance justifies it, be my guest. If not, you'll definitely learn something about playing ETFs and implied volatility. Again, anything up today, there's like, so HYG, TLT, again, there's stuff that made a move. But they're still holding large premiums. Like, go look at the Home Depot. I was looking at Home Depot after watching the McDonald's drop, but that whole chain is up 3,000% at any given point. And then they're not issuing any new options on the chain. So until they do that, or until we need more time to go through. I mean, that's it. We just really need to get it. FOMO, you have FOMO today? Today's not even a FOMO day. Today's a cuck, if anything. So you're losing money on puts, but not a lot. So they're still expensive to buy. And then the calls, some calls went up a lot, like some of the weeklies we had that we got like on Friday and stuff. Those are working a little better, but still. Any Microsoft plays? No, not yet. Mike Pence is live. Is Trump on, or is it just the Corona task force? This all come down to when the virus will be solved. That's part of it, but we just can't. I mean, I said this on the watch list yesterday. This is transitory. The sense is that right now the economy it has a new destination, the global economy. So it's going somewhere. So the question is, how do we transition and make a move towards this new expectation and new reality? And it has to do with everything from the virus and what the effects that has, down to even now oil, what's going on with the bond market, the liquidity in the market. So it's connected to a lot of things. Give you a trade, Patience, Playtience. It's a long ticker, but if you learn Patience, it'll help you a lot. So that's the key. That's a great play. It's a great play. I mean, and that's what I've seen here, is that, you see a lot of, again, some of you guys are entering here at different points. So as you're here at different points, your portfolio is causing demands. I mean, I strongly encourage all of you, eliminate this demand to do something. And think about the keyword demand. Some of you guys you have a high demand to make a play. So you're willing to even pay so much. That's the supply and demand. Think about it. Prices go up. So that has to do with, you're demanding a lot. So just wait. I mean, if you guys really are, some of you just really need to chill out. Just because, again, I've already seen it. I mean, pay attention. I mean, they come through the chat. If you guys haven't seen the messages, there's been so many people who are just like, oh man, up until today, I lost everything. I made all the money. I gave it back. Like, it's just forcing it. Again, we've taken, I mean, I'm still sitting on 80 something profit of the first plays we made. Everything else I've been flipping in between. You guys have seen me take larger positions, but I've taken all the profit, and we've not risked more than doubling our big accounts. I'm talking $30,000, $50,000 accounts. We double or triple them. I'm making sure that's secured, and that's it. My mom asked me a question yesterday. I was talking on the phone with my mom because I can't see her because she's the coronavirus. I just hate this coronavirus. Let this stop right now. I'm sick of it. Sorry, I was very emotional. But I was talking to my mom, and she asked me this question. She said, Josh, where does all of the money go? They say that all of this wealth disappeared. She calls Egyptians, they say milliard. She says, where does all of this milliards of dollars go? I don't get it. Where does all of this go? And I said, well, I've tried to explain deflation to my mom, but what happens is that I said it doesn't go anywhere. It just gets transferred to people, So think about all the times that, even right now, like that TLT, a lot of money got transferred to the cult. We made that play. You had CNBC shorting it. You had a lot of people not on it. And what did we do? We bought that play, and a lot of money was created. So now there's two things that happen. Imagine the people who shorted the market, the people who sold out. If it comes down to an environment like this where people start, selling out stuff and people are really selling or the money's being transferred, what happens? Where does the money go? It goes to somebody else. But when you start fearing a deflationary environment, the people who the money goes to, the smart people who were able to let the money transfer to them in the beginning, what do they start doing? They take the money and then they leave. They don't put the money back into the market because, again, they're uncertain. So that money gets transferred and then they take it, then they hoard dollars. Then they take the money and then they start holding the money. And that's why you have this liquidity crisis. This is why you have the problem. So it transfers to people, but the wise people in these environments, they're holding the money until it is all clear to go back in. Otherwise, that money's it's getting transferred, but then they're walking away with it as opposed to reinvesting it. So now apply that to yourself. How many, we had a lot of money. I'm telling you, this last few weeks with this many people in here, with all of the plays, I have over 500 emails just from the TLT play. It was insane. There was hundreds of millions of dollars that we have all collectively made. I'm very, very confident in that. But the point is, what are you going to do when you have the money? That's it. Some of you are going to just put it right back in. Some of you are going to walk away with the money and be smart. Like I said, some of you got a house payment. Some of you got, you literally, it's a house. Some of you guys, I had 20-something-year-olds and 30-something-year-olds, and then even the 70-year-olds sending me 6-figure Robinhood accounts. You have that money, but now if you go and put all of that money right back into the market, I mean, now you're just putting it right back in the cycle until it gets transferred to somebody else again. So be smart. And now, why am I giving you this rant? Why am I explaining this? To just understand now is not a time to force a play every single minute of the day. I mean, that's it. Even at this moment, I mean, you guys are like wake up a little bit here. If you think I'm here to just give you the plays, you're missing the number one value. My number one job, even for, being here and even the way I could provide any sort of assistance or value to you guys, it should be in the fact of making sure you guys know how to navigate this market and are protected. That's the key to this. The key is not the plays are auxiliary. The plays come second. But the key here now is how do you manage what you're in right now? How do we manage this environment? How do we make sure with the world going to shit, how do we make sure that, if the value of the dollar is going to change, this is the biggest dollar run up that we've seen since Lehman Brothers, when this is creating a real economical effect. How do you guys walk away with this prosperous? How do you walk away a winner? And the problem most of you guys have, this is an economic lesson. There's a difference between nominal value, the notional value. Nominal stands for number. So if I show you a $1 bill, you give it a value of 1 because it's the number 1. However, the real value has to go, the real true intrinsic value is what it could get you. So what it could buy you, that's a different thing. And that's what I'm telling you now. You guys are looking at nominal values and you're missing out on the intrinsic value of what you actually have. So this is where you guys have to, understand that. That's why if you're looking at your account, it's showing you a nominal number. That's why, why do you think the money's not coming back into the system? Because if anybody who's aware of this, which is billions of dollars, as you could see, what are they doing? They are aware of this. They're waiting because they know that nominal value that they have is going to represent a larger real value at some time. Or even if it doesn't represent a larger value, it should represent the same value, and you should be able to take advantage of that in that point. Or the key factor is, given the risk, you would not lose a lot of money by simply waiting. So there is a very valuable reward to be had if you can be patient. And again, mixing in this to the micro, even right now, what the government's doing, you guys are going to get updates every 48 to 72 hours. If you don't realize that, if you haven't got, think about it. Everything they released today, they set up for last week. They're doing that to get everything in place and have everything ready to go so people don't freak out. And not only freak out, they don't care about freaking out. They're being honest about it with you. They just don't want people to overload the system. So you're going to get that every 2 to 3 days. The main watch list yesterday, a big key I said watch out for now is other countries. You have other countries besides us cutting to zero, but now this is going to be a race to the bottom. That's going to take some time. So the point is, give yourself some time here and do not force it. If you force it, you're going to run into a problem. If you wait and you have this money and this value is getting you a lot more, it's hard to squeeze out stuff from the options already, but if you're able to do that, that is going to set you up very, very well in the longer term, or even in the midterm. So keep that in mind. But yes. It's our holy hour, ladies and gentlemen. So please make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. There it is. 4. I didn't even like the video, man. 4.1, I appreciate y'all. So drop that thumbs up. Make sure you guys are subscribed with the bell so you don't miss it when we go live. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. That's what I was just referring to. So if you're missing out on the watch list, you're missing out. The play I made today, even one of the bigger plays I made was on the watch list. Shopify, we talked about that. First link for the Stream Alerts, a.k.a. your stream insurance, bootcamp, and real estate course. Check out all the new channels. The real estate channel has my face reveal. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Read the rules, but please read the rules. This is now our holy hour. So we've been live here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking, my friends. So please get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. You can't do 1, you get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. Just get a little bit of exercise, baby. Get it moving. You in quarantine. You need to start moving around. So do that. Then the optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs of yours. Feels good, don't it? Feel great, baby. I love it. Drop your shoulders. Some of you are shrugging up your shoulders right now. I don't know why. You got a lot of stress in there. Relax, baby girl. It's okay. You chilling. Life's good. I'm in puts. Life's good. Yeah. Let's go, baby. Relax. Let's relax. Hey. I love it. I love it. So now you do that. And then what else is there? Relax your jaw. Go, breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Go, beautiful. I want to say hi. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well, too, my man. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, man. Thank you for being positive, respectful, baby. Thank you for keeping the love, spreading the love, just being just positive, man. That's what I'm talking about. So let's go. Let's get these push-ups in, baby. Let's get these push-ups in. So I got to move my camera around. But I'll do some resistance bands for you. I changed some camera settings. So I could do the resistance. I haven't seen y'all in a minute. I missed y'all. You guys know I missed y'all? You know that? I missed all of you. Let's go, baby. Ooh. Yeah, see, stay humble, baby. Stay humble. Oh, wait. See, why does it, man, my CPU usage jumps up. All right, face reveals on the real estate channel. At 4 or 5K profit on the desk. That's a good idea. I have some cash. I should just stick it there. Trap Pass killing holy hour, baby. Let's go. Yeah, those GLDs are up. They're gonna watch how they move when they go down. Not to be offensive, you go to the bathroom a lot, but I don't hear you drink water. I drink a lot of water, a lot of drinks. Drink one right when you wake up. But even then, I mean, really, it's with the stock market doing what it's doing right now. Like, let's be real. Is that really of top concern? Okay? Like what? So there's going to be speculation, right? So you're going to say, either I'm short, I have a small bladder, you're going to blame it on drugs, you're going to blame it on a health problem, or, you know, again, so there's let's take all those theories. What would end conclusion be? So even if it came down to I was doing drugs, what would that change? If it was that I drink a lot of water, or maybe I have a problem, I mean, I wouldn't go to a doctor right now with what's going on. So what would happen? So again, yeah, even if you say it's Adderall, I mean, I'll tell you it's not Adderall. I mean, I kind of wish it was Adderall, but you know, it's not. So you know, what would that change? You got to ask yourself, I'm telling you, what is the priority of everything here? Like you see, like, right, I'm talking to this, while I'm doing this, man. Oh, I love it. Glad you're really wondering this. I mean, this is what I used to do. SAT, man. I hated the SAT. I had to leave so much time during the SAT because I had to pee. I mean, I just drink. That's what I'm saying. Regardless, you could have. The fact is, everybody's going to have your reason to think about it. But my question is, why would it be important? I mean, that's it. That's it. Unless you got some health advice, and even then, it would still just be somewhat negligible at this moment. Because I have been checked by my physician. I have some great physicians. I also have a private doctor. He's great. So, you know, we're good. I wish God made me a little taller so I'd have a bigger bladder. But, you know, we could still shit on the game still. We still do very good on that. You know what I'm saying? Is there going to be another 50K play? I'm sure at some moment. The fact we've had like 4 or 5 of them, yeah. We just ghetto spreaded a lot of them early. Marriott started to furlough tens of thousands of employees. Oh, no. Tries Trump live? To a minute. Yeah, bladder than getting alert. Come on, fam. You're better than that. Well, that's why, I'm trying to help them. I want people to see that. I think it's a funny conversation. I think it's funny, but if you're really listening to me, this highlights a very important moment right now. And if this doesn't identify, like, what happens here in the stock, like, this is this moment. You literally look at what's going on. The problem people are going to have, especially as things move on, is prioritizing. That's it. You know, people are prioritizing different things at different times. And that's what's happening is you see my prioritization of cash, the dollar, and what I'm looking on, that's elevated, right? You still have people worried about what's the next play. You still have people worried about, well, why does Josh go pee a lot? You have other people worried about like, oh, this is nothing. So keep that in mind. I mean, it's you're going to see that socially with a lot, navigating markets like this, a lot of it is going to even be social. White House. I'll give you, I could give you another one. I mean, you either know the reason why I pee or not, but the key is, have you not realized people are going to have their own opinion anyway? I'm not the guy on the real estate channel, but everybody insists it's me, so shit, might as well. Here's Trump.
And I appreciate you all joining us. Last night, the FDA announced...
Coverage of today's White House briefing on the coronavirus pandemic.
What? Lester? What are you doing, Lester? You see Lester?
The states are very much involved. They have been involved from the beginning, but we're stepping it up as much as we can, and the testing procedures are going well. And within a short period of time, all of the private labs will kick in. This has never been done before, and it's going to be something I think it's going to be incredible if it's done properly. And these are great companies. These are among the greatest companies in the world, actually. So the state's going to be
shout out to Jeff Top Gun, baby. I see you.
Through themselves and with local government, local physicians, local everybody. They're also dealing with us. But we have a tremendous testing capacity. Today, we're also announcing a dramatic expansion of our Medicare telehealth services.
T-Doc is moving on that.
Medicare patients can now visit any doctor by phone or video conference at no additional cost, including with commonly used services like FaceTime and Skype. A historic breakthrough. This has not been done before either. In addition, states have the authority to cover telehealth services for their medical patients. And by doing this, the patient is not seeing the doctor per se, but they're seeing the doctor, so there's no getting close. During this time, we will not enforce applicable HIPAA penalties so that doctors can greatly expand care for their patients using telehealth, so the penalties won't be enforced. We encourage everyone to maximize use of telehealth to limit exposure to the virus. It's been a very successful method of communication, but never used on a scale like we're going to use at telehealth. And you'll be able to also better maintain hospital capacity by doing this. Earlier this morning, I spoke with executives from America's fast food industry, Wendy's, McDonald's, all of the big ones, Burger King, and they were great. We're talking about the pickups in light of yesterday's guidance you heard. To avoid eating or drinking at bars, restaurants, or public food courts, we discussed the important role that the drive-through pickup and delivery service can play in the weeks ahead. So that's happening, and they have been fantastic. They have been absolutely fantastic, and they've been doing it already, but they're keeping it open, and smaller staffs, very capable people and very capable companies, and they're doing it, pickups. Our guidance yesterday urges Americans to take action for 15 days to help stem the outbreak. So it's a 15-day period. I guess now would say it's a 14-day period. It's 15 days from yesterday, and we're asking everyone to work at home if possible, postpone unnecessary travel, and limit social gatherings to no more than 10 people. By making shared sacrifices and temporary changes, we can protect the health of our people, and we can protect our economy, because I think our economy will come back very rapidly. So it's 15 days from yesterday. We'll see what happens after that. If we do this right, our country and the world, frankly, but our country can be rolling again pretty quickly. We have to fight that invisible enemy that I guess unknown, but we're getting to know it a lot better. Today, the Senate has taken up coronavirus legislation that includes free testing for those who need it, as well as paid sick leave and family medical leave for workers affected by the virus. We're also committed to getting small businesses the support that they need. In fact, one of the things we talked about with the fast food operations, we spoke to the chairman and CEOs of all of the companies, but one of the things we discussed is exactly that, getting small businesses support and flexibility that they need for themselves and for their workers, and that's being worked on right now. At my direction, Secretary Mnuchin is meeting today with senators on additional stimulus packages. I can tell you he was meeting with them late until the night last night, and for a big part of the day yesterday, and tremendous things are happening. There's great spirit, tremendous spirit, and I can say that for Republicans and Democrats. I can say that with respect to Governor Cuomo, we had a great talk this morning. We're both doing a really good job, and we're coordinating it. And we agree, different states need different things, and we agree on that 100%. But we had a very good talk, and I think we're right down the same track, and it's going to be very successful. New York has a pretty big problem, I guess, would be the #1 hot spot. That's no fault of anybody's. It's just the way it is. But we're working very closely together. We're also getting FEMA very much involved. They've been involved, but now we're getting them to a different level. And we'll have everything ready. We're dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers should that be necessary. We have them working in some cases, on standby in other cases. But my conversation with Andrew Cuomo was a very, very productive one and a very good one. I appreciate that. We're giving relief to affected industries and small businesses, and we're ensuring that we emerge from this challenge with the prosperous and growing economy, because that's what's going to happen. It's going to pop. One day we'll be standing possibly up here. We'll say, well, we won. And we're going to say that. Sure as you're sitting there, we're going to say that. And we're going to win. And I think we're going to win faster than people think, I hope. Later today, I'll meet with the leaders from the tourism industry, as well as industrial supply retailers and wholesalers, to discuss their critical roles. As you know, I met with the department store people, all of the retailers, the big ones, including Walmart and others. And it was a great meeting. They're stocking up their stores like they've never stocked them before. We're trying to get people to actually buy less, if that's possible, buy less. Don't take everything, just buy what you need for a while. They're going to stay open all hours of the day, and they've been fantastic. We're taking aggressive action now as one nation and one family so that America can rebound stronger, frankly, stronger than ever before. And we recognize that while many American workers can work from home, many others cannot. Many of our healthcare providers, first responders, and men and women in the food service and manufacturing are showing that they're showing up and standing up to provide us with the goods and services we need. So we want people to stay home where they can, but in many cases, when you talk about food service and manufacturing, certain items in particular, they're going in and they're practicing all of the safety rules and regulations that we talk about. So with that, I'd like to just introduce our great Vice President, Mike Pence. He'll say a few words, and then I'll make some other introductions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. It should be very clear to the American people that President Trump has initiated not only a whole of government approach, but a whole of America approach. And the president's interaction even today and through the course of this day with leaders in industry around the country reflects that we're not only bringing the full weight of the federal government to bear, but the full weight of the American economy. And I know I speak on behalf of the president when I say how inspired we are at the way the American people have stepped up and the way that American businesses, large and small, have stepped up. It's truly been inspiring. Our task force met this morning. We continue to focus on President Trump's priorities of testing, prevention, and supplies. And in that category, I'm pleased to report that while testing is available in all 50 states, as the president just indicated, through the swift action of the FDA at the encouragement of governors around the country, now state health authorities can authorize labs in their state and expand existing testing capabilities. But also in connection with the FDA's action, which you'll hear more about in a moment, we now have continued to expand the public and private partnership that the president forged with vast commercial laboratories around the country, increasing access to the high volume, high throughput coronavirus testing that is greatly expanding access even as we speak. Also, our task force received a report this morning on the progress that the U.S. Public Health Service and FEMA are making, working closely with state governments and also partners in the private sector like CVS, Target, Walgreens, and Walmart to expand remote testing sites around the country, and we'll have a full report later this week as those come online. It's important the American people understand that testing is happening all over the country. But all of our health experts wanted me to tell the American people, you don't need the results of testing to know what you should do. And President Trump's 15-day coronavirus guidelines are advice for every American in every community. They're the result of the best guidance of CDC and our health experts. And as the president said, we continue to urge every American over the next 15 days to put into practice the principles in the president's coronavirus guidelines. By every American practicing these principles, we believe that we can slow the spread of the coronavirus. In fact, our experts have told our task force that if every American acts on the president's coronavirus guidelines, we could see a substantial reduction in the spread of the coronavirus. But as the president said, it will take all of us to do it. So if you feel sick, stay home. If someone in your house tests positive, keep the entire household home. Especially if you're a person with an underlying health condition, we urge you to stay home and practice social distancing from people. No social gatherings of more than 10 people. Use drive-through, as the president discussed with leaders in the industry today, and every American, especially practicing common sense and good hygiene. For the American people as a whole, the risk of serious illness remains low, but we're asking every American to partner with us in this effort to slow the spread of the virus, and especially to be mindful of seniors or others with serious underlying health conditions for whom the threat of the coronavirus can be very significant and very real. As I said, the president has continued to push our task force to bring a whole of government, a whole of America approach, and we continue to be inspired the way our nation's governors and nation's businesses are responding. We spoke just yesterday with the leaders of every broadcast network in America that will soon be unveiling a public service campaign using CDC guidelines. And specifically, as we work on the issue of supplies, meetings yesterday with Department of Defense officials about excess supplies. The president and I will be meeting today to speak about the supply chain for hospitals. We would make one specific request, and that is we would urge construction companies to donate their inventory of N95 masks to your local hospital and forego additional orders of those industrial masks. Because of what the president asked to be included in legislation moving through the Congress today, those industrial masks that they use on construction sites are perfectly acceptable for healthcare workers to be protected from a respiratory disease. But we're asking construction companies that our president knows very well from his background, we're asking them to donate their N95 masks to their local hospitals and also forego making additional orders. At the president's direction, we will continue to do whatever it takes. We'll continue to marshal the best of the American people, the best of all the people behind me, the people behind them, our state and local officials, and we will get through this, and we will get through this together. Thank you, Mr. President.
I want to thank Chad Wolf and Homeland Security. The job they did at the airports was really incredible. They screened thousands and thousands of people. O'Hare got backed up a little bit, but they got him out. But everybody was screened and screened very carefully. They didn't want to rush it. I think it was 13 airports, and it was an incredible thing. Then they had a big surge also from the UK and Ireland, and that went very smoothly. But they did a fantastic job. They worked long hours, and they did a fantastic job. I'd like to introduce Steve Mnuchin, and then I'm going to ask Steve to leave because he's going to the Hill. He's been working very hard with the Senate and with the House on a very, very big, bold package. It's going to be big and it's going to be bold, and the level, again, of enthusiasm to get something done, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. So, Steve Mnuchin, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce some very significant actions that the President has approved today. The first I would say is earlier today, I sent a letter to Fed Chairman Powell approving his request to use 13.3. And what that will do is the Fed will be setting up a special purpose vehicle,
that's crazy.
which the Treasury will invest $10 billion in from one of our funds. That will enable the Fed
can pretty much just start
to
investing in
guarantee
private
the purchase of A1, P1 commercial paper going forward. That is a $1 trillion market and is critical to American workers. It's critical to American
This is how they're going to
business,
protect the CLOs.
And it's critical to American savers who have a lot of that money in money market funds. So we heard loud and clear there were liquidity issues. This is very significant and will create, I don't think we'll need to use it all, but we have the ability to have the Fed purchase up to $1 trillion of commercial paper as needed. That has already created significant stability in the market today. The second thing I would say is, we previously talked about deferring IRS payments. The President earlier this morning authorized me to announce this program. I have previously announced we would defer $200 billion. The President suggested we increase that to $300 billion, which we will be doing. Now, let me just be clear on the specifics. We encourage those Americans who can file their taxes to continue to file their taxes on April 15th, because for many Americans, you will get tax refunds, and we don't want you to lose out on those tax refunds. We want you to make sure you get them. Many people do this electronically, which is easy for them and easy for the IRS. If you owe a payment to the IRS, you can defer up to $1 million as an individual. And the reason why we're doing $1 million is that covers lots of pass-throughs and small businesses. And $10 million to corporations. Interest-free and penalty-free for 90 days. All you have to do is file your taxes. You'll automatically not get charged interest and penalties. Now, of course, any American has the right to extend their taxes. We're not taking that right, but the President has asked us to go up to $300 billion. That's also an enormous amount of liquidity in the system. The third thing is the President and I worked on a very significant economic stimulus plan. Thank you for being available last night and throughout this morning, and I will be presenting that to the Republicans in the Senate this morning and also discussing that with the House. We look forward to having bipartisan support. We're now working with the Senate to pass this legislation very quickly, and these will be payments to small businesses. We've talked about loan guarantees to critical industries such as airlines and hotels. And we've also talked about a stimulus package to the American worker. You can think of this as something like business interruption payments for the American workers. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for the Secretary of the Treasury?
When you say a stimulus package for American workers, do you mean direct payments to Americans, or are you talking about a payroll tax holiday?
Although the President likes the idea of the payroll tax holiday, I will tell you what we've heard from many people, and the President has said we can consider this. The payroll tax holiday would get people money over the next 6 to 8 months. We're looking at sending checks to Americans immediately. And what we've heard from hardworking Americans,
they're going to send
many
$1,000
companies
to everybody.
have now shut down, whether it's bars or restaurants. Americans need cash now, and the President wants to get cash now. And I mean now in the next 2 weeks.
Wentworth, 877 cash
now.
now.
I will be previewing that with the Republicans. There's some numbers out there. They may be a little bit bigger than what's in the press.
Go ahead, please. Please, wait, please.
What help are you going to give to airlines specifically?
I've had discussions with all the airline CEOs this week. The airline CEOs have had conversations with the Senate and the House. As the President said, I was up with a subset of the Republican senators last night. I've discussed that with them. I think, as you know, this is worse than 9/11. For the airline industry, this is, they are almost ground to a halt. The President wants to make sure that although We don't want people to travel unless it's critical. We want to maintain for critical travel the right to have domestic travel.
$50 billion, is that enough?
I'm not going to comment on the specifics. I will tell you we're very focused. There's a lot of workers. This is strategically important to us, and we'll be working with Congress on this.
The airline industry will be in good shape. Yeah, go ahead, please.
There's been talk about $1,000 checks to every American, increasing support among Republicans and some Democrats for that. Would you support that going to everyone, or would you support some sort of income restriction on who gets a check?
Well, I think it's clear we don't need to send people who make $1 million a year checks, okay? But that's one of the ideas we like. We're going to preview that today, and then we'll be talking about details afterwards.
Well, I think we're going to do something that gets money to them as quickly as possible. That may not be an accurate way of doing it, because obviously some people shouldn't be getting checks for $1,000. And we'll have a pretty good idea by the end of the day what we're going to be doing.
Mr. Secretary,
Yeah, John,
Can you tell, how would the mechanics of this work? I mean, we've been talking about a payroll tax holiday, some $500 billion worth was floated to me today. But so how would this idea of sending people a check work? Would that be sort of an advance on what they would pay in payroll tax?
Again, we want to make sure Americans get money in their pockets quickly. We want to make sure small business owners have access to funds. We want to make sure that hotels, airlines, we have an entire package. We'll be laying out those details later today.
Yeah, I have to say
That's
there are
crazy.
4 different ways you can do it. That's okay. 4, you can hear me well enough, I imagine.
Sorry.
Okay. People at home, you're right. Those are very important people. Come to think of it, especially your people. Look, we have 4 or 5 ways we can do it, 4 ways in particular. I think there's a 5th possibility, but there are some very good ways of getting the money out and getting it out quickly. Payroll tax is one way, but it does come over a period of months, many months, and we want to do something much faster than that. So I think we have ways of getting money out pretty quickly and very accurately. Okay?
Can you talk about the timeline, please? How quickly do you think you can get this done?
The president has instructed me we have to do this now. So this is now.
By the end of the week?
We are going to work with the Senate, who's in session right now, actively. We will continue to have conversations with the House. I've already spoken to Speaker Pelosi once today. This is stuff that needs to be done now. The president has instructed me that this is no fault to American workers. For medical reasons, we are shutting down parts of this economy, and we're going to use all the tools we have, as I've said, and what tools we don't have, we're going back to Congress. I got to go back to
$150 billion to those who might be concerned that's too expensive.
We don't want to talk about it, but it's a substantial number. We're going big. The expression, we could do it 2 ways. We could keep going back every day or every week.
We're going big.
We're going big. And that's where Mitch McConnell, that's the way he wants to go.
Like the Fed
That's
wasn't
the way
enough.
I want to go. I think we want to get it done and have a big infusion as opposed to going through little meetings every couple of days. We don't want to do it that way. We want to go big, go solid. The country is very strong. We've never been so strong, and that's what we're going to be doing. We don't want, with this invisible enemy, we don't want airlines going out of business. We don't want people losing their jobs or not having money to live when they were doing very well just 4 weeks ago. So we're going big, and that's the way it'll be, and that's the way everybody seems to like it on the Hill. Any other questions for Steve?
In addition to airlines and hotels, you had a call with restaurants today. Was any type of emergency assistance discussed on that call? A lot of restaurants have to close. Even if they are doing delivery, they're not making as much money as they would with a full house.
Let me make 2 comments on the restaurants, and the president understands this. This was emphasized this morning. First of all, we want to make sure that the states allow the drive-through portion of these fast foods to stay open, particularly in a time period where we're telling people don't go to restaurants. These companies feed a big part of America, and I expect they're going to feed a bigger part of America. The second thing they asked me to emphasize, I wasn't going to do it now, but as long as you asked, many of these companies have apps. You can order ahead of time. That way, when you get there, it's as simple as they'll have it packed. They can give it to you with social distancing, and it'll be very fast. So we expect that they will be able to feed a large part of the population. And in regards to support, I will say a lot of these businesses are small businesses, are companies, franchisees, 500 or less, and we have a specific program we'll be unveiling that helps all businesses, small and medium-sized businesses of 500 and less.
Secretary, also a question regarding Marriott Corporation. It announced that it is furloughing thousands of individuals because of the impacts of the coronavirus. Will your legislation help those individuals?
I hope so. That's one of the reasons why we got to act very quickly, because we understand whether it's the airlines, hotels, for good reasons to protect the United States on medical issues. These businesses are shut down, and the president wants to make sure, as I've said, we will use all the powers we have. You saw this today, $1 trillion of potential liquidity into the market, and the powers we don't have, we're going to Congress. And I will say there's a lot of bipartisan support for these issues. So I'm going to apologize because I have to go deal with some other things, if that's okay, Mr. President.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, yeah, I do want to comment on this, okay?
Pump it!
We absolutely believe in keeping the markets open, okay? Americans need to know they have access to their money. After September 11th, the only reason why the markets were closed was because the technology was disrupted. I've been on the phone with the major banks, with the New York Stock Exchange. Everybody wants to keep it open. We may get to a point where we shorten the hours if that's something they need to do.
Whoa.
But Americans should know that we are going to do everything to make sure that they have access to their money at their banks,
Shorten the
to the
hours?
money in their 401ks, and to the money in stocks. So I want to just be very clear. We intend to keep the markets open.
And the banks are record-setting strong.
That's crazy.
We have that, which is a much different event than what we had not so long ago. John, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned the Army Corps of Engineers. I know that you've had a conversation with Governor Cuomo. He believes that New York is going to run out of hospital beds. Are you prepared to mobilize the Army Corps
we've been asked to
increase capacity?
Yes, we're starting to. We're starting the process, and it's a process. We hope it's not going to be necessary, but it could be necessary. The state is working on it very hard themselves, but we'll probably supplement what they're doing.
And given that many of the precursors for our pharmaceuticals come from China, and there have been supply disruption, that supply chain has been broken to some degree. Do you expect that we could run into a shortage of prescription drugs?
No, I don't see that at all, and I think China has every incentive to make sure that things work well. China wants to make sure that things work very well. They have every incentive to do so. John?
Mr. President, the governor of Ohio has called off the election that was supposed to happen today, the primary election. Do you agree with that decision, and what steps are you taking to ensure that elections going forward, if this pandemic continues, that elections will be able to happen, including, of course, the big one in the fall?
Well, the governor of Ohio is doing a great job. He called that off, and we'll see what happens. There's a court case, and it hasn't been fully determined yet. But if he called it off, I could understand that because, you know, he's definitely somebody that knows what he's doing. We'll be seeing very soon. You know, they're going by the rule of 10 as opposed to 50, and that's pretty tough. I would say probably you could violate that if you wanted to for an election. I just think an election is a very special thing. He chose a different date, I think a date sometime in June. But that would be a decision that would be made by him. He felt it was necessary. The courts somebody's challenging it, so the courts will ultimately decide.
But what are you doing to ensure that further elections, if we're still in this situation a month from now, 2 months from now,
what I'm doing, John, is very simple. We're getting rid of this virus. That's what we're doing. That's the best thing we can do. By the way, for the markets, for everything, it's very simple solution. We want to get rid of it. We want to have as few deaths as possible. This is a horrible thing. You look at what's going on with Italy. We don't want to be in a position like that, but a much larger, because we're a much larger country. We don't want to be there. And I think we've done really well. I think we've done well. I think the states have done well. We're all working together. The best thing we can do is get rid of the virus. Once that's gone, it's going to pop back like nobody's ever seen before. That's my opinion, but I think it'll pop back like nobody's ever seen before. Please.
Mr. President, just to follow up on John's question, specifically how many new hospital facilities could the Army Corps of Engineers build? And also, what specific measures are you taking to try to increase the number of ventilators in the stockpile?
Right. We've ordered massive numbers of ventilators. We have, by any normal standards, we have a lot of respirators, ventilators. We have tremendous amounts of equipment, but compared to what we're talking about here, this has never been done before. And yesterday I gave the governors the right to go order directly if they want, if they feel they can do it faster than going through the federal government. Now, we've knocked out all of the bureaucracy. It's very direct, but it's still always faster to order directly. And I gave them, that was totally misinterpreted by the New York Times on purpose, unfortunately. But it's very important. Yes, Mike?
I could amplify.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. Our president directed us to work with the Department of Defense. There's two ways that DOD can be helpful in terms of expanding medical capacity. I know the governor of New York has asked us to look at the Army Corps of Engineers, which could perhaps renovate existing buildings. But the president also has us inventorying what you all would understand as field hospitals or MASH hospitals that can be deployed very quickly. We spoke with Governor Inslee yesterday in Washington State. We have resources in that part of the country that we could move. And as governors make these requests, we will process them, bring them to the president. But there are two different lanes that DOD can provide, in addition to many medical supplies to augment our national reserves. And the president has tasked us to evaluate, make available, and to consider every request from governors for either field hospitals, expanding facilities, or the Army Corps of Engineers that could retrofit existing buildings.
The Army Corps is very prepared to do, as we say, and we're looking at where it's going. But and they do call them MASH hospitals, but the field hospitals go up very quickly. We have them. We have all of this equipment in stock, and we're looking at different sites in a few different locations. And we're not going to need them in West Virginia, where so far I guess they have none. Still none? Still none, right? West Virginia.
No.
Big Jim, the governor's, he must be doing a good job.
Or is that just reported?
That's what's reported.
No, but is that a reporting issue, or is that they have no cases?
Well, that's all that, I just see West Virginia is the only one that has no cases. So obviously that's being treated differently than in New York or California, different parts of California. I do say this, though, the Army Corps of Engineers is ready, willing, and able. We have to give them the go-ahead if we find that it's going to be necessary. We think we can have quite a few units up very rapidly. I'm going to work with Governor Cuomo. I'm going to work with a number of the governors. Governor Newsom has been very generous in his words, and I'm being generous to him too, because we're all working together very well. And I think a lot of very positive things have taken place. We're talking to California about different sites, but we can have a lot of units up fairly quickly if we think we need them. I think what I'll do is I might ask Seema to say a few words on the telehealth, and then we can get back to this, please. Seema?
Thank you, Mr. President. And as the President announced earlier, we are doing a dramatic expansion of what's known as telehealth for our 62 million Medicare beneficiaries who are amongst the most vulnerable to the coronavirus. And we're acting in accord with the appropriations bill that was signed on March 6th, as well as the President's emergency declaration last week. And this action is a part of our broader effort to ensure that government requirements, rules, and regulations don't get in the way of patient care during an emergency. And today's announcement builds on the significant progress that the President has already made over the past 3 years around telehealth services. And while we have allowed for virtual check-ins, full telehealth benefits have been restricted to those living in rural areas, established patients, and just for those brief visits. But no longer, Medicare beneficiaries across the nation, no matter where they live, will now be able to receive a wide range of services via telehealth without ever having to leave home. And these services can also be provided in a variety of settings, including nursing homes, hospital outpatient departments, and more. And thanks to the leadership of HHS, we'll also be temporarily relaxing certain HIPAA requirements so that doctors can provide telehealth with their own phones. And we'll be using enforcement discretion when it comes to collecting copays so that cost won't be a barrier. This is a part of our larger efforts around mitigation. And as we are encouraging Americans to stay home whenever possible, we don't want our Medicare policies getting in the way. And so consider the implications of this. Perhaps an elderly patient with diabetes needs a routine checkup, and this has nothing to do with the coronavirus. And so with our new telehealth benefits, this person who's not really, who's at risk for the coronavirus doesn't have to venture outside their home. They can talk to their doctor via Skype, and they don't have to risk exposure to the virus, and they can receive that care from the safety of their own home. It could be another Medicare recipient who's experiencing mild flu-like symptoms, and instead of leaving the house and sitting in a waiting room full of other vulnerable people, they can also receive advice from their doctor from their home. And this shift is very important for clinicians and providers who over the coming weeks will face considerable strain on their time and resources. And now Medicare patients who don't absolutely need to come in to an office won't have to, and this allows the healthcare system to prioritize for care for those that are that have more needs or in dire need, and preserves protective equipment as well. State Medicaid agencies can also provide telehealth services without federal approval, and so we're asking all states to make this available as well. And we've also asked private insurance companies to expand their telehealth benefits and make it clear to their providers and their members what they cover. As our nation seeks to balance the twin imperatives of getting Americans the care that they need during this outbreak and limiting the spread of the virus, the impact of this historic action simply cannot be overstated. In an emergency, those on the front line shouldn't have to worry about federal rules and red tape, hamstringing them when they need flexibility above all else. And we're doing everything in our power to make sure that that doesn't happen. I also just want to briefly mention that because of the President's emergency declaration, we do have the ability to provide a lot of Medicaid waivers, and Florida was the first state to be approved. We were able to do that in a matter of days. Thank you.
Any questions, please?
Where do senior citizens go for instructions on how to do the telehealth?
They should call their doctor's office, and their doctor's office can tell them how to do that. Also, there may be some of our Medicare members that may not have access to equipment, so we're asking family members to help with this, but also respecting the requirements around social distancing, and if any of those family members or neighbors have symptoms, they should obviously stay away.
Will you be posting numbers also?
That's correct,
That might
exactly.
be the easiest way to do it.
Yes.
If you post in ads, if you post some numbers.
And they can also call our 1-800 Medicare number, and they can also get information. Those phone lines are open.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Admiral, if you'd say a few words about where we're going, and then I'd like to ask Dr. Burks to say a couple of words, but how the system's working.
Well, thank you very much. As we talked about earlier this week, the commercial system is rapidly advancing in the testing capabilities. As of today, our public health laboratories, meaning the CDC and the public health labs, have reported out 31,878 tests, so almost 32,000 tests. The clinical laboratories, the Association of Clinical Laboratories, have reported out about 27,000 tests, and most importantly, of those 27,000 during the cumulative period of time, 8,200 of them were yesterday. This is showing the dramatic ramp as the high throughput comes in. We don't have the numbers this morning from the American Hospital Association, which means all the individual hospital laboratories. We will have that upcoming in the next day or so, and then Ambassador Burks will have this whole process fixed with the legislation that everything will roll up into a common reporting probably by the end of next week. In terms of our drive-through laboratories, again, these are blossoming all over the country by individual states. The ones that we are heavily involved in and really pushing equipment to, we expect over the next few days to begin setting up 47 of these in approximately 12 states. The material is already palletized and being shipped to the locations. Most cities have the specific locations. Some do not, but it's still going to a central receiving. And we know that we'll be deploying at least 140 Commissioned Corps officers. About half of the sites have reported their requirements. About 140 officers will be going. We expect that to go up. So this is going on the way we expected. We did a trial site yesterday with a full mobile unit for drive-through with full PPE. We had a lot of kinks in the system, as you can expect. That's why we do a test before we go out into the field. Don't expect these to be 100% perfect the moment they come. They're going to be adapted to the state and the local situation, but we're very confident that these will add testing to the already very robust healthcare system and commercial system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Admiral. And this has never been done before, and it sets a great roadmap for future. Should we have something like this in the future? I hope we don't. but it's never been done before, and they've done an incredible job. And again, we're working with the states and relying on the states. We have to, because they have, it's point of sale, it's point of sight, and we're in, I think, just about every instance getting along really well with the states. If I could, Dr. Birx, if you could say a couple of words, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So I think what you've been hearing from us is to find solutions that are high quality and sustainable based on the frontline workers and governors' requests. And those come in on the governor's call. We've been immediately responsive to those. And that's the level of red tape and bureaucracy that we have removed. I think that point about sustainability and quality is very important because, as the president says, we're creating a roadmap for a different level of functionality for future pandemics. Our flu pandemic preparedness plan was a plan. Now we're seeing where we have to revise, where we have to create new avenues of research, new avenues of work to really ensure that the need of the American people can be reached. We were adamant about having a high-quality test based on our commercial vendors. Over the next few months, you will begin to see that other tests that were utilized around the world were not of the same quality, resulting in false positives and potentially false negatives. These tests were studied and studied by the FDA to really ensure that they are that level of quality, and we've given the states the permission to ensure that same level of quality. Now, I wanted to say 1 minute on the testing. Testing should not be used as an assessment of your risk. We are asking every single American, no matter what your generation, from Z and up to X and millennials in between, to really ensure that you're following these guidelines. We hear every night of people who are not in work, moving that time into bars and other areas of large gatherings. If we continue with that process, we will fail in containing this virus. So every single generation has a role to play. We're asking our older generation to stay in their homes. And we're asking the younger generations to support them in social contacting through videos and other Skype-type functions, or just the simple telephone. We're asking the younger generations to stop going out in public places, to bars and restaurants, and spreading asymptomatic virus onto countertops and knobs and grocery stores and grocery carts. I heard an innovation last night and this morning again on the news. I really want to applaud the private sector who are now creating senior-only shopping times. I think that's extraordinary. I think that shows what America brings, and I think other countries will learn from us about how to really protect seniors in this type of way. I'm hoping it carries through to next year when we have our flu epidemic, where we can really have a very different profile of the amount of mortality that we have during flu that we never talk about. Anywhere from 15,000 to 45,000 individuals are lost every year. If we learn how to do this well and sustain some of those core changes, we can change the way respiratory viruses, not only for this, but the future, affect Americans.
It's a big thing. Doctor, maybe a couple of questions.
Yeah, so a question on the clinical data. So we've had now roughly 5,000 people test positive. We've had 90 deaths or so. When are we going to know the data of who those people are? Who has been infected, what the ages are, what the pre-existing conditions are, how serious it was, both for those who have been tested positive, but also those who have died?
Well, you are singing my sheet of music. I'm very data-oriented, so thank you for bringing up this issue of data. I really want to applaud HHS. We had a discussion about this several days ago. They've made calls into Seattle and California to really understand that, and also importantly to understand how many of their patients needed ventilators, how many of them needed oxygen support, how many of them needed and what they needed. Could we predict early someone who was going to have a more difficult course? These are all the questions we're asking and answering right now. We did get an early report back from Santa Clara and Seattle. We're digesting it. We just got it this morning. We're looking at that carefully because we think that roadmap is very important to other communities. We have not discussed this with New York yet. We do know from other countries, and that all is available online, that profile. You can see that mortality under 30 is extraordinarily low. The mortality across the board outside of Wuhan is now settling somewhere around 0.7, but that should not be reassuring because it's much higher in people with pre-existing medical conditions, even if young,
no way.
and people that are older with pre-existing medical conditions. And so we still want every American focused on doing what they can do today to change the course of this pandemic.
Commit to making that data public so we will all know.
We're committed not only to making it public, but to have a website that everyone can see in real time.
Dr. Birx, if I could just follow up. You all are signaling a much more aggressive posture toward containment mitigation now. And many states have been very aggressive. But there is a small number of states that have not issued public guidance to their residents. Is it important for the success of the effort that 100% of the states be forward-leaning on this? And if so, Mr. President, what would be your message to those states that have not? Okay.
So that's why the Vice President and the President yesterday issued those critical guidelines. As I said this morning on Fox and Friends, you can look at them as guidelines, you can look at them as requirements, and you can look at them as the president asking every American in every state to follow those. That's why we put them out at the federal level. We wanted to make sure every American knew what they could do today to change the course of this epidemic. I think it's empowering. I think it says all of us have a social responsibility to each other, and that's why we believe that every mayor and every governor should be instituting these guidelines that came from the White House and the President of the United States.
And we've been very tough in those states. I know exactly who you're talking about. We've been very tough in that. Thank you. Please, go ahead.
A follow-up question on the testing. You've been telling us for days now that millions of tests have been sent out. So why have fewer than 60,000 people actually been tested?
I think you will see different numbers this week. You heard just at 8,000. Remember, all of these tests, the high-speed tests, were approved last Friday night, and last Thursday night. I think if I could talk to Thermo Fisher and the other groups that have these platforms out there, do not rely on a pull technology push out those tests. Because we can only make them available. Groups have to order them. So we've been talking to Thermo Fisher, one of the key platforms, to push out tests based on need and not wait for orders.
And is that what the issue is, getting the tests out, or is it getting the tests conducted?
That's a great question. I know part of it is getting the test out right now. I think the
Okay,
Admiral and others are working on getting the issues related to getting the test conducted. Obviously, that does take time. He is working on innovative solutions that are creative and sustainable, that will be a game changer in testing, but we don't have the data yet. This is a critical comparator. Can you do it yourself? Can you actually sample yourself? These are the kinds of things we're working on right now, and he's getting the data for us.
And the states are actually doing a lot of it. The governors and the states are doing a lot of it, with even our tests. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you give us a sense of how long these tough new restrictions will need to be in place until we start to see the rate of this virus going down? And also, can you speak to this study that as many as 2.2 million people in the United States could die if there weren't this type of action by the government taken? To what extent did that prompt what we saw yesterday?
I think, models are models, and they're based on input, and they're based on infectiousness without any controls. I can tell you we've never seen that level of infections that modeled up to that 2.2 million in mortality. So we are looking at that. We are having a particularly model meeting tomorrow. I think that's really going to be important. I've dealt with a lot of modelers in my time. They're wonderful people. But they all have their favorite inputs and they all have their favorite integration functions. So we're evaluating all of those so we can integrate and create the best model for the United States based on the best data. And that first set of recommendations you saw were based on what we could do today to prevent anything that looks like that. If I could just say one other thing to the hospitals and dentists out there. Things that don't need to be done over the next 2 weeks, don't get it done. If you're a person with an elective surgery, you don't want to go into a hospital right now. There's a lot of distraction There's a lot of people doing a lot of other things to save people's lives. So let's all be responsible and cancel things that we can cancel to really free up hospital beds and space. And then let's do everything that we can to ensure that we don't need the ventilators because we protected the people who would have needed to use them.
And are you looking at the possibility of more actions like, for example, limiting travel within the United States? Are you looking
It's possible. It's possible. We'll see how it goes. I think there's been great cooperation with local governments, states. We'll see how it goes. It's going right now pretty well. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Follow on that, Mr. President,
Please.
very quickly,
Yeah.
just very quickly. Do you need to invoke the Defense Production Act to get more of those medical supplies to different
Well,
hospitals?
we're able to do that if we have to. Right now, we haven't had to, but it's certainly ready. If I want it, we can do it very quickly. We've studied it very closely over 2 weeks ago, actually. We'll make that decision pretty quickly if we need it. We hope we don't need it. It's a big step.
Need more help from the federal government
Well,
when it comes to those supplies.
You know, when you say the states,
to those
in particular, 3 states need some help, and some states, have 2 people, 3 people, no people, in the case of, again, West Virginia. So we're looking at it very closely. We've taken it apart 15 different ways. It's a very difficult thing to do. It's a very big step, and if we need that step, we'll take it. Okay?
Quick follow-on, Kristen's first question. A lot of people have got travel to places that aren't considered hot spots, Caribbean, Mexico, that sort of thing, over the next few weeks. Would you recommend that they follow through with those plans?
I would just say enjoy your home. Stay. I would just say right now, we have to get this problem fixed, and then we'll get back into business really quick. We'll open up our country. We'll open up our society. The world will hopefully open up. We see areas of the world that haven't done well, and we see areas that are doing very well. And I would put us in the category of doing very well for a country so big. I think that I would recommend that they just enjoy their living room. John. Yeah, go ahead, please.
What do you say to people who are not heeding these guidelines from the White House? And then also I have a question on asymptomatic people.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Burks.
I'm not happy with those people if they're not. But, those people are being shouted down by other people. They know it. They're being, it's almost like self-policing. People went in. There are a couple of instances, I guess, probably more than a couple, where people are not happy when they see others doing what they're not supposed to be doing. We have to get rid of this. We have to win this war, and ideally quickly, because the longer it takes, it's not a good situation. And I'm not even talking about the economy. I'm talking about the lives of a lot of people. Yeah, please. Did you have one?
Will the White House put any restrictions on corporate bonuses for companies that do get bailed out like airlines?
I'm going to ask, I think I'm going to ask Mike to answer that question.
I think it's all a work in progress. What President Trump has made clear to industries around the country is that we're going to do whatever it takes. We understand this is an extraordinary moment in the life of our nation. It's the reason why the president brought in leaders of the financial sector, airline industry. He'll meet with all additional industry leaders today in tourism and hospitality. But he has tasked the Secretary of the Treasury to work with members of Congress in both parties to make sure that we construct the kind of economic support that will allow those industries to weather the period of the coronavirus and then to come back stronger than ever before.
We've had such incredible, I don't know, it's almost the word spirit is the best word. It's like a spirit. The banks have come in, and the banks are doing things that they would have never done. They're working on extensions and lots of things that they wouldn't have done. Co-pays with regard to the insurance companies. I mean, for them to be doing what they're doing, all about the co-pays. They would have never done that, and they did it. They were in my office. They, I would say, the 11 biggest in this country. I guess probably the 11 biggest in the world, the big ones, all the big ones, and they did things on copay that nobody would be doing, that they wouldn't have done in a million years, but they're doing it. There's a great spirit going on right now in the country. So you want to, yes, please.
Dr. Fauci, you've said you like being accused of overreacting because that is an indication we may be doing things necessary to beat this, bend the curve. How long do you think it will take for you to be confident that, yes, we're bending the curve, or no, we're not?
I can't give you a firm number on that because the dynamics of outbreaks in some respects are predictable historically. They do this and that. We don't know, because this is really unprecedented. I mean, of all the outbreaks that I've been involved with over the last at least 36 years, and then going historically back, we've never had a situation where the mobilization of all the different components, travel restrictions, internal containment, mitigation, financial assistance, public health assistance, testing. So we don't really know. But the one thing I do know that if you look at models with all of their vicissitudes of models, is that when you have input into the kinds of mitigations and things that we're doing, we're going to see a hump instead of a peak. I would be really surprised if all the things that we're doing, and this is really a comprehensive approach. I was struck as I was listening to everyone make their presentations that, you know, I'm a scientist, I'm a health person, and I'm a physician who sees patients. So I look at it from one particular standpoint. But what I'm being impressed by is that this is really a comprehensive thing that has multiple components to it. All of them got to succeed if we're going to get to that end point that I've described multiple times from this podium. So I hope that if everyone does their job, we're going to be able to give you a number and say, you know, we've seen that inflection and we're coming down. I would hesitate to do it now, to be honest with you, because it might be misleading, and I don't want to be misleading. I just want to say one other thing, because I heard Dr. Berg say it, and I think we need to say it over and over again. When I was young, a long time ago, I felt that I was invulnerable, the way I think many of us feel we're invulnerable. And when we're asking the young people to help us with this mitigation strategy, by staying out of the bars, staying out of the restaurants, really trying to distance yourself, don't get the attitude, well, I'm young, I'm invulnerable. You are, well, in some respects, you're certainly less vulnerable than I am. However, what you might inadvertently do, and I know you don't want to do that, you don't want to put your loved ones at risk, particularly the ones who are elderly and the ones who have compromised conditions. We can't do this without the young people cooperating. Please cooperate with us. Thank you.
Dr. Fauci, and I'm going to read my notes so I get this right, but there's apparently a new study out of China. It found that the vast majority of cases, 86%, were in untested patients with mild to no symptoms. So what does that say about the impact of testing, and does it mean that testing should actually go beyond the sickest patients?
You know, that question keeps coming up, and I'm not going to evade the question, but I want to make a point. We tend to think that we're not going to be able to mitigate or contain without testing. They complement each other in some respects, but they're separate channels. Even if we had no testing, we should be doing what we're doing now. The question you're asking, so I won't evade it specifically, would it be important outside of a doctor-patient coming in together, of knowing what's out there, what might be under the radar screen? The answer to your question is yes. So let me tell you what the CDC is doing right now. They're going out there, and part of their program is to get a feel for what is there that wasn't initially thought to be coronavirus, that was thought to be something else. When you do that, you're also going to get a feel of what the penetrance is in society. So we are heading with the high throughput things that you've been hearing about to get an answer to your question.
Dr. Governor Cuomo said this morning he believes that we'll see a peak in terms of infection in 45 days. Would you concur with that?
You know, it's possible. I mean, I know that the governor has been really, I believe, doing a really good job of trying to stay ahead of this. 45 days is not unreasonable. You have to be careful. When you get a number, you own the number, and then if the number doesn't come out, you're in trouble. And that's the reason why, from our standpoint, from the federal government, we're talking about a range. So within that range, I mean, it isn't like you want to be correct for the sake of being correct, but you don't want to be wed to something and then have to back off.
Go ahead, please.
When is the soonest that we'll know that these new guidelines are actually bending the curve or actually working? And is there a point in time where you know, in the next couple of weeks, where you'll be able to tell the president more draconian measures are needed?
Well, okay, so what's happening, I mean, if you look as a metaphor, it's kind of like a race against the virus. If left to its own devices, will do this. And us trying to somehow blunt that. Now, you could see the virus going up and up, and your effect, your work, what you're trying to do, may actually be having an effect, but you may not see it because it'll still be going up. And as you're trying to implement your interference with the virus, you may not realize that you are actually interfering, and you'll say, wait a minute, it's still going up. What's going on? You've done nothing. But you don't know whether it would do this versus that. So the answer to your question, it probably would be several weeks and maybe longer before we know whether we're having an effect. It may be at the end of the day, we'll see a curve that would have been way, way up. But I wouldn't put us to task every few days. Well, wait a minute, it's going up. Is it working or not? That would be really misleading if we do that.
Go ahead, regarding the 15-day guidelines which were announced yesterday. One of those guidelines was a recommendation against gatherings of 10 or more people. And today, the governor of Alabama issued her own guidelines, and it was a recommendation against gatherings of 25 or more people. What is your recommendation for people of Alabama, people across all of the country, as far as the guidelines that were announced yesterday by the federal government?
Okay, so the one thing we don't want to do is to get hung up on the difference between 10 and 25. I think you might agree with that. When we give guidelines, they're only guidelines. We sit down, we look at the data, as Dr. Burke said, we're data-driven, and we say, on different models, 10 looks good. If someone wants to do 25, we're not going to fault them, but if someone wants to come to us and ask us what we think the best is, we stand by the numbers. It isn't perfect, it isn't precise math, it's assumptions and it's data that make you get your decision.
But would it be more effective if every state and every city in the country was playing by the same rules instead of different?
Of course. But this is the United States of America. There's a lot of free enterprise there. People do their own thing. And quite frankly, I don't think there's a big deal difference between 10 and 25. We got many, many more important things to worry about than that difference.
Mr. President, thank you. Going back to supply chains and then talking about preparedness for the future, yesterday Larry Kudlow said that there is an idea floating around the administration to cut taxes for companies who would be bringing their supply chains back to the United States. He said he specifically liked immediate 100% write-offs for structures, equipment, but he said you hadn't endorsed that yet. Would you endorse an idea like that?
We're looking at many ideas. That's one of them, frankly, and we're looking at creating incentives for companies, not only that type of company, but other companies. We're also looking to help companies such as the airline industry within the airline industry, and we'll be doing that. We will be doing that. This is not their fault. And they've been very understanding, actually, and we're going to be helping them. We will have a very powerful airline industry, and it'll start up as soon as this is over. We'll have those planes ready to go. So we have to help them during the short term. We're very important. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to know, have you taken a look at some of these models, such as the Imperial College London model, that kind of poses a very difficult choice, whether it's shutting down society or overwhelming the healthcare system? Is that something that
we've looked at every model? We've relied on the very talented people, and there's no better team than the people behind me. And I will say that all of the people that have done those models are all in constant touch with Dr. Burks and Tony and everybody that you've been hearing so much from over the last couple of weeks. We've looked at many different models, and the model we have is we want to save a lot of lives. We want to save a lot of lives. If we get too steep on that curve, you're going to lose a lot of lives, perhaps unnecessarily. Now, we're going to find out. Everything has a risk. We're going to see. But if people do what we're telling them to do, what we're asking them to do, you're going to see the saving of a lot of lives. Now, Boris, in UK yesterday, you saw what happened. It looked like they were going a different way, but then he went away of similar, I don't know exactly, but I would say we had a conversation yesterday similar to what we're doing. So a lot of people seem to think this is going to be, we are looking to save the maximum number of lives. Everything else is going to come back. A life is never going to come back. But everything else, our economy is going to come roaring back. You're going to know. We're going to know. We're going to all know that day. If somebody was asking about the day, when will you know? When will you know? We're going to know. All of a sudden, we're going to say, wow, that's looking good. That's looking good. That's looking good. And we're going to be on the other side of the curve. And that's a day that we look forward to. Okay.
Something, sir, that you saw this week, though, that made you decide that yes, now is the time to implement these much more stringent social distancing measures.
No, I don't think so. This is where we were going. I really think from the beginning, this is where we were going. This is what we had in mind. We're just going step by step. That was the next step, the next logical step. As Dr. Fauci said, and I think very importantly, one of the most important things when you write the history of this was the fact that we closed it down to China and Europe, but in particular China. We closed it down to China, the source, very, very early, very, very early, far earlier than even the great professionals wanted to do. And I think in the end, that's going to be, that will have saved a tremendous number of lives.
Follow-up, one on the economy and the other on the broader picture here, but just to follow up on my colleague, some people did note that your tone seemed more somber yesterday. You talked about that August timeline. Did you see a projection? Some people thought perhaps that 2 million potentially that could die maybe prompted part of that. Was there a shift in tone?
I didn't think, I mean, I have seen that where people actually liked it, but I didn't feel different. I've always known this is a pandemic. I felt it was a pandemic long before it was called a pandemic. All you had to do is look at other countries. I think now it's in almost 120 countries all over the world. No, I've always viewed it as very serious. There was no difference yesterday from days before. I feel the tone is similar, but some people said it wasn't.
One on the economy. Your former economic advisor said almost 100% chance of a recession. Do you see it that way?
It could be. I mean, I don't think in terms of recession. I think in terms of getting it out, because when we're finished with the virus, we will win. We will win. And when that victory takes place, our economy is going to go through the roof. It is so pent up. It is so built up. It is so ready to go in an upward direction. But we have to knock out this enemy. This is a really tough enemy, but we have to knock out all of us. That's all of us. So I don't think in terms of recession, not recession. It's words. We have to knock out this, and we will have an economy. I actually think we'll have an economy like we've never had before. It's all pent up. Did you have something to say, Mike? Yes.
Well, I think the question about the actions that the president's authorized, beginning in January, when he took the unprecedented step of suspending all travel from China, the efforts to issue travel advisories for portions of Italy and South Korea, and then to begin screening all the passengers, the efforts regarding suspending travel for Europe, and what went into effect at midnight last night, adding the UK and Ireland to that, have all been informed by the experts that are surrounding us. What the president's asked us to do from the very beginning, as Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci often say, is let's follow the data, bring the president the best options in response to what is actually happening on the ground.
I'm literally just listening to this, guys. Relax.
With regard to yesterday's,
it's been 20 minutes. Chill the fuck out.
Slow the spread plan. Our team unanimously brought to the president these very strong recommendations for every American, because we truly believe we are at a point in this epidemic in our country when we can reduce the number of people that actually are exposed to or contract the coronavirus. But we'll continue to bring the best data, the best evidence, and the best recommendations, frankly, of the best health experts in the world, and the president will continue to make decisions that put the health of America first.
In other words, reduce the number of people that die. That's what we're trying to do. And when you do the steep curve, a lot of people are going to die. A lot of people. You know, the worst ever, they say 1918. And I don't have to go into the numbers, but they were unbelievable numbers. Had they known and had they done what we had now, it would have been a very much different story. It would still be tragic, but it would have been a very much different. But that was the one that people write about. That was an incredible pandemic, like we haven't seen. But we have done something that I hopefully we will all have made the right moves. We're all in this together, including you, and we want to see fair press. And I tell you what, it's been, generally speaking, I think it's been a great thing to see. It's been very, very, getting along with Democrats, getting along with Republicans, for the Democrats themselves. There's been a lot of spirit. There's been a lot of things happening that I haven't seen happen in the first almost now 3.5 years. It's been very nice to see. That's one of the good things. But what really the good thing is we have to knock it out. We have to win. And we want to keep that slope as low as possible because that's a lot of lives in there. Let's go back there for somebody that didn't get one, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, this has had a huge impact on China's economy as well. Have you received any indication from officials there that they're going to have trouble meeting the purchase agreements, part of the Phase 1 deal, particularly the agricultural buy?
Well, they need our product very badly. And no, I haven't received any. We have a good relationship with China. I have not received anything to that. No, we have a signed agreement. They're going to be buying, and they have been buying a lot of product. Yeah, please.
Earlier today, Dr. Birx was talking about the possibility of our hospital system being overburdened, overtaxed, and she talked about certain options that are available to the United States if that happens, including VA hospitals, Department of Defense medical treatment facilities, and even hospital ships. At what point do you tap into those options?
Well, I'll know the point, and by speaking with Governor Cuomo and other governors, we're going to know the point. It's going to be different for New York than it's going to be from, Iowa, or from Idaho, or from West Virginia, frankly, or for it's different. New York has got a big problem. The state of Washington has a big problem. California has some big problems. Everyone's doing a good job, but we're going to know when it will be, and I believe it'll be more spot than it will be. It's not going to be the whole thing. It's going to be spots. There are some hot spots that are in trouble, big trouble, and there are other areas that are in no trouble at all. They watch it on television. They don't know. It's just not affecting them, and they're lucky. They're lucky, but there are areas of the country that don't have much of a problem, and some that don't have any problem. They're not going to have a problem with hospitals, but some areas like New York, California, state of Washington, they're going to have some difficulty. And when we see that coming, we're going to be in there. We're already making preparation for it.
Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, your trade advisor, Peter Navarro, have been recommending an executive order that would ensure that the raw materials for pharmaceuticals and medical devices are manufactured here in the United States. We were getting some indications last week that you were close to signing this executive order. Can you tell us?
Well, we're looking at different things.
Yeah, oil's about to break. This is important. Watch the yuan
sending us everything we need. But we're looking at some alternatives, yes. We are looking for alternatives. And we have other places. Ireland does a lot of work for us. You know that in that world, in the pharma world. A very tremendous producer. And we are looking to bring a lot more back home. And you know me for a long time. I've been talking about this for many years. Long before I decided to run for president, I've been talking about this. And we have to be able to take care of our country. And that was one of the many things on the list. So we'll be talking about it. But we are discussing it. And Marco is very much involved. And Peter is very much involved. A lot of people are involved. And a lot of people feel that way. But we'll be discussing. Let's go, please.
Thank you, sir. You said Canada has closed its border to non-citizens. Are you considering...
Not to the United States.
Not to the United States, of course. Are you considering closing the land borders in the United States? And also, you've discussed...
Well, Canada has not closed it to the United States. Right. So we're working very closely with Canada. But they have not closed it. They have closed it to the world, but they have not closed it to the United States.
Are you considering closing the U.S. land borders?
I don't want to say that, but we are discussing things with Canada, and we're discussing things with Mexico, quite honestly. And again, the relationship is outstanding with both. Outstanding. We just signed our deal, USMCA, and the relationship is very strong. Go ahead, please.
China and others have criticized you for using the phrase Chinese virus. How do you feel about that? Are you going to continue using that phrase?
Well, China was putting out information which was false, that our military gave this to them. That was false. And rather than having an argument, I said, I have to call it where it came from. It did come from China. So I think it's a very accurate term. But no, I didn't appreciate the fact that China was saying that our military gave it to them. Our military did not give it to anybody.
Critics say using that phrase creates a stigma.
No, I don't think so. No, I think saying that our military gave it to them creates a stigma.
Mr. President,
please.
When you speak to travel and tourism executives today, what specific help are you going to offer to them, if at all, or is it still vague?
Well, we're going to help. They need help. Look, let's face it. They go from having record-breaking years. This is the third year of record-breaking years, travel and tourism, airlines, everything. They were doing record numbers, ordering new planes, building new hotels. Everything was really hunky-dory. And then one day we hear about this rumor in China, and then we find out it's much more than a rumor. And then all of a sudden, we make a great decision to close it up early. It would be a whole different world. It would be a whole different world. But we make a decision to close it up to China, and all of a sudden tourism, and then we close it up to Europe, which, you know, people never heard of this before. I'm not sure that that's ever been done. I know that when I made the decision to close it to China, people told me that's never been done before, but it was a great decision. We make good decisions. So I'll tell you my best decision. The people behind me are total pros. All over the world, they're respected. Dr. Birx, Anthony, who's become a major television star for all the right reasons. No, he's just so professional, so good. The people that we have working here have been incredible, and they're totally respected. The Admiral has been incredible, having to do with the testing, incredible, and he's viewing this as testing also for the future. We're building a platform. When we took over this platform, first thing the Admiral said was, this was not designed for what we're talking about, millions of people. It wasn't, and it's nobody's fault. It's not like, who could have ever predicted a thing like this? But we broke it down, and it's really going to be an incredible system, and it is now a great system. I just want to say, these are incredible people standing behind me. They're the most respected in the world. Every country that you've mentioned today so far has called them, and they call them all the time for advice. There's nobody better than what we have.
Mr. President, why haven't we seen Dr. Redfield? Why haven't we seen Dr. Redfield the last couple of days?
I don't know. I can't
He's in
imagine.
Atlanta, running the CDC.
I can tell you he's doing a good job. We're very happy with him.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please, you have it. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday we were being told that the payroll tax was going to comprise the lion's share of fiscal stimulus.
Right.
We also had the markets fall quite dramatically yesterday, and did that inform?
It wasn't about the payroll tax.
Did that inform your decision? What made you make that change, and when did you make that change?
Well, I didn't make a change. We're looking at payroll tax, and we're looking at various other forms of getting money to people. And the payroll tax is something that I've always liked. The problem is it does take a period of time, months, before they really see something. And we don't really have months in terms of people living. A lot of these, you have people that work on tips.
Thank you.
You have people it's a large number of people. It's a tremendous, who would think this, right? And they do nicely. They work very hard, but they work on tips. We have to take care of our people. We don't want to have people suffering during this period. It wasn't their fault that this thing all of a sudden was upon us. So we're looking at we're also looking at payroll tax. It's possible. It's also possible we'll do a percentage of payroll tax and then other things. But we'd like to be able to get money to people. We're very lucky. Our country's doing so well. We can do this, and we can do it easily. But we have to do it. And I have to say, Mitch McConnell, if you look at Mitch and Kevin and the whole group, and it's been incredible how they're reacting, how Congress is reacting, how, whether it's the House or Senate, how they're moving. And I'm talking about Democrats and Republicans, but we've had tremendous leadership meetings, and they want to see it done right. And they do want to go big. I think going big is important. I don't think we want to go up there every day with a different idea, different concept. Oh, gee, let's worry about the airlines. Let's do this one. You have a big problem with the cruise ship industry. It's an industry that was setting all sorts of records 2 months ago. Then all of a sudden, there's nobody on the ships, okay? So we have to help these. These are great industries. These are going to be taking care of people and passengers and for years to come, and paying tremendous taxes for years to come. So we have to make sure that this is done. Yes, John?
Mr. President, I want to bring up what you referred to just a short while ago about politics. In your address to the nation, you said we have to put politics aside, stop the partisanship, and unify together. But this morning, you criticized the Democratic governor of Michigan. Yesterday, it was the Democratic governor of New York. You've attacked Obama. You've attacked
oil
Biden.
is
In
plummeting
fact, every
right now.
day except one since that address, you've lashed out at a Democratic leader. Are you going to set the example?
I only do that when I have to respond. I watched her on television. She said something that was false, and therefore I did do that. And I will continue to do that. If they're not going to play fair, because, they have the media on their side. I don't. I just have me. And if they're not going to play fair, I'm going to do that. If they are going to play fair, there's going to be nobody better than Donald Trump in terms of bipartisanship. But if they're going to say things that are false, like the story that was written yesterday, a lot of people, I don't know, somebody, I think I know who, but they taped the conference call that I had with the governors. It was a good call. It was fine. I assume somebody's going to tape it. They handed it to various people, and one of them was the New York Times, and the New York Times chose to write totally inaccurately about it. It was a disgraceful thing. It was bad journalism, but, they do a lot of bad journalism. But we respond to that. And actually, people get it. People get it. No, I want it to be bipartisan, and nobody's going to be better than me. But when they attack me or the people, these incredible people behind me, I'm not going to let them get away with it. I can't do that. Okay, how about one or two more questions? Go ahead, please.
Follow-up on the 15-day guidelines was the next natural step. So is the next natural step after that a national lockdown similar to what San Francisco is doing?
Well, you can do a national lockdown. Hopefully, we're not going to need that. We think of everything. I mean, we have every idea that you mentioned we've thought of, and, it's a very big step. That's a step that... in one sense would work. It's a very big step. It's something we talk about, but we haven't decided to do that. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, what would be the determining factors for you to take that action?
It would have to get to a level... I just don't think it's going to be an action that we're going to take. I don't think I'll talk. But Anthony, all of the people standing behind me would get together in a room, plus some additionals, and we would make a decision. But I don't think that's a step that we're going to be taking. All right, one more question. You didn't have one, did you? Come on.
Will the U.S. government provide financial assistance to Boeing and airplane suppliers like GE?
We're looking at that. We're certainly looking at Boeing. Boeing got hit hard in many different ways. Boeing never had a problem for years. They were it was unthinkable what happened with respect to Boeing. Unthinkable. Probably, I would consider it the greatest company in the world prior to a year ago. Now they get hit in 15 different ways, and they have different management. I've met the new people running Boeing. I think it's going to be outstanding. But, we have to protect Boeing. We have to absolutely help Boeing. They were doing a job. It was coming along well. And then all of a sudden this hits. So obviously when the airlines aren't doing well, Boeing's not going to be doing well. So we'll be helping Boeing,
Can you just respond to something, Mr. President, before you leave, just on what John was saying? You've called for people to leave politics out of this. Joe Biden said the World Health Organization offered testing kits that they had available to the United States, and to give it to us now, we refused it. We didn't want to buy them. PolitiFact says the WHO never made that offer. Can you tell us?
Well, that's what I heard, and I'm going to let Tony answer that question, or whoever's best at answering that. But I do have to say, when you talk about politics, I watched the debate. Not too exciting, but what they said about me, and we've done a great job. When you talk about not being bipartisan, what they said about me, and if you look at swine flu, the whole thing, and I guess it was 2009, and what they did and the mistakes they made.
You guys, oil's crazy right now.
They were terrible. They were horrific mistakes. 17,000 people died. And I'll be honest, they shouldn't be criticizing because we've done a fantastic job. The only thing we haven't done well is to get good press. We've done a fantastic job, but it hasn't been appreciated. Even the closing down of the borders, which had never been done, and not only did we close them, but we closed them early. The press doesn't like writing about it. So we've done a poor job on press relationships, and I guess I don't know who to blame for that. I don't know. Maybe I can blame ourselves for that. I will blame ourselves, but I think we've done a great job. I think we've done a poor job in terms of press relationship. But let me have somebody answer your question.
So I tried to cover this in the answer when I talked about quality of kits, and our quality analysis runs through the FDA. So all of these platforms, we have asked people to submit, and we've asked states to quality control. So, anybody could submit their test to us. We don't buy tests that haven't been quality controlled, and they show us the data. Either show us the data up front or show us the data after they've been running them. Because quality testing for our American people is paramount to us. It doesn't help to put out a test where 50% or 47% are false positive. Imagine what that would mean to the American people. Imagine their level of concern now and telling people that they're false positive. We take this same approach to HIV. Imagine telling someone they were positive to HIV and they weren't. So that is our bottom line, the customer, the American people first. And so any of these groups can submit their testing kits through our regulatory processes. But without that and without a plan, we are not going to accept tests that have not been studied by us.
Good answer. It's a good answer.
Good answer. It's like Family Feud. Good answer. Good answer.
I'm going to emphasize a little bit more on that. When I became involved in the testing world, I called as senior officials at the WHO as I could find to understand what the situation was. And as far as I can tell from sources that should know, no one ever offered a test that we refused.
That's what I heard too.
This is a research grade test, right? Research grade test that was never not approved, not submitted to the FDA. That was supplied in tens of thousands of quantities to 100 countries in the world. Okay, so I think there's a lot that people are saying about this that's just based on rumor and myth. Nothing was offered that we refused. It was a research test that was not approved. And again, there was a small number that we have greatly surpassed in a very short period of time.
So number one, nothing was offered. Number two, it was a bad test. Otherwise, it was wonderful. Listen, thank you very much. No, he made a mistake. I assume that he'll apologize. He made a mistake. Thank you all very much. Thank you. We'll be back.
Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. The Cole loves you. Is it true that you joined the Cole? Thanks, lady. Thank you. All right, make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press high chat. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. The Cole loves you, baby. Keep it positive and respectful. We had to time out a lot of people during that. So, again, if it's just you guys are saying political opinions or anything like that, if it's not market related, you are liable to get banned. Any bad jokes, making fun of anybody, saying things are a lie, it's manipulated, hoping that the stock market crashes. None of those things we like. Oh, are you serious? Bro, they're watching, bro. That's crazy. Yo, I didn't even say, oh my gosh, I'm looking at this trade, and they just swept the ask on me. That's wild, bro. That's wild. I just had the level 2 up. Oh, you're kidding me. What scammers, bro? Oh, man. That's wild. That's it. Oh, my gosh. Come on. How are they going to play me like that? Well, I have a play that I'm interested in. I have a play that I'm looking at. That was wild. It's kind of a YOLO play because it's not a what's it called? Hypocrite. You make fun of Trump. Why can't we crack a joke? Because you're not the one hosting the stream. And that's it. If you would like to crack your own Trump jokes, feel free to go on youtube.com. If you go to the dashboard and go to the live dashboard, you'll get your stream key, get OBS, stick it in there, press start stream, and then feel free to say any joke you would like, and nobody is going to hold it against you. I can't hypocritically clap you or whatever you want to call it. That's it. Just so it's very, very simple. You know, otherwise here we keep it positive and respectful. I try to, I make jokes. I mean, that's why I encourage you to do what I do. If I make a joke, you could feel free to rebuke me. There's nothing wrong with that. I try to keep it, balanced. I mean, I don't really care about any opinion, but yes, I am a dictator, 100%. Yeah, this is a cult dictatorship. It's a cult. I mean, it's literally a cult. What did you expect? I try to be a nice leader. I try to be one who's like, I try to listen to the people, and we try to make it balanced. I try to take it to votes whenever possible, but sometimes, you just gotta step in. You know what I'm saying? That's all. So please just keep it positive and respectful. We have to time a lot of it out. I just don't want to see a lot of stuff where it's like, oh, this is lies, or you guys are commenting on what they're saying. Again, I said this the other day, man. There's like, and again, think about it. Someone said, I'm a hypocrite. I can't, this is my stream. I mean, really think about what these people on TV are going through. All of these, all of this stuff that's happening right now. Like, you guys are criticizing what they're saying, how they're saying it. Like, this is such a stressful situation, and these guys are up there. It's like if you are missing what they're saying and focusing on how they're saying it, you're missing the whole point, you know? So don't, you know, just be easy. Simple as that. Yeah, that was a good update. I mean, there was a lot, and now that's the number one thing. I mean, it's kind of, I'm sorry, I'm focusing on this play. I want to see what we do with this. I might go half now, but the thing is, they did the Fed 13.3 powers, which is insane. They haven't Fed 13.3 powers. The Fed, Section 13 identifies the Fed's powers. 13.3 specifically regards, discounts, lending facilities to corporations. Like, so they could offer discounts. I mean, it adds like it's extreme circumstances. The Fed just essentially put out a lot of the UAW news. I don't know what the UAW is, but they pretty much they said a lot of crazy stuff right there. I mean, what they're doing is nuts. Okay, let me get this play. I mean, I can't believe I just got swept like that. I just got swept so heavy, and I didn't even. All I did was put up the level 2, and they bought 1,000 contracts ahead of me. That was crazy. So I like this play, but it's not too. Let me see. Let me see what we're working with. Hold on. Please hold while I connect your call. Stupid. They scam me. It's a weird play, though. I don't know how it's going to factor in. No, I mean, it plays into my theory. And that's what I'm saying. This would put my money where my mouth is, but it's just like this play puts my money where my mouth is on my ideas, but it's like the GLD play. So it's a lot harder to hit, and the volatility is not good. The spreads are not favorable. So let me see. I'm waiting on it. Let me see what happens here. I already did coin it. Coin said do it. Yeah, coin approved of it because I was going to take another one, but then the coin didn't approve. I guess I'll just come in now, and then I just think it's just this play's hard. This play I've looked at this play for years, and I've never taken it. Again, it's like GLD. All right. I got it at a decent price. I'm doing half now just because, considering how confusing, I wanted to get more contracts, but I didn't. I mean, this is a weird play. Very, very weird play. I'm sure none of you guys even heard about it, too. This has no, I'm telling you, even it's a unique company with a unique situation. Well, you'll see. So please do not trade this. Do not trade anything you see on this screen or anything on here. Hold on, I don't know how to play it. Okay, so I'm making it clear, even on the stream alert, how this is going to be my first order. I'm going to get more of it, but you just got to be careful because this is very, very, it's very, very liquid. Oh, someone just got filled way lower than me. So that's good, but there's people on it. So be careful with this. Do not trade it, you guys. Please be smart. This is not something you want to do. Again, don't rush it. Just don't trade it. I mean, simple as that. None of these are a recommendation. Yes, 100%. Please understand that. None of this recommendation after trading extremely risky. You can lose on most earnings. Reason believes advice, educational purposes only. Okay? You're not getting it good. That's what I mean. So this is a play. It's going to be hard to see. We have to see how we're kind of even going to play it out just because it's going to operate a little bit differently. So it's a UUP, June UUP dollar. I got 50 of the 28 calls at 35 cents. I ain't showing it. Well, there you go. By the time you were typing, you missed it. Now you were busy typing, asking about it. Now the play's already been put out. So don't trade that. It's UUP. This is the dollar. So if the dollar goes up, it goes up. The thing I don't like about this play is that it doesn't, what's it called? Wait, it's halted? What's halted? Wait, what's halted? But pretty much this is a play on the dollar. So this is the, no, UUP's not halted. What are you saying? And so it's June. It's halted? No, it's not. What are you guys saying? That's what it just doesn't move like that. You guys got to realize it just doesn't move like that. This isn't a contract. These aren't meant to move. So that's what I'm saying. This is why it's a crazy play. That's why I got right at the money. This plays it's a little bit more difficult there to hit. Well, at least you guys leveled out the contract, so you could even get the ones below it for cheaper. Shit. I grabbed 50 of them, but I'm only grabbing a small set now. I mean, it's a big amount. Google A trade halt? Or are you saying Google? I think you guys are now you guys are all over the place. It's a call. So the whole idea with this is that, again, this is what I'm saying. It's not going to move a lot. So be very, very careful. That's why I'm setting in one order today. We're going to wait a few weeks and then see, like, even the option prices. This is they're selling the premium. This is premium seller's heaven because this thing doesn't move a lot and it has wide spreads. So just keep that in mind. Be very, very careful in this. I'm going to wait a little bit. So that's why I would have got 100 contracts. But I'm going to wait. If it comes down in value, we'll do it. So, I mean, be careful. I mean, you guys don't – this is probably one of the lower quality plays. This is more playing a longer-term theory. But it's also going to be again, this play is not meant to move like that. Again, this thing has moved up. A big day is today, 40 cents. I've been watching because I've always looked at the dollar. That's a great question. I've looked at this play for years because I've always looked at it to play the dollar, but it's very, very difficult to get moves. It's like this is like a weird way to leverage Forex through the stock markets. So no, I got the call, not the put. USO big reds. Yeah, oil's collapsing. Oil's at 27, you guys. This is crazy. I think the low, again, now it is officially more expensive to buy a family pack at KFC than to do it. than to get a barrel of oil. That's crazy. You missed the play. The uptick rule's in effect. We'll go over this on the watch list. But like I said, I've looked at this for years in the sense, so I've never played it for this exact reason I just told you, because I don't know the value. I don't know how to value this thing, just because once it moves so slow, even if you go and get a big move, I mean, it's very hard to predict the dollar move. This thing is not meant to go up like that. I mean, just simple as that. That's why this play is it's very unique in and of itself. Yeah, that USO plays. The USO plays up 150% now. That July USO play is looking actually pretty decent. So yeah, but that's why, I mean, I like this play because it has to do with deflation, and if it goes, if it does good, we could profit off of it. But at the same time, I mean, it's not going to what's it called? It's not going to it's going to be very difficult. And even then, the problem is it's so illiquid. Even if you get in the money, how much are you actually going to make because of the spreads? And if you repeat the play, I'm going to time you out. Please don't pump it. The uptick rule, if that play comes down, we'll mention it. I'll also mention it on the watch list. But if you guys don't learn from this, it's the strategy in terms of what asset I'm playing and why. So, think about what's happening. What did you guys just call out? What is dropping right now? Something's dropping really, really big. Something's happening. Yes, timing is one thing, but what is actually moving? Yeah, it's moved $3 over the last 5 years. Exactly. It's related to the dollar. So oil, exactly. Just like I said, KFC, chicken, oil. So when oil goes down, this is going to cause that deflationary impact mixed in with everything else that's getting there. So the dollar should theoretically go up. And now this was something I was looking at here. I've told you guys to watch the currencies. Go look at every single global currency right now, or at least some of our main trading partners right here. We're running into an issue. So again, the biggest one I see is Russia, and this is related to oil because this is how they combat lower oil prices. They're going to weaken their currency. But take a look here. You now have oil. Russia is at the breaking point. Last time was 2016 when oil dropped to 26, and then the initial oil crisis in 2014. So that's what you have right there. Next one is the Mexican peso. Same exact thing. Mexican peso all-time highs. This is, again, you got this weakening. This is affecting the dollar. The dollar is even approaching all-time highs. Next one that's really important, Canada. Canada, one of our bigger trading partners, but they are weakening again more than ever, and then they're pretty much approaching that 2016 level last time oil went down. So all of these everything's at a pop-off indicator. This is what I'm saying. So you're going to see things move a little bit better. Welcome, Savage. What are the perks of being a member? You just get to support the channel and get a cool name tag, and I see you a little better. So welcome. Hi, I love you. God is good. You good? So UUP is similar to Forex. In a way, you're buying an ETF that's just holding a bunch of dollars. So in this case, I think this is an ETF that owns 500 million in US dollars. So as this changes, that is going to influence the actual value. But again, this stock, UUP, has not moved more than $3 in 5 years. So this is a hard play. Wait, Josh, why would dollar go up when the Fed is pumping more dollars? Doesn't a larger supply mean deflation of the asset? Yes. But now think about it. Why is the Fed pumping all of these dollars? Wait for it. It's because there's a lack of dollars in the system. That's why the dollar's moving up more than anything. And then now as the dollar's getting strengthened, that's why they're rushing to inject dollars. They need inflation by any means necessary. And then now, even worse, all of those currencies I just showed you. So even if they're looking at the forecast. That's what I'm saying. Everything is just looking ahead of time. So they're looking at the forecast. They're saying, well, if what I just showed you with all those currencies, if all those currencies are weakening like that, then you're going to run into, then that's really going to change the dollar shortage because the dollar is going to increase in value. So again, I like the concept. I like the theory of the play. However, the vehicle to play it is very, very difficult. Welcome, CC Detailing. What's up, Grown Mouse? I appreciate y'all. Thank you. So yeah, I like the play. Like I said, I like the logic of the play. I just don't like the instrument. But I mean, given right now, and this is the nature of these markets. I mean, think about the price. Think about everything. Everything you're doing in there. No chat restriction. Woo. think about just, what's going on with all of it, and the fact that it's harder to get a certain amount of get yield. People are fighting for yield. So this was a cheaper play. It had some yield on there. Oh, what's up, Christian Roberts? What's up, Brad Dealey? Oh, what's up, Jimmy? Oh, yes, let's go. You like that, huh? There you go. We're getting, see, they rushing into the memberships like bonds, baby. Is deflation or inflation hedged U.S. in a global inflation? What do you mean? Or an inflation hedged USA? I mean, I think it's more global. I'm not really understanding what you're asking. It's amazing how many people leave when the plays aren't falling out of the sky. No, I don't think so. I mean, I think there's still, shout out all the people who've been here even every single day. I mean, this is definitely a large amount of growth. There's a lot of people sticking in here. So I don't think it's with the play. I think we have a few thousand new people who are actually learning and understand what we're about. And I think they realize they just got the golden ticket. So now they're running with it. So, don't be so quick to judge people like that. Maybe that's how you feel. Who knows? Be careful. If not, that's not how you feel, then don't condemn anybody for that. I think we have a lot of eyeballs in here. We have a lot of different people. That's just be nice. I mean, that's it, you guys. Just be nice, be positive, be respectful. That's all. Don't propagate stuff. Don't tell people to sell out of stuff. Just give your opinion. Just do what you do, and that's it. It's very, very simple. Oh, what's up, Carl Madison? What's up, Nicholas? What's up, Jimmy? Almost. I already saw Jimmy. So let's go, baby. Pre-market till close every day. I don't even copy this play. That's good, man. It's whatever you guys want to do. Again, I recommend you do not trade anything you see on screen here. But I could guarantee I'll teach you something. If not, I mean, you just learned something about UUP, and at the very least, I mean, this is the next pop-off indicator, you guys. I mean, I was looking at this. This is what I was looking for, because as this pump came in, but I don't really like it. The Fed 13.3 rules, again, we're seeing more unprecedented action by the Fed. That's one thing to take note of. But then the next thing to watch out for, oil. I mean, oil was making that move, and then after I was looking at the currencies, I mean, every look at all the global currencies, that means they're weakening, but they're weakening at a large pace. This is going to cause a big dislocation, even the euro and everything else. So this is going to be the next level as markets dislocate from currency. Everything's going to come into place with it. So that's what I'm playing. Again, the UUP play, I mean, that's going to be an interesting play to watch. It has a great thesis. However, let me say this again, the instrument is shitty. So do you guys see, it's like saying I want to go somewhere, but then the car you take might not get you there. You see, so that's the problem. So the premiums are kind of expensive, and it might not work to get us, extravagant gains. And then again, even how it moves with the SPY and the dollar, that's going to be the problem, okay? Learned a lot. Me and my 81-year-old dad watching from start to close. I'm a teacher. There you go, baby. That's what's up. Get the whole fam. I paid 36 cents, but I snaked the chain. So right now I paid 36 cents, but there was a $10 spread on the ask. So right now it's at 40 to 41, but there's only a 1 penny spread right there. So when my trade was I got filled. There was nobody was looking at this. Even then, go look at the UUP option chain. Somebody did sweep them before me. But if you go look at that option chain, it's dead. And it's because a lot of people know what I'm talking about here. This isn't a good vehicle. This isn't a good option in general. So that's the problem. This is not a good option. That's going to be, if you're going to do this option, you would sell premium on it. However, I mean, in the grand scope of things, if we take this now, we'll see what happens. I mean, we could, if it surprises like TLT, it was just like the TLT, but 10 times worse because TLT actually moves. UUP doesn't. No, there's no more Fed meeting tomorrow. I believe they canceled it. Yeah, oil's low. I mean, we'll see if China and the rest of the markets, even the yen's going to come down. The yuan's about to strengthen. Oh, you donated to Streamlabs? It doesn't show? No. Oh, I can't read the message, but I see you, Jake. Oh, man, my bad. Sorry, yeah, I got to get that. That's when we get welcome to 2020 lecture. We're going to get that up once we set up the, it's because the Stream Labs thing, it just slows the shit out of my computer. Favor, please don't delay telling us the plays by saying don't do this play, don't do that play. You getting filled. Then we miss out a lot of times. I mean, that's not, you're doing it wrong. So I appreciate your donation, but no. I mean, that's it. Don't trade the play. Don't take it if you're mad with how it comes out. I mean, that is, if you're going to copy a play where 8,000 people are watching and you're the guy saying it, I mean, you are inherently at a disadvantage and shouldn't make that trade. So you guys aren't missing out on anything. You're just insisting on participating in foolishness. That's it. It's think about that. Like, why do you think I'm saying that? It doesn't matter if I delay it or not. It's just like you're literally running into a one little door with 8,000 people. At least half of them aren't going to listen. So you could find another play. If you see it works in your budget, you could take it if you want. But if not, you're using the stream as a game of musical chairs, if that's the case. Sometimes if it'll work for you, sometimes it won't. Just be careful. I mean, that's it. I already gave a little philosophy on FOMO. I mean, it was an economic lesson on it. I mean, again, even think about it. Think about the play that I made. I just played the dollar. Like, this is the whole point I'm talking about. Voila, slow, it says, tell him. Well, I mean, be careful. I mean, that's the unfortunate nature of how this stream has grown. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, you're at it. If you know enough about pricing, if the price makes sense, you operate within that realm, right? But if not, I mean, and if you're mad, if you're just trying to get the first 10, 20 seconds, see, you're going to be at an inherent disadvantage, and no matter who it is. That's it. Whether it doesn't matter if you're on stream alerts, it doesn't matter if you're here. You're now, I mean, again, if you understand how people are going to jump into stuff. Cashing out a Ghetto Spread. You just close them both at the same time. Now up 2 for your first month. Let's go, baby. Welcome. Buy an option that costs more than the stock price? Not necessarily. It depends, because one option is giving you 100 shares, not just one stock. Rule number 8, none of these trades are a recommendation to make a trade or financial investment. Even if I say this is a recommendation, I'm talking to myself or one of my personalities. Stream alerts are not for trade alerts. Look at the rules, baby. What about selling premium on your plays when everyone rushes in the buying pack? I mean, I would never do that. I mean, that's why it kind of annoys me, but just because it's like, I have these plays for a different reason. Like, I mean, that's what sucks. Even if it goes up right away, I'm like, well, shit. Like, but it just because it makes it where I'd want to sell out, but that wasn't my plan. So, most of these plans, I'm holding them till expiration or until they reach 500 to 1,000% profit. If they do that, or I'm going to let them expire worthless. That's the thing. I said this in the past. Most of my plays expire worthless, 90% of them. I mean, I'd say just this last few months, I've hit a lot of plays, but I mean, eventually, the water's going to run out. That's why I'm saying be smart. Simple as that. I mean, if you want to sell it, that's why if you choose to sell the premium, that's the risk you're going to take. At that, whether you want to try to flip it, do whatever you want, that's you. Welcome to capitalism. You're dealing with the open market. So have fun. Now you're fighting against thousands of people, including a market maker who's been, programmed to screw you over. Yeah, literally. You guys are asking me to commit a crime. But not even. I mean, you could call it a crime, but even in general, what I operate under is it's good faith. So, that's why, like, even if you watch this, anybody who sees this, like, I'm operating in full good faith. That's why. So, like, how many plays, even that I've had plays go up right away. I mean, I'm doing it for a different reason. And I'm even telling you guys all this because I don't want you, especially if you're new, to run into a problem, especially when it's so avoidable. Yeah, TLT, I'm still waiting. I'm surprised TLT didn't move after European close. How are market makers programmed to screw us over? They're programmed to sell premium. So they're going to sell the highest odds premium. They can see all the orders. They're going to try to sell you these contracts at a higher and higher price. Exactly. I have to realize someone's taking your trades on the other side because they feel like it's going to work off of their self-interest. Exactly. Whoa. Italy reports 31.5 thousand, mortality rate 8K. Damn. How do you avoid doubting your vibe on plays? Good question. You know, you got to put a little bit amount of money. It's easy. That's it. Just keep it small. Keep it small. Small plays go a long way, my friend. Small plays go a long way. Oh, what happened? Where's my GLDs? Those Shopifys are down from today. Those Redfins went up. Is that Josh on Colt Real Estate? Well, it is technically Josh, who's on the Colt live stream, yes, or for real estate. That's what you're saying, but I want to understand if it's a tutorial. We have a lot on the main channel. Ask some questions as well. It just takes time. I mean, paper trade, a lot of stuff won't make sense, but you guys will realize at points in your life and as you experience more, it'll just start clicking. It's just like driving the stick shift, man. You know, it seems confusing at first. You're like, oh, I have to think about the clutch and the gas and then this and when do I shift? It's just like once you learn how to get going, just once you learn how to move off of first gear, things will come a lot naturally. That's why we're here. I mean, you're here every day live. You could see it. You're going to see some of the words, you know, some of the words are going to get repeated a lot. Some of the plays, a lot of the logic, a lot of mostly what I do, my strategy, I'm very basic. I mean, everything I do is very, very basic. It pisses people off. I mean, especially if you're in Wall Street, you know, we just keep it very, very simple. I mean, that's it. You just go very simple. Keep it the same thing. I don't change much. I put a little bit amount of money on stuff. I just either let it win or I let it lose. That's it. Money is primal. Somebody took the boot camp, baby. Let's go. We just got the important ones. How curious am I going to go? Well, I'm waiting for more events here. So if things didn't unfold how they unfolded here with the rates and the emergency cuts, I probably would have sold out of the TLTs by now. But otherwise, I'm holding it now because I think this is interesting. Again, the fact that what the Fed did was very interesting. The fact that what they said with the bond market's interesting. Even today, I mean, I wanted to even get more puts here at the top, but everything is cheap. Everything's still expensive. Nothing's cheap. I mean, so everything's going both ways. We're still right in the middle of volatility. So, I mean, I want to hold them for a little bit, but otherwise I would have taken them earlier. I'm holding the May Ghetto Spread, and then I also have the Junes on Ghetto Spreaded. What are your thoughts? I talked about that yesterday. China's starting to slip, but it has to do with, China threw the kitchen sink, and China took a really big, firm hand on what to do with all this stuff. Got some Abby Vice shares for the long term. Thank you for the nods, building the dope community. Let's go, baby. I was considering if my coin didn't tell me, I would have bought some long-term shares today. Scientists were made to live with social distancing a year or more. No. Chad Nation, baby. So there's a play against. No, it's with the deflation theory. So if the dollar keeps going up, we profit off that. Holy shit, a 500 donation. I know, man. Shout out to ASAP Rumble again, baby. That's dope. We've only very, very few instances to see a 5-piece. It's pretty wild, man. So I see you, baby. Thank you again. Appreciate all of y'all. About 100 shares of Ford. Nice. Good dividend. Very good dividend now. As slow as possible. Woo! Ah, look at that. See, I knew I liked you. As slow as possible, baby. Amen. I don't want it fast. I want it slow. So with the Fed dumping money into the system, the dollar will weaken. So you're thinking the dollar will strengthen before it sets. I think that the fact that they need to dump all that, I mean, this is just the nature of currency. They're doing that for a reason, because the longer term projection, you know, if you were looking 3 to 6 months out and you were expecting money to be in the system, you wouldn't cut rates, and then you wouldn't start taking executive measures on your Section 13 powers. So, and then not only the Fed, just keep the Fed is one part of it, but now look at every other global currency right now, especially the main trading partners, the ones linked to main commodities, especially oil, like Canada and Russia, and even Mexico, who we have oil swaps with. All of those are weakening at levels we haven't seen since 2014, 2015. So once those start going out of whack, then that's going to trickle down to China. And then not to mention, it's like, why is that happening in the first place? Go back to why the Fed did it. So Babinski said earlier, it's very difficult, chicken or the egg theory. However, I do think that, you know, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing unless they really needed, unless there was really a need for inflation, a big need for inflation. Why puts on Cardinal? We got that yesterday. I explained it in the watch list. You could watch the whole analysis of that play. Second link in the description. Look at my shoes. You want to go far. I give it to you because I gave it to God. Tell him, baby. Tell him, baby. What do you think about the 1,000? That's pretty crazy. I think they're going to approve it, though. They need to get people money, and that's a pretty big action, but you had a lot of Republicans actually support it. I think, actually, should we do that? This is a lot to take in for a beginner. It is, but, I'd rather expose you to this shit now. And, it's better to learn some of these more difficult macro concepts and get an idea of how broader things work than studying colorful lines for 2 years and then thinking you know everything about trading when there's stuff influencing asset prices. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to see what is influencing asset prices, and then we're finding ways to leverage it through options. So yeah, the 1,000 a month. They're doing a stimulus plan. They're taking it right now, and then they're going to what's it called? They're talking about giving $1,000 to everybody. Yeah, my E-Trade's down. What the hell? Yeah, my E-Trade just shut off both I have it up on. I have 2 different platforms on two computers. I'm down. Yeah, look, E-Trade is down. That's weird. But yeah, they're gonna give. Yeah, you guys see Yang. See, that's the problem, man. That's how and that was they just Snapchatted. That was Instagram and Snapchat with Andrew Yang. They like 1,000 a month. We'll just copy your idea. Thanks. Say thank you for giving me confidence. Start trading. First 500. There you go, baby. Don't flex it, but I see you, baby. Keep it up. Okay, I reset connection. There it is. That was weird. Yeah, I think it's if you make less than $65K a year. That's what they're trying to figure out. You know what we should do? I mean, how much would that be? Let's see. There's 7,400. 472. Oh, shit. 7,472 times it by 1,000. Damn, 7.4 million. That's a stimulus, not universal basic income. I know, right? So we could all just throw it in, and we could buy property. We could buy a $7 million compound. Everybody takes their $1,000. We'll do it like Fundrise. You'll get equity. We'll distribute shares into a $7 million property. I mean, it's free money, right? The Colt Pound. They'll give you, even if you're unemployed, that's what they're just gonna, if you make less than 65,000, they're just gonna send everybody a check and they're gonna try to do it ASAP. All right, yeah, that's a lot of commitments. I'll go back through the chat thing. We'll see. Let's see. I mean, if they could just fund the cult right here. All right. There it is. All right, game time. Yeah, anybody who makes less than 65,000 or 65,000 or less should get it. I think it's going to be one time, and they're trying to get that. So that's what Mnuchin's doing right now. He's on the he's trying to get a vote for it. They're trying to approve, just instead of, because the tax credits would be good, but they see the need. They're trying to get people money, so they're floating, and this has bipartisan support. No, I think every individual. So they're going to give $1,000 to every individual who makes $65,000 or less. That's what we don't know the full details yet. So this is just speculation at this point. But they did talk about it, and these are all many reasons why the market was going up. They were talking about a lot of things they want to do. Yeah, oil is that's crazy. Oil's crazy, bro. You guys had to realize this pump was so big today, and they've leveled things off today that, it's beyond a rumor. It's beyond a rumor simply because they discussed it. They just need to get everything, accounted for. But oil, I mean, dude, you're getting divergence. This pump was big enough to bring us up 1,000. We're still up 650. But the fact you're getting oil diverging, and then what's happening with the currencies, I mean, this is big. Oil's at 27.82. That's crazy. Oil divergence plus currency down move, usually. So again, so right now you're seeing it. So that's the issue with using macroeconomics, using stuff like currencies and commodities. The stock market is going to get reflected last. So even the TLT play, we were ahead of TLT because TLT was doing its own thing for a while. Then it got reflected by the markets. Then a lot of the plays did. So you just keep that in mind. Cult Campus. I think we might need to do is, you're new here, how long do I stream this? That's a great question. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. But we going open, they'll close, baby. You got a long day ahead of you. You got 2.5 hours left with me, baby. 2:15. Oh, yeah, get your push-ups, man. Get your push-ups, man. All right, let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Be positive and respectful. Thank you for you guys doing that. Thank you for the people liking it, the video too. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. OGs, you remember when you were new. Say what's up. Be nice. Show some love. Answer a question. All right. I love you. I love you. I love you. GT? Is that Goodyear? Damn, they're getting clapped. March 20th UUP? No. Don't tell people to buy. Okay? Please don't pump in here anything. Yeah, the USO puts are doing nice. They're 130. You need a cheap play. You don't need a cheap play. What you need to do is wash your hands and stay inside and then wait till more things unfold and then prices level out, and then we'll be able to get a way better play. But you don't need it. I mean, you know, some people right now, they need a lot of different things, but a cheap play, nah, that's not what you need right now. I mean, you want it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to go outside right now. I want to go outside, but I don't need to go outside, you know? So, something along that line of logic. Enjoy your home. You need patience. Ooh, that's a good one. People have a lot of FOMO. You need Jesus, amen. You're worried of being a mechanic. Well, that's the thing. I mean, even with the market, this is the problem. You know, think about it. We were down the whole time. I mean, you guys want to see? I think I lost some because of the Adobe. I lost like a lot on it. But that small account is doing very, very well. But the whole idea is that, you know, you could take risk and lose your money trying to force a play to work on your timeline. Or you could just go hit one good play every month or 2 months. It'll make up for everything. If you just played TLT, literally since last August, if you just played the Fed events, you could have made a living off of those 2 plays. You could have made $60,000 on the first move and then $150 on the next move. And that would have been 2 plays in a year and a half time frame. Not even. So you don't, I mean, so think about that. So even if you're worried about, I need to make money, okay, you may need money now. You may need money in a month, maybe 3 months. You don't know. But don't force the play today, because then if it does good, you'll be good. You know? So it's simple as that. Be careful on saying that now people are going to try to make a living doing that. Well, what are they going to do? What did I just say? I said 2 plays in 2 years, a year and a half. So go. If they want to go and wait and do 1 play off a Fed event and then wait another year and a half and do it, okay, that's fine. It's better than trying to force a play when premiums are going crazy and you can't really find a move like that. So yes, I would spread in events. It's a strategy we've outlined many times. And now ask Josh everything. Wait a little bit for the refinance because the banks haven't lowered the rates yet. You have to wait till they do that. So it's a good time to refinance. I mean, if it makes sense, depending on what you guys owe to, but just give it a few weeks and see how they do it. Never knew scale bang. Before I came here, I know better. So, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. So just don't force the place. I mean, I'm telling you, the timing is crazy. Where I'm saying, I mean, 2 good plays in a year will go a lot longer of a way than 20 plays with half of them winning, half of them losing, or most of them losing, and then that's it. The problem, like, we hit good plays. You guys don't realize what happens here. You really don't realize we hit so many good plays, but then you know what happens? We sit here every single day for 7 hours. So what's going to happen if you sit here every day for 7 hours? You're going to want to play something. So then you're going to probably play something else, and that's it. I mean, or then once you start winning, then you're like, oh man, like, I'm really good at this. Maybe I should start doing it the most. I mean, right now is a weird environment because not only have we walked away with money and we're making these plays, but the biggest problem is now all of the prices are high. So even if you wanted to roll over something small, it's still going to be expensive. That's going to be the issue right here. All right, let's see. What's this piece of shit at? Yeah, see, I lost 16% on this. You guys want to see the small account? It's a scary, scary small account. Are you guys ready? And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, this is just, it looks like the main account too. It's great. So this is not a flex. This is simply to prove my point. Again, if you don't believe what I'm saying, I mean, that's quite frankly your loss if you don't believe it. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're speaking here on some evidence. Josh answers everything. You have to learn how to hear him. Oh, tell him, Jay. Tell him. Tell him. Yes, this is educational purposes only. So here's your small account. It's at 6,000 right now. Yesterday it was at 7,000 something, 7,500. But this thing was at $150 right before we ran it up. Like, so 190, 170. I mean, that's a good one to look at right there. Right, that's a good one. So there you go. But look at what happened. Here's the all-time chart. This account, all I did was put $100 a month. That's it. So I put $100 a month. I would blow it up, put $100 a month, blow it up, $100 a month, blow it up. Then we got lucky. And then look, isn't that funny? Remember how this used to be the high? And then we took it to 2,000, came up, then we blew it up, and then I started repeating everything. But this is what I'm saying. Look at this, what I'm saying 2 times a year. This August, July 31st in August, coming into this was the Fed. So this was the first time we played the Fed. We turned it from it was like 100 something at the point. It just says 600 because that's how much we deposited by then. So then what happened, we went up and took 100 to 2,000. We hit this event on the head. We took 100 to 7,000. That's it. So simple as that, you know? So yeah, we should sell premium, but this is the whole point of what I'm saying. You know, so these are all any plays I'm saying. I'm either going to grab them. I look at the different balances, and that's what sucks because I was using different accounts here. But the problem was literally it's the weirdest problem in the world. But the problem was all of the small accounts started going up. So then my smallest account became a big account. But so now all I was doing is looking at the balances when I'm making plays. That's what I've always talked about, is controlling how much you have and then making plays according to, you know, the size of the play and the size of the account. And I would take profits the same way too. So if I'm up a lot, I would clap it. The long term's down 30%. So I'm down 3,000 on the long term, up 7,000 on the short term, or 5,000 total. But even then, at the end of the day, all the money we've ever deposited, we've returned it back. And now we've turned a very, you know, this is gonna be a nice account to turn into something. We could turn this into long term. So that's on this small level. But now I'll show you the other Robinhood. It's the same exact thing I'm telling you guys right here. This is why I'm saying you only need some quality, solid plays are going to take you a lot longer of a distance. So same thing with this account, but this account was starting at 40,000. We did the same exact thing. See, it even drew down. It came down now, and then this is what I was saying to you guys earlier. The key here is making sure you still have the cash. So despite taking all these plays, I'm making sure that even if I lose every single one of these plays, I'm going to walk away with double the amount of cash that I started with. So then I even have another account we did this on. That Tastyworks account is crazy now too. You know? So that's it. One of them, I'm able to have multiple accounts. One of them's a joint account. How do you get the cash to show? This is because this account has the Robinhood Cash app on it. So that's why they let you do it. So, and then we have the other brokerages. So again, well, this is what everybody, you guys are looking at this account. You guys are like, how did you do that? No. That's the small accounts at 6,000, 7,000. But you guys know what the funniest part about all this is? All of you have these plays. Most people, not even if you didn't get the exact play, you caught this run up. You know? Simple as that. So then here's the Tasty. This shit's sitting at 80,000 net liquidity, but then 50,000 cash. This account was at $10,000 30 days ago. So every single play has been documented. But do you guys see? That's what I'm saying. So I've walked away with over 200 from this whole move. It's been pretty wild. But the whole point is now I'm keeping my cash, and then I'm watching the net liquidation value. But that's it. So the point was, all you need is two plays. You just need to hit him at the right time. It's not about what you force at the trying to get it right now. Like, so that's the thing. You guys saw all of this live. I mean, that's I just didn't, I wasn't flexing it in the middle of, oh my gosh, I'm up this much. I told you when I would be down 20K, I try to focus on the losses more. But at the end of the day, it's not like I haven't showed you guys, when I blew up that Robinhood account, I showed you the fucking bottom. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys, but this is just the nature of options. This is the nature of the game you're playing. So if you know options, you could lose a lot of money. You have to control the balances, and then you have to just sit there. You have to know when to play what you need to play. That's all. So just give yourself time. But if you guys keep forcing it, if you force it, that's going to be the problem, because now you're going to try to do this. Happens to be the quality. I know you can't see it. How do you see it? It spreads in events. That's it. So if you really wanted to lower the quality, it has to be a real ass event, right? So the Fed, Macy's closing all stores. Hold on. Macy's is oh my gosh, Macy's is at $6. Bro, that's going to be the next one to go. Holy. Yo, that's crazy. It's 11 a.m. So, but like I'm saying with the play, just play the real events, right? So like what's happening with the Fed, the emergency cut, some of these are real ass events, right? But then it's just like earnings is another event. Only play earnings, only play events. I mean, some people will argue with me on that. Earnings is risky. You guys know that. But you guys remember we hit 6 weeks. We did what? Maybe or 7 weeks or 4 weeks before all of this stuff started happening. Macy's Connect. That's hilarious. How many big plays do you hit a year? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, guess what my number one point is that I tell you guys, don't quit, don't give up, and then put a little bit amount of money so you're ready to go. I lost on that Tastyworks account. I lost on it in 2019. So you could make no big plays in a whole year if you really wanted to. And then we on 9 weeks. I cashed out 1,000. I cashed out the Facebook puts. I cashed out even some of those Boeings. We're on 9 weeks now. We broke the record, baby. We broke the record. Don't play me with that. The HDs we sold. Oh man, we on 9 weeks now. Don't even. At this point, we on 9 weeks in a row of 1,000%. Man, come on, man. Don't get me started. See, God is good though, man. All glory to God. Faith, determination. That's it. But like I said, don't quit. But don't set yourself up to fail. Do you guys understand the balance between those two things I just said? Don't quit, but don't set yourself up to fail. If you're putting in all of your money and losing it, you should quit. And I'm talking all of your money. But if you're saying I have $1,000, I'm going to space it out, 1 month, 1 month, 1 month, 1 month, 1 month, you'll figure it out. I told you not to trade them. Let me ask you this question. Did they tell you to stay inside, and did you listen? Or did you find a way to find your balance between maybe I'll listen to the government, but then maybe I'll still get this stuff? You guys will figure out a way. I mean, you guys know what. Just be smart is what I'm trying to tell you at all moments. That's it. If you guys haven't, especially if you've been watching for a year and you haven't figured out how to find any of these plays yet, then that's it. None of those plays were too rich for your blood. Come on now. I mean, EEM's $30. The other ones, every single play was $30, $30 to $50. The last week, they've been higher than 100 given the nature of the market. But back to what I was saying, balance and don't quit. Don't set yourself up to fail. So like I was saying, you have $1,000, put that in $100 a month. That's it. instead of saying, well, I'm going to put my $1,200 in. Of course, you're going to blow it up. Even I blow up an account. So if I'm going to, you know what I'm saying? So when you blow it up, but then you put all your money, you don't have the opportunity to come back in the game again. And then it's messing with your psyche. It's messing with your psychology. You know, that's going to be your issue. So now if you're spacing out your money and don't quit, you could lose every trade for a year. That's what I did on that small Robinhood account. I mean, I didn't care. I mean, again, like, and that's what I'm saying. You guys think it's challenging, and you guys are telling your friends, and maybe they're looking at you and they're like, how much money are you making? Imagine me being on live stream just losing. Imagine me making YouTube videos. Imagine the people who still troll me after we turn $50 or $500 into $50,000. What do you think it was like when I was down? I blew up that Robinhood account. You see what I'm saying? It's okay to keep making the dumb mistakes. Keep making your dumb mistakes until you learn from them, but don't be dumb enough to not space out your money. Just be smart with the budget. That's it. You could be the most retarded person in the world as long as you're putting a little bit amount. You're not putting all your money in at once. You're spacing it out, and you're just exposing yourself to opportunities, exposing yourself to events. Let's go. I mean, there's people in here who all they did was just play the event. Maybe they ran into the stream at the right time. Who knows what it was, right? Maybe. You know, simple as that. Maybe they did. Who knows? At whatever point they got it. But there's people in here who are a lot less educated, and they made a lot more money than some people who know everything. And it just has to do with exposing yourself to opportunity and being smart enough to just be smart enough to conserve your money over time and space it out. That's it. So you guys could do it. I believe it. I've seen it. That's it. I've seen it already in this last month. Just the amount of people whose their accounts, life changers. I've never seen that many life-changing balances where I'm looking at that. I have 19-year-olds sending me $40,000. I have people about to retire sending me $50,000. Some people even sending me $2,000-$3,000. But to them, they're like, wow, I started with $50. I started with $100, you know? So your time is coming, but that's the problem is now. Like, think about that story I just told you, right? Think about all that stuff I just told you, right? Now there's going to be half of you who are like, yeah, okay, I agree. Damn, like that's motivating. It's exciting. I see what you're talking about. You just showed me all this data. You just showed me this accounts. I feel you, Josh. I get it. But then there's another half of you who just heard what I said, and now you're like, damn, I didn't make that much money. I didn't make a lot of money. I didn't make anything at all. Like now some of you just got pressured to make more off of me telling you not to get pressured, you know? So keep that in mind and just be careful. I mean, I really do think all of you have the ability, but if you're getting too caught up with what's going on around you, rather than keeping a basic, simple strategy and just focus on that, that's it. Like, you don't have to focus on anything. Just focus on how much money do I have? How much money am I going to space out? How about play $50 a play, $20 a play? That's it. Who cares what's going on? And you guys haven't noticed? A lot of things could be going on around you. The key is to try to stay grounded. That's what you guys know the term, even electricity and how that operates, being grounded, right? So that's what I try to do. I mean, some days, think about those accounts. Yeah, you guys saw the first day with TLT, but none of you guys would have really known how much I was up there if I didn't just even show you that. We talk about it a little bit, but not really. I don't try to get involved with it. And you shouldn't either. Just don't focus on, there's a lot of noise around you. It's just like being negative. I mean, it's just like being negative. Like, it's so easy for you to call out bad shit. It's easy to say what Trump says wrong. It's easy to look at Pelosi and see what she doesn't do good. It's easy to look at everybody in the world and point out the negative side. The point you need to be doing is just ignore all that noise. It's easy to listen to the noise. It's easy to look at how much money people are making. It's easy to look at what the market's doing. It's easy to do all that. Just get rid of all that. Just focus on a strategy and a plan. That's it. As long as you plan out your money, you space it out, you got a plan for long-term and options, you have nothing to, I don't get it. There's nothing else besides that. Everything else is extracurricular. It's going to get you into trouble. It's simple as that. And again, who knows where these accounts end up at. I have to listen to my own advice. So don't get it. I'm not, you guys think I'm this and that. I'm not. I mean, we'll see. I've taken accounts like this and I've blown them right back up 6 months later. So, and that's the nature of the game. You see, so I'm trying to take every single year, every single moment. I'm trying to take that and I'm trying to learn and I'm trying to do a lot better from that. And I'm trying to see the mistakes I made in the past to protect it better. And the more you learn to protect, the more money you're going to attract. Simple as that. And that's what you guys got to be running up and focusing on that. But at the end of the day, I rebuke all the FOMO because your opportunity is going to be there. But don't gas. If you run out of gas before the turn, I can't do anything about that. Simple as that. We are the train keeps going. We're on a roll. We're about to come off. There's an exit coming off. We're on the highway. But if you run out of gas because you didn't budget and plan, remember the philosophy with the lamps and the oils? It's like this comes straight from the Bible, man. If you run out of oil, you run out of gas, now you can't take that exit. You're going to be stuck on that road and you'll be stuck in your tracks just because you didn't plan accordingly for the future. Or you put enough gas in. You guys know when you step on the pedal, in my car, it's crazy. When I even first got my car, the latest one, I would drive it, and I didn't know how to drive it. I was getting 7 miles per gallon. Then the minute I started, instead of stepping on the gas and going fast to lights and stomping on it and just running it, the minute I stopped doing that, I was getting 15, 17 miles a gallon. It's the same way with some of you guys. So you have the money now, or you guys got this. You guys are just stepping on the gas. So you have enough gas to get you there, but you're just literally just stomping on the gas. You're going to burn it quick. I mean, it's simple as that. So, be smart. That's it. And just slow it down, baby. Let's slow the game down, relax, and you don't need to get the FOMO. I mean, options doesn't. That's the part. If you guys do you guys not see this in the last week and a half? This has highlighted it 2 weeks. This is separated. I love it because it's separated a lot of the good from the bad, from what works and what doesn't. Because if you guys haven't seen so far, you know how many people just think this is about the events? They're just seeing the stock move and they're just buying a put or they're buying a call. It doesn't work like that. That's why I'm trying to. I remember I said better to be late than wrong. This is like the frog. Every option we've gotten even in the middle of everything, and we got them at a cheaper price. So it's not. That's why you guys you have this idea that there's opportunity in front of you, just because it's moving, but it's not. You're literally talking to somebody who sits here for 7 hours a day, and I stare at option premiums, and I watch how the prices go up and down. And I look at the prices, then I compare them historically, and I'm looking at that little by little every single moment. I'm like, the prices aren't there, So you got to think about that. So it's not like this is how the devil tricks you into thinking. He's like, you see, the noise comes loud. There's a lot of noise. It starts getting really loud. There's a lot of stuff. You got to do something. Oh my gosh, there's all this noise. Not really. Yeah, there's a lot moving, but it's not reflected in opportunity. It's not reflected in price. Oh. What Uncle gonna say? Price always has a meaning. Oh, so there you go, man. I hope you learned something from that. I really do. I think it'll change a lot of and that had to start with somebody asking. They were saying, I need money, or what if I need money, or I need to play right now? It's like, you don't. I'm telling you, like I'm honestly like, we'll get it, but it's just at the same. I have to even remind myself, playing every day, going after every single move. It's not that again, I've proven it profitable that you could just wait and just play the home run events. I mean, that's what Warren Buffett says. Stock market's a game of baseball. You're sitting at the plate, but there's no strikes. It's only a strike if you swing and miss. So the minute you pull the trigger, you swing and miss, you lose your money. But you could wait there, and then you know what could happen? Simple as that. You could wait there, wait till the pitcher gets tired, and then he throws you an underhand pitch, but then just take that. There's no balls or anything. So he could throw strike, fastball. I don't want it. Fastball, you didn't swing, no strike. He could throw 100 of these fastballs at you. You're just sitting there. That's it. And then the minute that pitcher gets tired, he's going to throw you a TLT. He's going to throw you a EEM. He's going to throw you something just as long as you just sit at the plate. Don't take the plays you can't hit. That's it. And that's what's happening right now. You guys realize the world, like right now, trying to play on some of these options, you guys are going against some of the biggest money in the world right now. Why do you think the prices are so high? Why do you think things are so crazy? You're literally trying to compete with some of the best pitchers right now. And they're throwing heat. Don't take a game you're not going to win. That's what I try to do. And again, I mean, that's why I've set it up. I showed you both those accounts. The game I'm playing, even if I lose everything, I'm walking away 5 times on one account, 100% on a $50,000 account, and I still brought up the other account. I'm walking away with cash. No questions asked, and I'm walking away with more than I made by a substantial margin. That's the only way I could justify it. That's why I ghetto spreaded them so early. That's why I took a lot of profits so early. I've set it up. So now we could play, but again, don't underestimate who you're playing against. That's why I'm saying let these guys get tired. We're going to take it. Very few places amateurs and pros could be in the same ring. 100%. 100%. You guys are really playing against some of the craziest people, the craziest money. And the beauty of it is, in these moments, nobody knows what the hell's happening. That's why some of you guys have made more money than some of the best people out there. But at the same time, what will last for a moment, So view this in the future. But I just want you guys get rid of this FOMO, stay in the game, and just really focus and don't get so impulsive. Isn't that funny? That's the first piece of advice I've gave you since the biggest trade that got hit. So, why are CEOs stepping down? It's time to cash out, baby. Thank you for that. I hope that helped. I really do. Because a lot of you guys, moments like these, especially getting involved right at this moment, you're literally, this will end some of your trading careers just because you don't know any better. You're going after all these plays, and then you do all this stuff, and then you just bought a bunch of crap because you just didn't know any better. So just slow down. Just slow down and let it come to you. I mean, that's the point. Don't try to irrationally make this your main source of income. It could help a lot. You hit 2 of those plays a year, you're walking away with $250,000. Okay, even conservatively, 20 grand, 30 grand. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for a lot of people, including you give me 30 grand, I'm straight with that. So don't try to, don't put this pressure on yourself. Don't try to sit here. Don't try to, and force it and say, oh, I have to do something. This is it. I need to make it happen right here, right now. No, it's like, you want success? Okay. Take success. That's fine. But if some of you are demanding success on your terms. So not only do you want success, you want it to look like this and you want it to flow like this too. You saying, no. I want success at one of the hardest things in the world, success with extreme competition, and I want it to look just like this. It's going to be a steady trajectory up, and it's not going to put me in any discomfort at any moment, and it's not going to make me question my abilities at one given moment. Come on. Let's be real, If you work hard for your money, it should be harder to spend it. Josh Answers, beautiful quote. So that's where I'm saying, just take advantage of this and just be smart, but just don't lose the money. I don't want to see trading careers ended because you got in at the right time, but you traded at the wrong time. Now's a great time to be in the market. Now is a great time to be filled with opportunity. But if you make the trade at the wrong time, or you get ahead of yourself, you want to do it too fast, then you're going to have a problem. Do I do paid consultations? Yes, but they're extremely expensive. And especially with the marketplace environment now, I probably wouldn't do one. You know, literally, I said unless you're going to hire me on and give me a retainer of like $1 million, I wouldn't be of use. Hitting them, yeah, that was an unannounced philosophy. But I mean, this was economics. But if you've listened to me speak a lot, you know this is philosophy. At the end of the day, you know that's what this is. This is your mindset. I mean, have you guys not realized it at this point? You know, this is your mindset. I mean, that's all. That's what this is going to be. You know, so selling premium's great. I'm all for playing what I get, just dislike the market that's adjusted. Don't expect anything. So you have a fair understanding of value. You don't. You know why? Because I don't. You know, there's some stuff I know about value and this and that. This week, this last month, threw everything in the gutter. There's a lot we don't know, and just don't expect anything. As long as you don't expect anything, you'll be good. The minute you guys lose expectations, you'll be chill. So that's it. Do you look away from your trading accounts or spending money? Does it go? It depends whether for taxes, but I'll usually just throw it into real estate. CFTC to relieve traders working at home? What? Someone get paid? You don't need collateral for puts. That's only if you short them. This Fed pump is crazy. I don't think so. I mean, I would have here's the thing. I would have shorted this pump. I would have got more puts, but the prices aren't there. There's again, man, dude, 5%. And you're telling me I'm still up on, I mean, this is crazy. I wish I realized how much Josh was ramping up into this. If you watch the videos and you paid attention, it was there. I mean, but at the same time, let's go back to the mindset and philosophy about that. I'm not screaming it from the fucking rooftops. I wasn't getting hyped and excited. It was just like anytime, you know? What happens? Thesis, it's working. Let's keep playing it. Thesis, how can I go wrong? This didn't work. I was wrong on this one. I was early on this one. Let's keep working, you know, and see what it was. But I wasn't getting crazy. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't, you know, I get excited on some days, but it wasn't, I was just slowly escalating the positions. You just had to kind of observe that. But the mindset, you know, it's the excitement level. I think that's what you have to be looking at, you know, so you guys are expecting these moves it was slow and gradual. And that's how usually everything that's going to be a lot of money usually operates that way. I'm still not confident. That's good. By the time you are confident, you'll have a lot more experience practicing, and that next event will come your way. Simple as that. I once picked 5 out of 8 winners at the horse track. I never came close again. Mine just took a while. I mean, last time I turned a small amount. You know, I made more money in August. I turned $2,000 into $250,000. I hit that on the head, but we did this again. We hit TLT with a 30,000% play 8 months ago. We did it again last month. You know, there's some things that are lucky. There's some things that it's a balance of luck and patience. You know, again, that's just I just like being exposed to opportunity. I like what Eagle Eye said. You know, I had all the plays, but they were positioned to benefit me if this happened. Nobody could have known what was going to happen. You know, I had an idea, but I didn't know how it would work like this. You know, that's like I made the video 2 months ago. The coronavirus could crash the stock market, but I could have never thought it would be like this. Yeah, we got those UALs January 20th. Ooh, that was a crazy one. Is tax time a nightmare? Yes. It is unless you have a good one, a good tax person. Multiple accounts makes it harder. Like my tax guy hates me. He's like, why don't you put this all on one? I was like, you don't understand when Robinhood goes down, and then I got to do this one for premium. I use this one for premium. You don't understand, okay? Guys. Don't you think it's a bit of an overreaction to the virus? We're taking months of pain, but we erase 2 years again. No, I think this is extremely serious. Again, look at the bond market. Look at the stock market. I said this a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. If the rich people are freaking out, that's another level. That's one way. That's more tinfoil looking, right? But at the same time, you just saw the Fed cut to zero, do 2 emergency cuts, follow the Fed. That's it. Follow the bank. That's all you have to do. So this isn't like, this just froze the economy. This is the true essence of a black swan. A true essence of a black swan. And then the oil shit, I can't, man, no. This is real. This is big. I don't think, I even said it back then when the market was at all-time highs. I said the same thing, but now I could even, and even today, yesterday was, I don't think you guys realize, yesterday was a very big turning point. Even today, right now, what happens in the next 2 weeks is going to be crazy. That's why I'm saying, that's why even today, and I guess who agrees with me, the option prices, because even after this move, all the puts are still holding up very well. Some more than others, but even the calls you could get, the volatility has not gone anywhere. But how this is setting up, even what they're doing through the government. Just listen. You guys, I'm telling you, this is one of the very rare moments. This is how I know it's serious. Is that the fact that, what's it called? The fact that not only Democrats and Republicans are working together, is the fact that you guys, oh my gosh, 27, 21? Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. What are our USOs at? The USOs aren't going up anymore. What did we pay for those? What did we get the USOs at? Did we get those for 3 cents? Or no, we paid like 7, right? I got 100 at 760. So it's like 7 cents. No, that's 7 cents. Shit. Damn. So it's not bad. They're there. I think I got them at 6 to 7. Yeah, some of you got them cheap. Because I put them on the watch list a day or two before, and then I bought them afterwards. I put them on the watch list a while. So that's all. If you watch the watch list, you get my theses, and if I don't play them, it's all yours. And then I even react to my own plays late. But what I was saying, though, is that what even makes this serious is like, again, this is what I'm saying. You're public officials, you guys. This is why, I timed out a lot of people. Everyone's saying lies. I can't believe like this and that. Like, people aren't listening. I'm shocked, because again, if you guys, I've never seen anything like this in a long time. Your public officials are actually being honest with you. I know some of you doubt the government. I get it. Believe me, you guys, I could see where you're coming from, but they are being so straightforward. It's kind of ridiculous because people are just simply not listening. Similar around the world, down 15%. Hilton, like they're not even acting dumb about the beds, about any plans. They're not saying, "Oh, we don't know yet. We don't know this." They're literally saying, "We're not sharing that number at this time." They're saying it's not important right now. We're not going to give that number. Dude, 2691. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. People are literally choosing to not listen and turn to my right to assembly. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Here, hold on. Let me check this oil. How are the UUPs in relation? Yeah, UUP is barely up. That UUP is gonna be a weird play, yo. I'm excited to see how it ends. So we're 150 on the USOs. That's crazy. That play went up to 17% probability. That was a 3% probability not too long ago. They're lying about the ability. They're not lying about it. They're saying what it is. You know, they're saying they ordered all of these. This is logistics issues. They're saying they're doing it. And just because you may have not received a test or you didn't receive something doesn't mean it's not happening. They don't have, you have to, there's no, at this point, there's zero incentive in not informing people. You're seeing a weird feedback loop because now by informing people, they're still not even listening. And I'm telling you, in all my time with the news and any of this stuff, very rare you see this where they're not saying, I don't know. They're just saying, we're not telling you at this time, or they're saying we're working on it. That's a different rhetoric. I hope you guys realize that, you know? So that's what I'm saying is Karen's waiting on her. And that's what they have logistical priorities and everything. I mean, they confront the inner turmoil they daily displace. I mean, that's one thing, but God has favor for you and all of us. Amen, baby. Helium plays? I don't know. I never thought about that. So, I mean, cry wolf too many times. Yeah, I could see that. You know, people's inherent, I mean, and everything has been fake news since Donald Trump came into, he coined that phrase. So, you know, if anything, it could be hurting him now, just because now everybody, well, it doesn't matter who you are, everybody thinks everything's going to be fake news. People are going to have a different belief, you know, everything. I mean, so it's a weird, I mean, again, this is why I'm telling you guys, like, show love, time for unity, listen to your local officials, because this is a weird time. Even after, I'm telling you, yesterday is a shift. If people don't listen to the recommendations, 2 weeks from now, you're going to see either our healthcare system overloaded or mission accomplished. That's it. I mean, and watch, this is how they're going to work. I said this earlier, every 48 to 72 hours, they're going to release news. So what they're doing, that's why they asked about the beds. They said, it's not important right now. We're not going to tell you. You know why? Because they're going to set everything up. And once they have everything set up to account for how people are going to react, then they're going to tell you. And then 2 days later, something's going to happen. The Fed cut yesterday. Come Wednesday or Thursday, you're going to see a development, at least by the end of the week. And then what's going to happen over the weekend? Same thing, Sunday, Monday. That's how it's going to operate. So if you believe the system, how can you best position ourselves? Very, very simple. Stay inside and protect your community. Because now, again, people are like, wait a minute, I want to play. This goes beyond a play, because if you don't protect our communities right now, then there's not going to be, I mean, I don't want to say there's not going to be, but it's going to upset a lot of future earnings and future profit potential in every single industry all across the world. So that's how you position yourself. You take care of yourself, you take care of the people around you, and you don't put people in risk, and you listen to your government officials temporarily. That's it, okay? You know, it's not like, I get it. I'm not one to say I'm an avid gun owner. Try to take my guns. I don't agree with that. But this is one moment where you should definitely listen, and you should be willing to give up some of your freedoms temporarily, so that they forcefully don't have to get to a level, and so it doesn't put people in danger, and you see a mass death of a lot of people. I mean, it's simple as that. That would become an economic crisis for America. Yeah. Kashkari's a psychopath, but he was there for Lehman. He was in the office. It seems like they're the only ones. Yeah, they're not going to be allowed to close. That's what I'm saying. This is what the government's setting up. They need to secure the supply lines, and then they're going to tell everybody what they're doing. Because if you say, oh, well, we're going to do this, that's why every single time Trump has said, are you going to do a lockdown? He said, I don't know. We're looking at options. Because that's what they're doing. They're going to try. That's what people don't understand is if nobody listens, they're going to start escalating the measures that they do. If everybody listens, it works. This is a chance to prove, do you need to do what China does, or does freedom actually work when everybody comes and unites? That is the key. That's the only way. Because you know what's going to happen in 10 years? China's going to write this in their history books, whichever way. This will either justify a different political system, or it's going to justify in what makes democracy and freedom so great in this country. It's simple as that, I think, and that's why I think anybody who thinks this isn't freedom or this and that, I don't think you truly understand the fact that you even have freedom to not listen to government officials. It's pretty wild to think about. That's why but people are entitled to the freedom, and you have natural given rights, and you should have that. And this is on you to make a wise decision for the greater good of everybody. So yes, I think this is serious. I mean, there you go. White House discussing. I mean, again, you guys remember the last time they did a stimulus package? You guys realize any of the actions they did today, the last time the Fed invoked Section 13 powers, last time that they put $1 trillion stimulus, keyword stimulus, into the system, last time they've cut the rates to zero. Anytime they've done this, it was in the middle of a crisis, or either in the middle of the crisis or as the crisis was forming. So, hey man, y'all do you. They're doing something. Something's up, and people are worried for. I mean, again, when was the last time you seen the NBA closed? NFL, like, think about the people in charge. Like, these guys love. Isn't that funny? We love to criticize these rich people and say that they're this and that. These guys love money. They love it. They love it. Old 90-year-old white guys who they have so much. They got that FU money. They don't care. They love the money. They love the money. They've been in control for longer than you've been alive. They love it. They love it. They love it. And now these guys are willing to not make money. These guys are even shutting down their businesses. Come on, this isn't a conspiracy. This isn't anything. This is just how people react when shit is serious. You think the case in China's are accurate? No, not at all. It doesn't even matter. What you look at is Italy and South Korea. That's it. You have two options. We're either going to be like Italy or South Korea. However, one big primary difference between that, which makes this situation so much more volatile, is the geographics of both. The geographic landscape makes it a lot more difficult because you can't even model that, let alone different political systems, which makes it different, right? So there's that. They could afford to. It doesn't matter if they could afford to, they would. You see, that's the point. You know, if you're making $10 million, $100 million a game, you wouldn't stop it for no reason. Again, we're talking about the same people, right? The same rich people who everyone thinks that they're willing to profit off the backs of hardworking Americans. They're savages. They'll milk you for everything you got. They don't care about if they could afford to or not, because if they could afford to keep it open, they would, but they're not. That's telling you something. Again, just read. Really, the key between all of this is that there's a lot of information out there right here, right now. You got to read between the lines. That's all. 814 in New York. Josh getting rock hard to his own voice. Yeah, you getting clapped. Now what? You like my voice now? Tell me what you think about. Oh, wait. Man, just be positive. That's all. Give me some positive and respectfulness. That's all. Oh, it's push-ups. Yeah, we missed our push-ups. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press high chat, X at the chat. Hit that thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe with the bell so you don't miss it when we go live. Second link for the nightly Watchlist in main channel. We're going to cover all those plays. We'll talk about that UUP and some other things. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Here are our other channels. This first new channel link is the Real Estate channel, so you might want to be in there. I said follow me on Instagram. Check out the tutorials, spreads, how to find 1,000% earners, and read the rules, my friends. Okay? Read the rules. Rule number 6. It's our holy hour. So we've been here for 5.5 hours. Got an hour and 20 minutes left. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, do 5. Can't do 5, do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. You can't do 1, you get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. Just get it moving, baby. Get it moving. That's all we need, man. That's all we need. So do that. Optometrist recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Ah, there you go. Feels good, huh? Relax those. Drop your shoulders. Some of you guys have your shoulders scrunched up. You got to relax a little bit. Oh, dude, my back cracks so violently. It's crazy. There you go. You could do 14. You can do as many, even one every hour work. So drop the shoulders, relax the jaw, breathe in really deep, breathe out with your tongue out. Go. That's it, baby. Y'all worried about the market while Tom Brady's leaving the Patriots. That's crazy. Brady Hanks. They got Brady Hanks. Conte provided coronavirus bonds. And 45, started with 5 push-ups. Now I'm at 40-something. Woo! You want some royalty-free kunk music? I think I know exactly what you need. I know exactly what you need. I know exactly the thing that'll hit the spot for you. I'll do it while I do my push-ups. You make good decisions. Told you I'm chasing, I'm patient with killing. I'm sniping, I'm sitting. It's like an addiction. My palms always itching. You lucky I'm Christian. I let all y'all get. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Hey, hey. Tell him, Uncle. Shout out to Uncle. You guys could get that on YouTube for Uncle. 2020 election. Uncle answers. I don't know. Yeah, it's in the playlist. Y'all can find it. If you like it, you can find it. Whew. See, I'm breathing. Marriott's dropping. There's that Hilton news. You know what? You know what he said? Uncle Answer said he's NYC to ban pool, yeah, for Uber, lifted that. He said there's a reason to sit. There's a reason to stay. There's a reason to there's a reason to sit. No, I said there's a reason to sit. There's a reason to stay. Stay? I don't know what he says. Yeah, what does he say? He says something. It's real deep shit, honestly. I don't even know what he says. I don't know what he says. He said something. It was super deep. I don't know what he said. Oh, I need to check that. What does he say? Oh, there's a reason to quit. That's what he says. He says there's a reason to quit. There's a reason to stay. There's a reason to sit. There's a reason to stray. Life a seasonal game. You getting beat if you thinking that everything is the same. If that doesn't outline what we just talked about, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's just exactly what we talked about. So you getting beat if you thinking that everything is the same, especially in this market right now. Damn. This is just a high-low ticker from E-Trade. Oh, there you go. There's the link for y'all. Run up that Spotify. Well, SPY's being trippy, but here's the thing today. Hopefully you guys have noticed. Volume is really, really, it's high, but really low compared to the last few days. This is going to be probably one of the, this is just like, it's going to be kind of like this here. Was this the last time 3.6? Yeah, right? When did the Fed do the emergency cut? I think it might be something like this day here. So we'll see. That's what I'm worried about. Hey, please run it back for Chad one more time. We'll get once Power Hour hits. We'll get verse 2 for Power Hour. See, baby. Didn't you asked another question earlier, Sally? Let me see if I can get it. I remember you donated and asked something. I don't think I answered it though. Hold on. Well, I thought you did. I don't know why I can't see it. Yeah, I'm still holding the June TLT. Let's see how clapped it is. That plays down 30% today. So now that plays 1,000 into 11,000 instead of 30,000 or 20,000. Is TLT and not today? No. TLT is being weird. It didn't even do the thing too. The March TLTs, those are clapped. I'm still holding those, but that's why some I either lose on the play or I make money on it. That's so that I hold them. I don't really sell out of them. We should have took the Marches when they were up, but I didn't. All we have to do is sit on our couch to fight this away, man. Yeah, they just need to stabilize. Well, that's what they're. And they're trying. I'm still shocked, bro. Oil's at 27, bro. We even clipped 26. Is that a new low from the drop? Yeah, bro. This is lower, bro. This is awful. That's awful. And this is gonna create a real big dislocation with some stuff. Why don't you ever just lose a percentage of the option is down? Because whatever percentage I would have wanted to lose, I would have stuck it in there. So let's say I put $1,000, right? But then I'm going to say I'm going to cut it at a 50% loss. So that would mean at $500, I would go sell out and that's it. Or if I'm saying, well, I want to lose $500, but then I know the markets are going to get tricky. I know there's a lot of emotions and I understand that the value you have with time, instead of saying, well, I want to lose 50% of 1,000, logically speaking, I would be okay then losing 100% of $500. Does that make sense? So I'll just lose the 500 and I'll be cool losing all of it because it's the same exact thing at the end of the day. I wouldn't average down on that TLT play because TLT is not going to move up $50 by Friday. That just clicked, did it? That should click. That's why everyone's asking. They're like, "Why should I take losses? Should I take losses?" Like, nah, you just put a lot of money in that play. So if you didn't want to lose $500, you shouldn't have put that much money in. Just put whatever you were going to lose. That's what's happening to a lot of you. You're putting these big positions, cutting the position, and then 2 weeks later the play hit, but then you cut out of it just because you paid for something, but you didn't use it. You paid for time, but you didn't want to use the time. Instead, you tried to leverage and you exchanged time for higher gains. So that's what happened. So that's why I say options, you got to understand what you're leveraging and know what you're playing. So there was news with Hilton and Marriott, so this makes sense. But here's Trump. This is live right now.
Hundreds of people in this company. Some of them have been with him for 20, 30 years, and he was really concerned about their livelihood and the safety net. And
speak up.
And the other thing that he mentioned was if the government can help with liquidity and access to capital, that would be of great assistance. And he specifically mentioned that his loans were swap loans, and therefore there are severe penalties to refinance. And so if there's any way to alleviate that burden, that would be more straightforward.
Yeah, we're dealing with the banks too, and the banks have been very accommodating. They will be. I think they will be. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Arnie Sorensen, CEO of Marriott. Thanks for giving us your time this afternoon, and appreciate the leadership of all of you as we go through this crisis. I don't need to repeat much of what's been said. We think we have about 750,000 people that wear our name badge around the world every day. Probably about 2/3 of those in the United States.
How many hotel rooms now? Worldwide?
1.4 million, just shy of 1.4 million hotel rooms. And as you know, the business is made up of hotels we run. Often hotels are owned by other investors, but we will operate them, and then also by franchise operators. And they are typically owner-operators. They might range from a Fairfield Inn in a suburban or rural market all the way up to a Ritz-Carlton or a St. Regis someplace. And you asked about the globe. In January, of course, this all starts in China. Business falls by 90%.
And this all started in China.
All started in China.
That's where you first saw the problem, and it's where you first got hit.
Absolutely. Third week in January, and within a week, business is down about 90%. And you've been living this just the way we have. About 3 weeks ago, we have that horrible weekend where it shows up in Korea and in Italy. They are sort of a clarion call, if you will, that it has left China and it is moving to the rest of the world. And while we didn't know exactly how it would show up in the United States, it was fairly clear that it was now a broader spread. And from
Is
that,
China doing better now?
China, there's starting to be some green shoots. So Macau, for example, we think we bottomed at about 2% occupancy.
2%?
2%.
What?
Yeah. And we think we might be
2% occupancy?
last night. Now, that's probably one of the stronger markets in China.
It's going back.
And so they're trying to get things going again, but we're still in the rest of the world, including the United States. I get dailies, of course, of new reservations and cancellations. In every other market, the numbers are continuing to go down. So I don't think we've bottomed anywhere else yet. In the U.S. in the last couple of days, anyway, when you look at decline in reservations and in cancellations, the total is negative. So we're losing business every day, not really getting it.
We haven't hit that top yet. We're in the process.
Yeah, I think that's right. And of course, we'll have some time with you today, but employees first, and I think liquidity second is the two things that are on our list.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kelly Malou for the Intercontinental Hotels Group, Chief Executive of the Americas. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We have nearly 6,000 hotels around the world, over 3,800 hotels in the United States, over 530,000 rooms. 80% of those are owned by small business people across 50 states, across every county, across every community. So we're experiencing the same impacts similar to what the industry, the HLA, and our colleagues here have been talking about. I want to turn attention to those small business owners in 50 states across the communities, because they're the bedrock of those communities. And as they're getting impacted,
oil's still
it's not just their
dropping, you
employees
guys.
that begin to see
Get ready for
impact
more
and job
oil
losses,
news.
but it's an entire ecosystem of their suppliers, their vendors, And so I think I'm very pleased that we can work together with you and the administration to find a solution to preserve that network of entrepreneurs across the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Vice President, Patrick Pacia, CEO of Choice Hotels International. We have 6,000 hotels in the U.S. That's 1 out of every 10 hotels flies our flag. As others have talked about, we're in secondary and tertiary markets. We may be the only hotel in a small town. Those owners have 2 key concerns. 1, what do they do with their employees when they've got 0 occupancy? And 2, how do they pay their mortgage? So it is this question of employee retention and liquidity so they can get through this period. 90% of our hotels are SBA eligible, so we're very familiar with the SBA loan program and the disaster relief. There's some red tape there that we have some suggestions that we think the SBA
give us those suggestions.
You want them right now?
Yeah.
I'll give them to you right now. The first is the disaster relief cap. It's only $2 million, and if you've taken out the full 5, you can't get access to the additional 2. So we need the cap raised.
To what?
We need it to at least raise to 10 million on a per individual basis. Secondly is the personal liquidity test, which just got put in place. That could be rolled back. And the final one is figuring out the affiliation. So an individual may own a partnership in multiple hotels.
Right.
So that again restricts the amount of capital available to them. So we'd really like the opportunity to speak to the SBA about lifting some of those requirements to really help inject
So it's
more liquidity.
individual properties instead of accumulated properties.
Absolutely.
Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. Mark Applemazian, CEO of Hyatt Hotels. I have 950 hotels around the world, and we have 600 in the United States, over 70,000 employees. And I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that were said. We've been tracking, we have a large base of group business in the United States, big convenings and conventions, and we've been tracking major cancellations. We now have tracked in the U.S. alone canceled events. I'm not talking about major sports leagues that have shut down, or universities and those kinds of things, but actual convenings, conventions, big meetings.
You have some of the sports leagues, right?
As customers.
You have quite a few, yeah. I would think so.
But when we look at just the other meetings that have been canceled, they involve attendees of over 1.5 million people. So when you think about the ecosystem impact, it's major convention markets where those attendees are not.
Yeah, that news that Adidas posted is real.
They're also
Mnuchin's talking about more limited airlines.
The collective impact is quite significant. I think the key issue that I would leave you with is that the urgency is very high because day by day, the occupancy rates have dropped precipitously. So now we are seeing occupancies below 10% in the single digits for the vast majority of our hotels, whereas a week ago they were 20, 30 points higher than that. It's happened very rapidly.
When this ends, do you see a quick buildup?
I think that all depends on how confident people are to get back on planes and start traveling again. So I think that's really the key issue. We've got to also position ourselves to get people back into their jobs, either retain them or rehire them. One of those two things are critical because we all are proud of the people that we employ and we want to retain them. So whether we can retain them or have some assistance and get them rehired early so that we can spool back up.
Hopefully you can retain them.
Hopefully
that's what we're shooting for. You want to retain them.
I think the issue with that, sorry to interrupt, Mark, Mr. President, is that when our owners are running 8-9%, as I said, we're shutting hotels. So all of those employees are being furloughed or laid off right now, day by day. Jim Murren's here somewhere, 80,000 people this week. We're tens of thousands because our owners can't.
This is the loudest it goes.
And so
that's the key issue that I was really making is the timing. It's happening instantaneously.
Okay. One of the things we want to talk about is trying to create a fund for those people in order to stop that from happening.
What kind of a fund would that be?
I think that would have to, in lieu of sort of unemployment insurance. It would
in terms of dollars?
I think the fund for that probably our quarterly payroll for the industry is $45 billion in total. So that you can sort of scale it from there.
Yep. I got it.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your time. I'm the CEO of Wyndham Destinations, and we are in the vacation ownership and exchange business, the world's largest company in that space. We employ 23,000 associates, and take care of over 5 million households on vacation every year. Largely in the industry, it's about an $80 billion impact to the overall economy, and we employ directly 250,000 and another 250,000 through other small businesses that work well with our industry. To your point about a quick recovery, we purely serve a leisure customer, which means just like after 9/11, just after the 08-09, our customers will be back really quick as soon as we're on the other side. And we really believe our industry will recover quickly and be an accelerant back to the economy once we get to the other side.
I think so, Jim. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. It's Jim Murren, the Chairman and CEO of MGM Resorts. It's good to see you all again, Mr. Secretary.
We couldn't get you a chair? What happened?
Well, we're in the spatial recognition world, but I just wanted to say, on behalf of MGM, we have made a decision around the country to close our resorts, and tomorrow night we will close all the resorts in Las Vegas. That's 70,000.
This could be reacting to the Trump news.
Putting on a furlough.
Or is for the Mnuchin
I want
news.
to retain those employees. I want to bring them back as soon as possible. Las Vegas, as you know, will come back rapidly once you give us the green light, but it's very important that we keep these people on our payrolls as soon as possible. I also represent the 2 million jobs of the gaming industry in the United States. And as you know, many of those casinos are in cities that rely upon them for their tax revenue. So I appreciate your efforts, and I stand by to help you in any way I can.
Okay, we'll get it done, Jim.
Thank you.
We'll get it done.
I'm Richard Bates. I'm with Walt Disney Company, and today I'm here for the theme park and motel business. So thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Secretary. We have about 220,000 employees. We think our company is great because of our employees. So employee retention is the single most important issue for me. Second would be liquidity. So I frankly support some kind of employer payroll tax holiday. I don't know if you're still on
Is it what you like the best of the various scenarios?
I like them all, but that one I like a lot.
Most direct. Not as quick, but most direct.
I think so.
Thank you.
Especially, Mr. President, because a lot of us have, like Disney voluntarily closed their parks, so they have people out of work today. And as MGM, we have voluntarily closed these resorts. And if we can get some relief on that, we will absolutely want to keep these people on board.
Let me ask you, the parks outside of the United States closed? You closed all of your parks, everything closed. That's a real worldwide problem, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's incredible.
And one last point, Mr. President, and on Macau, because Arnie Sorensen was talking about, of course, we own 2 resorts there. The government shut those casinos down, as you know, for 2 weeks. We're starting to slowly see a recovery there, but it is absolutely single-digit occupancy right now. So we're not seeing any better results there currently.
You guys okay? Yes, please.
Chip Rogers, President and CEO of the American Hotel and Lodging Association. I'll be quick. Industry-wide, last year, occupancy was 67%. That helped support 8.3 million jobs. Right now, as these gentlemen have indicated, we're probably under 20% nationwide and headed south. If by the end of the year we get up to 35% and nothing else happens, that'll be about 4 million jobs lost. That's if we can get back up to 35%.
But they'll come back as we age a little bit, right?
Yes, quicker the better.
Yeah, I think so. They come back fast. Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you, please.
Come on, guys, let's go.
Guys, send checks to everybody. How much money are you talking about? That's all being figured now, and we're also helping industries like Boeing. We have to help Boeing. We have to help the airline industry. It wasn't their fault. This wasn't their fault. And we will do that. We'll be doing that. So we're adding it up. It'll be fine. It'll come back very quickly once we're finished with our war with the virus. Okay?
Mr. President, besides a payroll tax holiday, nothing as big as 12.4% has ever been tried. They did 2% in 2010.
They've done it in smaller amounts, yeah.
They've done it in smaller amounts.
But we have a lot of other.
Can the country afford something that big?
Well, they can definitely afford it. The question is, do we want to go through payroll and do what we want to do? You know, there are 4 other ways of doing it. And that's what we're determining along with the Senate right now. Senate and House, we're all working on this together, John. Thank you all very much.
Press, we're done, let's go.
Tens of thousands of employees of all of these companies who've been
furloughed, they live paycheck to paycheck in many cases. What is your message to them?
Well, the message is that this was something that happened. It's nobody's fault. It happened, and we're going to take care of it. We'll be bigger, stronger, better than ever before, and it won't take that long. Thank you very much.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Yes.
Roger Dow, U.S. Travel. I'd like to put together what everyone has said here. The numbers are $355 billion that we're going to lose. 4.6 million employees will be out of work, and we're predicting unemployment will go to 6.3%. So it's now.
Thank you all.
Oh, interesting. All right. So that gave us a lot of info. Oh, whoa. Make sure you guys like the video. I'm looking at some credit spreads right now. That gave us some info there with the hotels. It was kind of crazy. And then we're leaving town until they've passed another coronavirus. Uh-oh. We're not leaving town. Uh-oh. So they're trying to get another one passed, but then Mnuchin came that, and then there's now there's some more oil news coming out here. European leaders close borders. I want to do a credit spread. I'm just trying to. I might do a risky credit spread here. It's kind of shitty, but like, what's the max risk? Like, you can make $750 or lose $1,700. Because again, I want to grab a put, but it's just like you can't even. I guess the credit spread would be more guaranteed. Maybe I do 5 of them instead of 10. Then you make 375. No, it's a credit spread. I don't like those numbers, but it's playing. I mean, it's a bad number. I'd rather put that $1,200 or $1,700 at just an Amazon play. My camera's out of focus. You might have to change your quality settings. That's usually what we get. Oh my gosh, that's still within one standard deviation? Woo. Let's see, how can we finesse this? Yeah, we need the 11. We should have done the 11 at 11 today. I just went on that rant instead. These pumps are BS. Well, if you haven't noticed, the amount of moves that we're making on the upside, it's gone down. Do I see Mr. Hits News now? I was scrolling. Fed will offer $1 trillion every day in overnight repo this week. Yeah. See, that's what I said. They're gonna move to offer a unlimited repo facility. But that's the problem, because if that doesn't work, and then now you're at zero, they're gonna come up there. That's why they're already invoking Section 13.3. I mean, they're just gonna start coming up with different ideas. I mean, watch. I told you, this is all. Yeah, it's all gonna be. Everything's an experiment at this point. TLT. Not. I mean, the plays are still expensive. The ones I'd want to average on. You could maybe go the weeklies, but I have an expensive play I'd rather do. I found a play. It's just super expensive. No, this play is expensive literally in the sense of one contract would cost over almost $2,000. I mean, I guess I can get it cheaper if I wanted to. Spread is very crazy, man. Sorry, I'm too broke to donate. Nah, man. I love and positivity, man. That's good enough. Josh does not have a crystal ball. Please stop asking him to call a bottom or anything else. I mean, y'all can't read the book of Proverbs. I'm just a middleman. Y'all could ask somebody who truly knows the future if you insist. It's definitely not me. He will have holes in his palms. That's an identifying factor. So I have 0 marks of a crucifixion. I cannot tell you what is going to happen. I could just prepare like the good word tells us to. Why would anyone donate to someone with a few million in the bank? Why would anybody get bothered or question why somebody wants to donate to someone else? Huh? God bless you, man. God is good, baby. God blessed all of us. We all blessed, baby. I feel a lot better than earlier. I woke up so nauseous. GLD, is it popping again? I can't believe the TLT is 45 minutes left. Tip your Taylor, baby. Maybe they donate because he provided value. No. What kind of E-Trade? These are the classic charts for the graphic interface. E-Trade Pro has some like new charts. I hate them. Thank God they kept the classic charts. No, I'm still in my TOT. Give you something, even if it's a little American coffee, Red Bull. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you, man. You don't even need to donate. I definitely respect it if you do, but I mean, it's cool. I know some of y'all. I want you to save your money. Woo! I'm gonna have a lot of snaking on the chain here. Which contract is that? All right, so I'm gonna try to get a put, but I don't. The spreads are so wide and it's so illiquid. I mean, I don't even know what I'm gonna get filled. You guys are probably gonna get a way better fill than I am because I have to go through and snake this shit. So what I mean by snaking it, when the spreads are wide, what I do is I figure out the contract I'm okay with buying. So let's say there's like a $3 spread, right? And the bid is at $1 and the ask is at $4. So if I say I'm cool with buying it at the ask, I'm cool with spending $4, I then look at the other contracts that do not have $4 on the bid. So as long as there's not $4 on the bid, I could get filled at there. So I start with that better contract. I put in the order at $4. It doesn't fill. I cancel. I go to the next one. If that one doesn't get filled at $4, I go that all the way until I reach the original contract, because then that at least lets me know I have an opportunity to get it at a decent price. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Not at all. I'll show you it. I used to show it on stream, and then remember Qualcomm? I used to show it on stream, and then I did it on stream, and then I was trying to buy 100 contracts, and somebody snaked me, and then they took it. So I'll explain it after I get filled on the chain. You could set OBS. This takes a while depending on the contract. See, I'm literally like, I've already put in 2 orders. I didn't get filled, so now I have to go to a lower price. Got it. Boom. See? So I got an option $20 closer to the money for the same amount I would have paid anyways. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's an expensive one. So I just spent $1,400 on a contract. Do not buy it. It's very, very risky. So let me see. Let me get this ready. We covered the UUP play. I'll cover that on the watch list. Okay. So again, be very, very careful. Do not make this trade. The chain is messed up. So you're gonna get big, and it's expensive. So a lot of you guys won't play this. So do not trade this. I'm just letting you guys know, and I'm gonna show you guys the whole snaking of the chain thing. But I got a May 1st Chipotle. Where is this thing? I got a May 1st Chipotle. I got a 320 at 14.20 a contract. So this is the one, and this is what I was telling you, because now what happened, it was this 13 here. It was the 1490. It was the 310 or the 305. This is what I meant by snaking the chain. See, so now look at, if this one at least has activity, it's tightening up there. There's no orders. So when this is when there's a big spread, when there's no activity, look at this chain, there's no real price for it. So what happened here, I was gonna spend 14.20 on this one because the ask was at 14.20 and the bid was at 11.90. So what did I do? I looked for the bid that didn't have 14.20. So in this case, all of these have bids now. See, now this has got messed up here, but these bids weren't as high. So what did I do? I went here. Oh, someone got in at 12? Oh, someone bought that other put at 12. So see, that one, I mean, that's not as, that one's decent. So, yeah, it's really expensive, but then this is what, yeah, listen, that's why you said that, and as I was going to, because I think about what happened, Herm, I was going to do that shitty credit spread, and it had like an $1,800 risk. You brought up Chipotle. I was like, well, shit, all the restaurants got clapped. Chipotle doesn't have a what's it called? Chipotle doesn't have a drive-through. I was like, well, I mean, if we are seeing something, I said I'll take it, and I made sure this covered earnings. So I was like, all right, might as well take it. And, CMG's up a lot. So what happened here, though, this is what I'm saying. So this was the original one. So what I started to do is I found the contract. So if I was going to buy the ask, I started off at like the 330s because this bid was lower. The bid was below the ask that I was going to pay. The spreads were $4 or $5 apart. So what did I start doing? I put a bid at 14.20 on the 330. I didn't get filled. I canceled it. Then I went to the 325. It didn't have my bid. I canceled it. Then I went to the 320, and then finally it filled me. But I was going to spend 14.20 on the ask anyways. So that is what I meant by snaking the chain. So that's what I intended to do, and it saved me money because I was going to buy the 305 initially, but not at 14. See, so now this is the problem. That's why I said be careful. Like someone just spent 13.30 on here. You should have bid 13.30 on the 310. Because then you don't, the spreads are too wide. Okay, so none of this is a recommendation. I'm talking theoretically because this is what I did. I was just trying to explain that to you. So that is that is the whole snaking the chain, which is how do you play and make sure you get the price when there's a big spread, lack of volatility and a big spread. So that's what we did right there. Does that make sense? Let me see if I could find. I think we could show it better on June. Yeah. Right? No. These aren't. Maybe April. Let me show you a different contract so you can see what I'm talking. Yeah, here's a perfect example. Ready? So take a look. Everybody take a look. This is what I meant. So it'll work better on here. So let's say I wanted to buy these. I like the 290s, right? The bid's at $7 and the ask is at $9.80. So what happened is like if you look at all these spreads. These are 50% spreads, right? So you can't hit those. So, or you can, I mean, but there's a risk. So then take a look. Like, why did this guy, he got these for $1,200. Somebody bought these for $700. If you throw in an ask, the market maker will take your money. Okay. So, you got to keep this into perspective here, but let's say you were going to spend this for $9.80. What you would do instead now, go find the bid that's lower than $9.80, because worst case scenario, you're going to buy this at the ask if you truly want that play. That's what I was going to do with the Chipotle. So then what did I do? I started up here you would start at the 330, put in an order of $9.80. If it doesn't get filled, you cancel, then go down to here, $9.80. You don't get filled, cancel, go to the next one, $9.80. You don't get filled, cancel, but then eventually the same price you would have bought on the ask, you would have been able to get now $5, $10, $20 closer to the money, and that has a big difference. So again, still risky. This is just a tip. This isn't like a foolproof strategy. This is just a tip to play these wider spreads and these lack of volatility, especially in this environment, just so that way you don't spend 30, 40, 50% more and then get 30, 40, 50% more out of the money. So this is just a simple tip of this is what I do when I'm snaking the chain. So you guys see me that's why I'm like, I'm putting in an order. And this is why I tell you guys, don't trade this. Sometimes you're able to profit off of it because just like in this last case, by me taking that trade, I added liquidity, but then now it started to balance out. So take a look. Look at this is a 10-cent spread. Screw you guys. Yes, you guys are like, well, it's higher. It's higher than when I bought it, but now you have a 10-cent spread. That that was the loss I should have taken, essentially. But now since I got it at a lower price, you don't have to pay a big spread. That is a very big difference, and especially with some of these contracts, it's very valuable because I was about to spend the same price to buy one of these, to buy a 300. Tooken is taken, but the haters still hating. What are they saying? Still in the chat, but they still gonna complaining. Anyways, but so you guys see this coming down to it. This is why it's beneficial, but again, you could still run into an issue. Okay, so this doesn't mean, this isn't the biggest thing, not a big drop. You're getting some claps over here. But I have a few videos. I have a video called How I Beat the Market Maker. There's another video on snaking. I know a bunch of these market maker tricks. That's what I'm saying. This is what I was trying to tell you guys earlier. I'm sitting here for too long of my life, honestly. Every single day. I've made so many executions. You know how these computers start to work. So there's something in here with how you're playing them. There's an interesting, you could see some of this stuff. That's why I know when the spreads are like this, if I put in my order at 14, if I put it on the ass, they would have took my money because the chain is so illiquid. They would have literally taken that money without any hesitation, and I wouldn't have known any better. So that's why, how did I come to this conclusion? Because imagine me making trades in the past. I make these trades, and then what happens? I'm like, dude, I could have got $30 closer to the money for the same price. What the hell? And the factor was I just got impatient, and I didn't try to get the other ones. But like I was saying too now, be careful, because when some of these plays I buy, when I'm buying really far out the money, if you guys are purchasing them, that's why I say don't purchase them, simply because you what's it called? You're going to fall victim to the market makers. That's what I'm saying, is that if you go and ask price and you don't know what you're doing, and then this is a 50% spread, they're going to clap you. That's how some people, that's what I'm saying. Even if people try to flip the plays and this and that, they're taking a risk because they're going to run into the market maker if this gets out of whack. And that's usually, so again, the less liquid, the more risk. But now this is how you could snake a chain that's what I'm saying. So that's why I find the trade I want. And then what do? I start from the top, and then I just start going back and forth till I get filled at the price I want. But do you notice it starts with finding the play, but ultimately I decide on a budget. I figure out my budget, and then I start putting in orders through there. Simple as that. What if you want someone to clap your cheeks? I got you, baby. I hate to cancel. It takes 30 minutes. That's why I did it on my phone. I did that play on Robinhood. I did that on my phone, and then what you do is you keep the order page up, and then you just put replace order, so then it cancels it automatically, and then you go to the next one. So I did about 6 orders. I did 6 orders in like 2 minutes. Wasn't that bad on Robinhood. It was not bad at all. Yeah, but Oriole's going to go crazy. Good thing we got that. Dude, this is nuts. This is nuts for sure. I'm telling you. And then CMG, I got it as a restaurant play, and they're lagging behind a lot of stuff. But that play's risky. Again, notice how I switched my opportunities. I was going to do a credit spread, and it was going to have a bigger risk. So I said, screw that. I'll just I'll just put $1,500 on. It was a restaurant play. There's still $600. They were at $300 in 2014-15. Their last health crisis brought them down to $240. So I was like, all right, and it covers earnings, and again, it's restaurant related. Run it up, baby. Run it up. And it has time. Run it up. But it's expensive. But that's the reason why I gave myself the okay to play that. So, yallah. When I say oil's going crazy, do I mean it's going to go up and down? What I mean by it is oil is going to go crazy. Stick a crazy psycho Middle Eastern prince from Saudi Arabia and then stick him in the same room as Vladimir Putin. A lot of craziness will ensue in that. Then give him like little Q-tip foam things and then have him stand on a beam and fight. That's what oil is going to look like. You picturing that with me? So picture, Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince, and Vladimir Putin like on a gladiator game, and they're standing on the little thing, and they got those little Q-tip, things, and then what are they? They're just fighting on that, and that's what oil is going to look like, because it's now at a shaky place. Somebody's going to win, so they're just going to start going crazy. That's what I'm picturing with oil right now. That's exactly them. Like, hey, what are you doing, Habibi? No. What do you want to do? Do you want to do this oil game again? I met you last week. I sell it at 30. You come back to me today, disrespect, I give it to 15. He said, brother, what are you talking about? Brother, I don't want to make any problems with you, Muhammad. Okay? Listen, I don't support what you guys do, but it's simple. Very, very simple. We are better financial situation than 2014, 2015. You are a young man, Muhammad bin Babu. I don't know what they call you, but still. Okay? All I'm saying is that I don't want to make this battle. I'm losing my accent trying to speak your stupid shit you're talking. Yeah, but that it's going to go crazy, though. There's going to be a lot of stuff. Oil's down a lot. Oil's even at 26. It's wild. That's it. A lot of you guys not familiar. Comrade, let me tell you. My name is Niko Chedevich. I came from Russia. I came over here. I was sent on a mission for oil excursion. I had to make a deal with the shale producer in America. They did not want to work. Okay? So, we have a lot going on here. And they want to do another emergency meeting. I don't get it. But hey, they want to do it. That's fine. He's Niko Chedevich, Niko Koltovich. A lot of people call me many different names. I don't care what you call me. Just buy the oil. That's all. I don't know why I love when Josh giggles at his joke. I know, I laugh sometimes. Because sometimes I'm like, that's funny. I'm like, what my roommate just said is funny. I got to laugh. I just got to laugh. And then I just think about what other people are thinking about. Because then I'm like, dude, these people are listening to me right now. And I'm I just hope it makes some of you smile. That's it. I'm like, dude. And then there's the people who get mad. Like, it just pisses them off. I'm like, why would that happen? Give me money. You give me money, I give you oil. I don't get this. Why you guys make this so complex? It's a very simple strategy. You give me the cash, I give you the oil. Okay? Or you get KFC chicken. You take your pick. Which do you need more today? Smile when I say good. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I love you. Yeah, good to smile. I want to make sure you guys smile. That's it. Especially, comic relief, enjoy it. People get mad. I mean, I understand. But that's why, I understand. I feel bad because I'm empathetic. But then at the same time, it makes me laugh. Because I get some people, they don't want to hear jokes sometimes. Or the ones that make me laugh is, the ones who are they're so serious about stocks that they can't, they had to tell all their friends and family that they're doing this for a living. So they feel like if they laugh, that they're not working or something. It's like their own inner boss yelling at them. So I'm like, just chill, bro. Just chill. It's okay. Don't worry. We love you, man. What's going on with TLT? I don't know. What is TLT? The lending tips? I don't even know what TLT is. That's crazy. Was it on that guy, the Watchlist guy, who posts, the guy who doesn't show his face, and then he just posts random plays? Yeah, I don't trust that guy. He doesn't even show his face. I usually just because of that, I ignore every single thing that's said. But that's just weird. It's weird, right? Weird. Really weird. Gotta trade like you're a rich brat. No, don't take it. Get away from these extremes. LVS closing resorts in Vegas. I wanted to get a credit spread on LVS. Yeah, they're coming down. But, just don't take it to extremes. You relax. You just have to be balanced, man. The girlfriend and I broke up. Going to be hanging out here. It'll be good. High probability you'll probably get back together. But even then, whatever happens, happens. We love you. Theodore Lincoln Trump. We have a guy in my country named Theodore Lincoln Trump. He was a American apologetics or something. He was I don't get who he supported. I said, what do you mean what is Theodore Trump? What is this guy? Who's your parents? He's crazy. I appreciate you. All this for it to come in. That's what you guys haven't realized. I said it earlier. You guys you don't realize it? You haven't noticed the pumps got a lot smaller? Do you realize how much more down we are? The pump should have been up 5,000 points. You can't even remember when we started pushing up at like imagine 300 on the SPY, how easy it was to go up there. That was a lot of money. You're not getting the same move here. So, this is it's going to take some time. You don't think we're due for a relief rally? I don't know what we're due for at all. That's it. I could see, I know in the 2 to 4 weeks, it's going to turn into a shitstorm. If I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong. Somebody asked me that. They said, you're wrong. And I said, I hope. At this point, that's why I'm so willing to be like straight up with this, and I'm pretty confident in it, just because I do hope I'm wrong. I really, really hope I'm wrong. That's it. If I am, I'm going to lose a little bit of free profit, and I'm still going to walk away with, double the accounts. But then at the same time, I'm not really. This is just gotten too out of hand. I said it. I'm sick of this. I'm just like, this is out of hand. We're due for being live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Amen. I'm sick of? I'm just sick of everything being out of hand. I'm telling you, this is what anybody, even the people I work with, anybody I know in any business capacity, people don't like this. This is uncertainty. This is the true definition of uncertainty, and it's not good for any business. There is opportunity, and I don't, that's why we're here, we're looking at stuff, but I'm sick of the instability. Everything just keeps getting out of hand, and I don't like it. It just keeps going crazy. I don't get it. Do you think the media contributed? No, it's just I think in America, at least, I think there's a large amount of society that is not prepared to handle this. There's a point, we got memes, we have fun, we enjoy it, we have a lot of freedom, things are good, but it gets to a point, like, when it gets serious, people, like, that's why I said, this is one of the most shocking moments that I'm seeing, just because people are literally, they're just not even listening. I don't know. It's not going to be, I didn't know. No, it's just like they don't listen. It's like it could be right in front of people and they're just still not listening. It's truly fascinating. So that's what my mom asked me. She was like, "Why like this?" She's like, "Are they not telling people?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "They're telling everybody." They're yeah, it's normalcy bias. Yes, I think that's what it is. Like, and then bro, it is idiocracy. I thought about that the other day, bro. I swear I thought about that the other day because my mom. She's like, there's like they got young kids, you know. There's like they got kids working. They're hiring millennials to work these extra shifts at different places that stay open, like Target and all that. But it's crazy. I was like, I always wondered how the plot of Idiocracy like would have came to life, right? I was like, how would it have been where it's not like where it says the less intelligent people just kept it made sense. It just makes sense now just because think about it. Somebody who's smart, who listens, stays inside and they do that, then you're just going to have one person who just doesn't listen and just thinks it's nothing, and then they'll spread it to like 90 people. And then they'll go do it again, and then they do it, and then it'll just kill off all the people who listened eventually. And then then everybody that they're like, well, I'm immune. I took electrolytes. I think we're fine. I don't get it. Why did I stay inside? Isn't that like Marshall inequity? No, I'm American. You can't tell me to stay inside even if all the bars are closed. No, I could go outside. I'm not 70. What do you mean? You can't tell me what to do. Don't tell me how to live my life. I want to start baiting, I'm going to bait. Don't tell me I can't bait. You hear this guy? Tell me to stay inside? You're a loser. You loser. Somebody, Lending Tips just texted me. Someone said, what are they going to do? Make me stay indoors? If I go out, they're going to arrest me? Yeah, that's actually how it works. They'll fine you. And then once they catch you again, they're going to be like, well, you clearly are defying the law. Okay. J&J to start vaccine trials. Little pop. How's those Walmarts? I'm surprised the Walmarts. Oh shit. I still have those Walmarts, but notice as they got in the money, I stopped making as much money. Actually, no, they're worth $325. I sold them out at $260, so I still have that one. They posted a policeman at someone's thing. Isn't that crazy? It's just a waste of resources. Just because somebody wants to refuse to just not be a walking biological weapon. Like, it's literally what it is at this point. I mean, maybe a little extreme for me to say that, but I mean, let's just put it that way for a little bit. You're just a walking loaded gun at that point. No, this is a flu. There's a conspiracy theory. They only want you to stay inside so they can sell you Microsoft Xbox. And then they want to make it was Clorox who did lobbying. You know how many things are happening in the world they're not talking about? You hear about oil? I don't know shit about oil, but I heard they're not talking about oil. Yeah, that's why. Why would they talk about oil? Nothing else is more important. Yeah. It's got what the equity markets need, Brondo. I sound just like him. You sound like a globalist. You sound like you're trying to take my freedom. And I'm not going to let that happen. Okay? No. I haven't even been live for World War II, but still. So we talking market green tomorrow or what? Listen, young one. Okay? I'll explain this to you. It doesn't matter if it's green or red. All that matters is if the price is right. Yeah, I remember. You guys don't remember. There was a man named Bob Barker. And he knew when the price was right. Just like that show. Okay? We wait. And when the prices are high, we say $1. And that's it. No, red and green doesn't matter. The price matters. You want to wager on that? And I'll take it. Come on down. I'm always asking why. Price always has a meaning. And I always been that guy. If you need it, come and see me. Adobe blowing on the upside. That call got crushed. Or that put. Adobe's moving so big. So it's like post that play. I was up on it and now I'm down on it. I have a big position on that one. I have time. I mean, I like that play. I still like it. I'm rolling with it. It is clapping me though. Big major clap. Ooh. Carl! Where's Carl? No, I still have the 320. I sold out of one set of 320s, but remember I did a $400 rollover. That thing's clapped. I made the Adobe play the day before earnings. More stuff to grab. Lulu could be interesting, actually. Walkers, Carl! They're coming! Hey. How y'all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Now, the bacon at the loophole might get the water underground on the hair tie. Thank you. Where's Carl? I can't find Phil either. No, my name's George W. Cope. Nice to meet you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Stay safe from that virus. It's dangerous. Shane, gold is making move. I need to see the price on that. What happened? Oh, IWMs and TLTs got clapped. And the UNHs. Damn, I lost $1,000 on that UNH profit. Okay. Okay. The GLDs. Oh, the GLDs are up a lot, though. I like GLD. I like this whole... I like what we got going on here. No coronavirus cluster in New York City. Will need more than 5,000 ventilators on hand. City should decide shelter in place in 48 hours. Yeah, those TLT puts we bought are back to break even. They expire this week. Are they going to shut down the warehouses? Not until they fulfill all your orders. Then we could talk about a shutdown. Delta maybe cut to junk. Said possibly mandatory shelter. Yeah, no, they're going to keep the markets on. I can't believe what they said. Where they said, where Mnuchin said they might lower the hours. That's wild. And you guys, we got 8 minutes left. That's crazy, actually. Oh, we have FedEx after hours? I have that one debit spread. We could get greedy and go for another. We get greedy and go for another. Maybe we'll lose it again. Maybe I want me a contract. Maybe if Josh buys one, I'll buy 10. Oh, I have the FOMO. I want to buy a YOLO. Can you say the play? I don't know. 'Cause I don't watch the list. If I make money and it goes down, I'll probably be pissed. But I just got impatient 'cause I'm trying to get real rich. I hate when Josh talks like this. He's a little beep. This was family friendly, so I had to be nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cult musical on Broadway once coronavirus is away. Thank you, thank you. It's now starting on Broadway. One man show. Cult. Oh, Josh Rogers. We have that. We have our song. It's a beautiful day to join a cult. A beautiful day to join a cult. A beautiful day to join a cult today. 15.5 on FedEx. It was like what, $75? Shut up, bro. No, you shut up. Gosh. No, you shut up. Who you telling to shut up, Josh? I don't know. We have 5 minutes. No, there's 5 minutes left. This isn't musical live. It says stock market live very clearly in letters. It says live 30 minutes before open, not singing. I'm sick of this. Why is anybody even listening to this? Where's the thumbs down button? I'm going to click it again. No, who do I need to talk to somebody? Okay, yeah, I'll stay inside, but I'm going to write you a letter from inside. I'm going to write a lot of letters. This is just and then when this quarantine's over, I'm going to find who your manager is, and I'm going to find his manager, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. You have 4 minutes left in the market, and this is what you're doing? I don't get these guys. You're not getting the same move, but you're getting some things moving here after hours. I'm trying to decide here on FedEx. The FedEx play, we have time, but it's far out there. Don't get me started. I'll get the dogs out, son. You said bark? Huh? Huh? Sorry. I think I'm losing it, you guys. I need help. It's day 3 of self-quarantine. I'm now starting to make animal noises upon request. I've been inhabited by the spirit of Karen, and I just learned how to do musicals. I don't know if I can make 3 more days in here. Stay tuned. The FedEx we got is for June. Oh, wow. That's a good one. It's 1,000 max reward. We spent 100 and we're up 100 on it now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for a lack of updates here lately, but we're approaching our landing here today. It was a little bit bumpy here in the morning, but we got to fly about 30,000 feet up there, and we're a little bit smooth here. We're up 947 points. Please do not leave until we taxi fully into the gate and you hear the bell, but we're going to be sticking around here for the earnings. Please do not cough on your fellow passengers and use the hand sanitizer upon the gate. But if you're holding any bags, please get rid of them now if you do not want to hold them coming in tomorrow. If you plan on keeping those bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above firmly and securely, or stow them away below your seat right now. We're going to give you guys an update on the layover there, nightly watch list, second link in the description. Other than that, it's been a pretty good flight. We're going to still be expecting some turbulence and headwinds. We'll give you an update again on the layover. But as always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please hit the button and a flight attendant will come and give you a brochure. Other than that, as always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and we appreciate your business. 1 minute! I did a voice crack. Don't tell him. 45 seconds. We got FedEx earnings after hours. I closed out of my intel on the Ghetto Spread. UAL's getting clapped. UAL's probably going to get downgraded. Bro, UAL just got clapped off of that bailout, bro. They were up 4%. Dude, it's so crazy how fast these things are moving. 15 seconds left. No, I'm holding the FedEx spread. I close Intel spread. Ding 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 ding. We did it, baby. Today was a crazy day, as always. Up 1,000%, man. When was the last time you guys remember this is the third week I just 1,000% up, 1,000% down, 1,000% up. 1,000% down. I got 1,000% up. Got 1,000% down. Oh wait, 1,000 points up, not 1,000%. I got 1,000 points up, not 1,000%. Like 1,000 points up and 1,000 points down. I got 1,000 points up and 1,000 points down. I gotta sit in my home and I'm sitting it down. Okay, I'm sorry. Today was crazy. They said Netflix. We got FedEx earnings. So let's see what's happened. I love you guys. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're going to hang out a little bit here to see what happens on this earnings. Make sure you guys are subscribed. 5K likes, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I appreciate you all. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for being positive and respectful. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. We're going to go over that UUP play as well as a lot of other things. So make sure you're there. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Make sure you are subscribed with the bell. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. That's a good place to be at, and follow me. Thank you. My mama told me that I mean like the video. But that's pretty much it. Here's the tutorials. If you guys want me or my mom to pray for you, we love to do that. We got a prayer request wall. I get it. Some of y'all just some Jesus-hating demons. That's cool. Even if you don't believe in anything, I just like to, you got someone on your side, okay? If you want someone on your side, you want somebody to, say what's up to you, just support your dreams and just in the background. It's not loud. I got you, baby. So fill that out. Yeah, take a prayer. It doesn't cost you anything. It's free 99, baby. Let's go. It's just like the live stream. So just be positive and respectful. That's what we ask. But thank you guys. I appreciate you again. We had to, take a lot of timeouts today for some people, but other than that, I mean, thank you guys as always with how many people are in here, for you guys being positive, respectful, having some fun with me. I appreciate it. I mean, I hope you guys are having fun. There's a lot of crazy stuff here. Please, please, please pay attention. There's so many things happening here, and that's what we're setting up for. Yeah, we saw oil. I mean, this is going to be wild. I hope you guys are ready. So we'll cover this on the watch list. We'll go over the plays. We have FedEx earnings right now, so we're going to stick around here for a little bit. We have a play. I just want to see the first report. After the first report, I'll be able to determine, let's go. I'm grateful for a teacher. Thank you so much, man. Let's go. Now let's use it, baby. Let's use it. I hope you got your patience on. I hope you got your shoes of peace. As long as you keep your peace, you will always keep moving. That's why they're called the shoes of peace. You'll notice people who aren't at peace, they may have everything around them doing good, but they lack the ability to hold the peace, so they've lacked the ability to move forward. If you are not moving forward in time, you might start to think that some bonds selling off more after hours. This is bad. That's the whole point. So this is going to create something different. I hope you're ready. Peace and patience equals profit, baby. Amen, amen. First time options trading. Thanks. Let's go, babe. Yeah, that's crazy. So this is, it's bad for TLT, but this is now, as you guys see, the plan is working, and I think that's pretty cool. Do you guys get to see what happened with gold? Do you guys see how, do you realize how we just double dipped on that? Because now we're still in the TLT. We cashed out profit from the TLT, but now the gold hedged it perfectly. Because we bought the gold at the lowest price and we sold the TLT at the highest price. Oh, they don't feel me. Yeah, look at that FedEx. Hold on there. Oh, I need to stop all of you right there. Don't you get fooled, especially in this marketplace. That little bugger did it again. Don't you forget there's the pop, lock, and drop it. As always, there's the pop. Wait for the lock and the drop. Let's see. Again, FedEx is an interesting mover. Not just because it's transportation, but you got to see here. It's definitely a tricky little bugger. You got to see what happens here. See, it's coming right down. Don't get fooled here. Again, you got to wait till it gets tired. Adjusted EPS, $1.41. It's not bad for that little weak guy. You'd think he'd be down and out, breathing for some water. He's not. That's fascinating. Truly fascinating. And they suspend 2020 guidance. Uh-oh. That's come up. Yeah, they're not giving guidance. Makes sense. You guys know a few companies have already transferred to that model. The airlines, remember, that was the airlines first. So the company, that's good to see, because if they stop giving guidance and you don't see it too big of a reaction off that, that means the markets are kind of pricing that in. Inner peace at the end of the day, people. Today, patience. I was planning on making plays. I did not realize what's the rush. The market's always going to be here. Let's go, baby. Control the budget. That's it. So what's a question mark with? I'm not really understanding what you're saying. So I don't know what the question mark would be with. I'm not really in the market for any question marks. I like to ask questions, but I do not know you get charged per character. That seems like a scam. I don't feel that perfect. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. You see, we got that one bugger. We waited. We rode him until he got tired. Then we got off there. Then we bought his little, his relative. And we got that on the low. That's what they'd say. So I purchased it on the low. You know, is that how you say it? I think so. It's amazing. Well, you're not getting the pop, lock, and drop it. Watch FedEx. That's pretty much it, though. I'll let Josh close it out for you. Here you go. All right, that's it, man. That's it. So, there's FedEx. We saw it happen. I love you all. Stay blessed. Day 8 of watching you. Someone who has ADHD, I'm 1,000% convinced you have ADHD. We should make it. We should make a list of Josh theories. So I think I do have ADD or ADHD, I think. But my mom just beat me as a kid, and she said that wasn't real. So, I mean, I still worked out pretty good. But, I mean, there's a lot of theories. Maybe that's why they think I take Adderall, or maybe he goes pee a lot. I mean, there's a lot of theories. There's a lot of theories. So I like them. I mean, just whatever it is, all you have to know. So any theory you could have, it doesn't matter what theory you have, because here's the truth. Are you ready? I love you. That's it. That's all that matters. Simple as that. I just love you. That's it. So you could say, yeah, maybe I do have ADHD. Maybe I do have this. Sure, maybe. It's hypothetical. But non-hypothetical, actual fact. I just love you. I love my Colt. I love my Chad. That's it. As simple as that. Okay? So there you go. That's it. That's what I'm going to. Love conquers all, baby. Love conquers all, baby. Amen. Amen. Amen, baby. Amen. That's it. So, let's go, baby. Flip the switch, man. Keep it in the game. I love you all, man. So, be blessed, you guys. Stay safe. Again, thank you guys for all being here. I appreciate you guys holding it down, being positive, being respectful, and just overall love. And I want you to keep that peace. Hopefully you enjoyed that little educational rant we had today, about going over the accounts and what you guys need to do. I want y'all to be smart. So shout out to people being smart, and shout out to the people still making mistakes. I mean, I still make mistakes to this day. Don't let them fool you. Don't let me fool you. We still mess up at every single corner. No one's ever going to be perfect. Your time is coming. As long as you believe that, as long as you set the prerequisite of belief, my friend, it will happen to you. So that's it. Just keep it simple, man. Don't stress out. There's a lot going on in the world. It's all good, but please do your part. Please stay inside. Please wash your hands. Take care of the people around you, and don't let anything get to you, and just enjoy life, man. God is good. God is good. You're good. That's it, man. So I love you all. Stay blessed. Thank you for being here. I'm going to catch you on the watch list. All the links are there. Second link, nightly watch list. First link, Scream Alerts. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I think that's pretty much it, man. That's it, man. You guys got it. Patience. Rebuke the FOMO. The time is coming, baby. The time. We've already had that. Isn't that crazy? So we already had a good time, and now it's more coming. Just get ready. Just stay focused. Stay attentive. Just be in the game. That's it. And prioritize, please. You're seeing this in a world where people will get left behind, my friends, okay? That's on some biblical revelation, left behind type, that's one level, but you can see it now. Okay, you're going to have a lot of people, while people are focusing on some stuff, you have the decision to prioritize and focus on what you need to focus on. If somebody else wants to do something, let them do it. That's fine. As long as you do the right thing, you say what you need to say, you do the right thing, stand by what's right, even if you don't see what's around you. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty simple. I mean, so do what you guys need to do. Stay blessed, stay safe, and let's have some fun, man, and then get ready for your opportunities and relax. Relax, baby. You're not like a dog with a bone. Like, I don't know if I'm going to get another toy. You know it's coming, baby. You know it's coming. I know it's hard. I'm not saying life's easy. I'm not saying you're in a financial situation where you may think, I don't know what's happening with you. I don't. But what I do know is the tricks the devil likes to use. He tries to rush you. He tries to make you be impulsive. He tries to make you think that it will never get better. He tries to tell you that you got to do something now. Oh, because he likes to rob, steal, kill, and destroy. You see, he's trying to take things from you instead of you reassuring yourself, well, shit, I do have time. I do have opportunity. I do have talents. I do have skill. I do have enough money. Wow, that's crazy. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? See, I know that. I don't know what's going on with your situation. I know the other part, though. I know how to attack any situation because that is what the devil himself does. Oh, they don't feel me, man. I'm gonna leave y'all with that. Okay, I'm gonna just calm down. Hopefully you guys are doing good. I know a lot of traumatic stuff going on here, but I think Josh did a good job. So relax a little bit. I'll check in with you in a little bit. Okay. But that's it, baby. Enjoy your day. I'm going to see you on the watch list tonight. If you ain't on the watch list tonight, you're going to miss this thing right here. Get ready. Shit's about to blow up. Just get ready. Shit's about to blow up right here. This is a divergence. It's divergence. Give it some time, baby. Get ready. A lot of stuff. Just prioritize, okay? Just make the decision. While people are worried about, they're literally worried about my pee-pee. No exaggeration. They're worried about how many times I go to the bathroom. While people are worrying about that, you worry about where the opportunity is. Okay? You worry about what you need to do to protect yourself. You worry about what you're going to do, okay? So prioritize and focus on what it is. While people are saying, oh, this is a lie, I hate this person on TV, this is this conspiracy, just say, why is this happening? Why are they making those moves? When was the last time we saw this? How can history tell us about this? Oh, they don't feel me. No, this is oil overlaid with the Shanghai. I flew in LA to Shanghai. Okay. That's it. I'm going to leave. So I love you all. Stay blessed. The cult loves you, baby. I'll see you on the watch list. Second link, nightly watch list, main channel. That's it, man. That's it. Peace out. Stay blessed. God bless you. I love you all. Go do something positive. Go support our vets. Go stand up for somebody. That's it. Show love. Show love. Show love. Show love. That's it. Be positive. I'm telling you. Remember, no. Hold on. I need one more rant real quick. It's real quick. I'll make it simple. Encourage yourself. Remember, that is a skill. That is a skill that you need to train while you guys are sitting at home all day doing what you need to do. And God bless you for doing that. What you do is you work on encouraging yourself. I'm bored. Nah, I'm having fun. I'm not doing anything, but this is fun. Oh, that's it. Just talk to yourself. Get a little crazy, baby. You've been watching me long enough. You know how to get a little crazy. That's it. So just do that, man. Be blessed. God bless you. I love you. Goodbye. I love you all. I love you all. All right. Oh, yeah.